Chapter 1 You are listening at novelfull.audio. 10.000. Fold Feedback System Translator. Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation, are you willing to be my disciple? They were on Lingzhou Peak of the Qingyun clan. Yi Xian had asked a handyman disciple in front of him the question. The handyman disciple was a young girl. Her small face was red, and her hair was tied up in a bun. Her big eyes were filled with shock. Yi Xian was the youngest elder of the Qingyun clan, the favored son of the heavens. Meanwhile, her natural talent was extremely weak. She could not understand why an elder of the Qingyun clan would want to take her, someone so weak that she could only qualify to be a handyman disciple, in as a personal disciple. Why? Did Elder Yi Xian want to take her in as a personal disciple, or as a handyman disciple? The young girl Lu Yanran's mind was blank, so she could not give him any reaction. At this moment, Yi Xian's face was pale and somewhat anxious. He was facing a crisis of life and death. He had just transmigrated here, but he had already been poisoned, and he only had 4 hours left to live. Fortunately, when he was on the verge of despair, the system did not disappoint. The system was called the Disciple Feedback System. If he gave his disciple something, he would receive it back several-fold as feedback. Thus multiple varied from 2 to 10,000. Fold. For example, if Yi Xian helped a disciple improve his comprehension, his own comprehension would increase by 2 to 10,000 points. The specific multiple varied each time. The higher the multiple, the lower the probability of it occurring. After gaining this system and understanding its functions, Yi Xian knew that he had found a way to escape the jaws of death. The most important thing for him to do now was to take in a disciple. Because this system was called the Disciple Feedback System, he could only get feedback if he gave a disciple something. That was why Yi Xian wanted to take in this handyman disciple, Lu Yanran. At this moment, Lu Yanran was still in shock. Because in this world where the strong were respected, it was almost impossible to be taken in as a disciple by the strong if one did not have a talent or a strong background. Therefore, Lu Yanran could not believe her eyes and ears right now. She thought she might have wished to be taken in so badly that she had started to hallucinate. She could not help but laugh at herself. She did not expect to go so crazy she would begin hallucinating. She reached up with her small hand and pinched her cheek. It hurt. Now, Lu Yanran was really confused. It seemed that this was not an illusion. What, you don't want to be my disciple? Yi Xian's words were clear in Lu Yanran's ears. Yi Xian looked at Lu Yanran, who was across from him, somewhat helplessly. Just now, he had screened the disciples he knew in the Qingyun clan in his mind. He then realized that he really knew too little about the Qingyun clan was really too little. Although he knew some disciples with outstanding talent in the clan, most of them had already been accepted as disciples by other elders. After thinking about it for a while, he could only think of one suitable candidate. That was the handyman disciple in front of him, Lu Yanran. Of course, the reason he chose Lu Yanran was not that the girl had exquisite and beautiful facial features, as well as a graceful and sinewy body. It was because Lu Yanran was usually responsible for cleaning the area near Yi Xian's residence on Lingzhou Peak. Since he saw her often, even if Yi Xian did not pay much attention to her, he still had a good impression of her. Moreover, Yi Xian occasionally noticed that Lu Yanran was very diligent with her work. She cleaned every area she worked on thoroughly. Along with that, as soon as she finished her work, she would immediately go to practice and not waste any time. Because Lu Yanran's talent was very average and her status was low, she had no chance to come into contact with the Qingyun clan's core techniques. However, she still worked hard. This perseverance moved Yi Xian. It was because of this that Yi Xian decided that no matter how talented Lu Yanran was, he would take her in as his first disciple. Become Elder Yi Xian's disciple. Lu Yanran still looked somewhat incredulous. She found it hard to believe that her dream of being taken in as a disciple by a great master would ever actually happen. Yi Xian's eyes were calm as he looked at Lu Yanran in front of him. The latter suddenly woke up from her daze and immediately kowtowed. Your disciple is willing. She spoke loudly. When she raised her head, her forehead was red and swollen. Lu Yanran completely ignored her red and bumpy forehead. She was already trembling slightly from excitement. All right, Yi Xian nodded in satisfaction and said softly. All right, since that's the case, from today onwards, you will be my first disciple. On the Tianyuan continent, most masters had to go through a series of complicated steps before taking in a disciple. This was because the entire Tianyuan continent paid great attention to masters. However, there were also some masters who did not like the red tape and would directly appoint disciples. Now that Yi Xian was on the verge of death, he naturally did not have the mood to think about such complicated procedures. Don't kneel. You can get up. Yi Xian spoke indifferently. Lu Yanran quickly thanked him and stood up. Yi Xian looked at Lu Yanran. She was still very young. If Yi Xian were back in his previous life, she would probably be a girl who had just entered junior high school. At this time, although Lu Yanran had regained some of her consciousness, she was still in a daze. She could not understand how she had so easily become Elder Yi Xian's disciple. Yi Xian had been known as the most talented and youngest elder of the Qingyun clan for the past 1,000 years. What had she done to become Elder Yi Xian's first disciple? The sudden surprise made Lu Yanran unable to wake up. Since you've accepted me as your master, I will give you a pill today. Later, I will go into seclusion. When I come out, I will give you other treasures. Thank you, master. Lu Yanran said in surprise. She knew very well that the pill that Yi Xian was going to take out was definitely not an ordinary item. As soon as Yi Xian finished speaking, he took out a fragrant pill from his pocket. In fact, before accepting Lu Yanran as his disciple, Yi Xian had already thought about this carefully. This was because after he obtained the system, he received a novice reward. The first time he gave his disciple something, he would be rewarded 10,000 fold. With this novice reward, he had already found 2 ways to save himself. One was to give his apprentice cultivation directly, so he could get 10,000 times the feedback. Then, his problem would be solved. Chapter 2 You are listening at novelfull.audio. Bestow the Pill Translator. Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation. However, this path would not be so easy to walk at the moment. After all, most of his meridians were broken, and all the bones in his body were even worse off. Under such circumstances, it would probably be impossible for him to transfer his cultivation to his disciple. Moreover, the large amount of cultivation that would be required for this was probably not something his broken body could withstand. In this case, he could only choose the second option. He would give Lu Yanran an antidote. This way, he would definitely obtain a higher quality panacea. Fortunately, the 10,000 fold feedback system was not just a return of quantity. The system would automatically convert the superposition of quantity into an increase in quality as well. Unfortunately, most of the antidote pills in Yi Xian's interspatial ring had been used up. The only one left was the white pill he had just given to Lu Yanran. This pill was a 3rd grade soul returning pill. It was not a precious thing in Yi Xian's eyes. However, Lu Yanran was staring blankly at the 3rd grade soul returning pill in her hand. In her eyes, this pill was extremely precious. After all, a 3rd grade soul returning pill could treat the injuries of a master of the core formation realm. How could her master give one to her so easily? Lu Yanran's body trembled slightly. She felt a warm current run through her body. Her master's great love moved her significantly. After Yi Xian gave her a few more simple instructions, he quickly rushed to his place of seclusion. Just as Yi Xian was leaving, the system's clear voice rang in his mind. Ding! The host has detected that a 3rd grade revival pill has been bestowed upon his disciple. After the 10,000 fold feedback, he has obtained a 7th grade Nirvana Pill. After hearing the sound, Yi Xian quickly calmed his heart and looked at the system space. He saw that a purplish red pill was floating quietly in the system space. Even though Yi Xian had not taken out the pill yet, he could already smell its pungent medicinal fragrance. Beside the 7th grade Nirvana Pill was a row of small words. Yi Xian focused his gaze and saw that it was the description of the 7th grade Nirvana Pill's effect. 7th grade Nirvana Pill. A top-tier 7th grade pill. This pill can only be refined by a top-tier pill master, and even then there is a high failure rate. Not only can this pill cure all injuries and viruses below the 7th grade, but it also has a life and death effect. It can also greatly increase the strength of the user. The power of the pill is divided into 7 segments. After each segment is released, the user's strength will increase rapidly. After the power of the 7th segment is fully released, the user can possess even the power of a king. After reading the explanation of the 7th rank Nirvana Pill, Yi Xian's worried heart finally relaxed. With this, he could finally be saved. He threw a token to Lu Yanran and said, "From now on, I will go into seclusion. You will stand guard outside the door. No one can come and disturb me without my prior permission." Yi Xian had thrown his elder's token to Lu Yanran. As long as he had this token, even if the master of the Qingyun Sect wanted to see him, he would not be able to force his way through to him. After all, the master still had to give face to him, Yi Xian. "Yes, master." Lu Yanran held the token with both hands and watched Yi Xian leave respectfully. 7th grade Nirvana Pill, I hope you won't disappoint me. After Yi Xian walked into the hall, he closed the door tightly behind him. His body quickly collapsed before he even arrived at the futon. Like an eggplant hit by frost in winter, his entire body was covered in a cold sweat. Just now, in order to maintain his image as an elder, he had deliberately gathered up his own power. As a result, his injuries began to get even more serious. Fortunately, he now had a 7th grade Nirvana Pill, so these injuries should not be a problem anymore. He used the last of his strength to take the 7th grade Nirvana Pill out of the system space. There were exquisite patterns on the pill. At first glance, one could not see anything special about them. However, as soon as the pill was in his hands, Yi Xian immediately noticed the terrifying energy it contained. Yi Xian did not have time to hesitate for too long before he swallowed it down. He initially thought that the medicinal power of the Nirvana Pill would come like a surge of water, but the truth was that after he swallowed it, its medicinal power was like a trickle of water, constantly nourishing his limbs and bones. Yi Xian felt extremely comfortable. The broken meridians and broken bones in his body slowly recovered under the pill's gentle yet powerful medicinal power. While his body was recovering from this medicinal power, it was also becoming stronger than before. The layers of his bones, flesh, and fascia were all undergoing qualitative changes. During this process, Yi Xian paid attention to the minute changes in his body, so he was not able to notice the passage of time. At this time, Lu Yanran was still holding the elder token that Yi Xian had given her, dutifully waiting outside the door. She had already recovered from her initial shock and confusion. She could not help but look at the 3rd grade soul returning pill in her hand. She never expected that elder Yi Xian would actually give her such a precious pill. To the entire Qingyun Sect, a 3rd grade soul returning pill could be considered quite precious. The other elders probably would not be willing to give it to their disciples so easily. However, when her master gave her this pill, he did not seem reluctant at all. Lu Yanran knew very well in her heart that she was only a small-time cultivator who was currently in the refinement state. If she used this soul returning pill now, it would simply be a waste of a gift from heaven. Therefore, Lu Yanran made up her mind. Unless she encountered a situation where she had no other choice, she absolutely would not use this pill. She carefully put the pill into her pocket. Until now, her heart had not stopped beating wildly. To her, the 3rd grade soul returning pill was something that only core formation realm masters could refine. It was a priceless treasure. On the Tianyuan continent, the cultivation realms of cultivators were ranked from low to high. Refinement state, Qi transformation state, true essence state, purple spirit state, core formation state, unity state, condensing state, and so on. Within each large stage were 10 small stages. Lu Yanran was only at the 4th stage of the refinement state. For ordinary people, this was already very powerful. However, in the eyes of masters, it was not worth mentioning at all. Chapter 3 You are listening at Novel Full.audio. Breakthrough Translator. Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless fantasy translation on this continent, those in the refinement state could only bully ordinary people. Only after reaching the Qi transformation state could one be considered to have a certain level of strength to be able to walk on bodies of water. Of course, the water had to be somewhere where there were no experts around. A cultivator could only become an alchemist after reaching the true essence state. Because in order to refine pills, one needed at least the pure energy of the true essence state. Even after reaching the true essence state, a cultivator could only refine 1st grade pills. Those in the purple spirit state could refine 2nd grade pills, and pills like the 3rd grade soul returning pill could only be refined after reaching the core formation state. For a person like Lu Yanran who was in the refinement state, it would be difficult for her to obtain a 3rd grade elixir even if she spent her entire life working on it. Based on this, it was clear how important the 3rd grade soul returning pill was to her. Just as Lu Yanran was getting lost in a daze, a piercing sound came from afar. With a whoosh, a beautiful figure quickly descended onto the Lingjiu peak. Within the Qingyun Sect, the sect master and every elder had their own mountain peak. Elder Yi Xian's Lingjiu peak was his own territory. As Yi Xian did not usually take in disciples, the entire peak was a little deserted. Only a few miscellaneous disciples responsible for Yi Xian's clothing, food, accommodation, and travel would occasionally show up. Lu Yanran soon saw the person who had come to visit. She saw that the person was a woman with a graceful figure and a beautiful appearance. It was none other than the elder of the Qingyun Sect, Lin Qing. Lu Yanran's expression was serious. She cupped her fists at Lin Qing according to the sect's etiquette customs. Greetings, Elder Lin Qing. Lin Qing slowly descended from the sky. She looked at Lu Yanran in front of her with confusion. Because at this moment, Lu Yanran was still wearing the uniform of an odd-job disciple. Thus, Lin Qing did not understand. She did not understand why this handyman was not doing anything but instead standing guard outside Elder Yi Xian's hall. Before Lin Qing could ask, Lu Yanran spoke first. Elder Lin, please stop. Master is currently in seclusion. He cannot be disturbed by anyone. Please forgive him. After hearing Lu Yanran's words, Lin Qing was also shocked. However, she soon saw the elder's token in Lu Yanran's hand. It was Yi Xian's token. Lin Qing no longer had any doubts about Lu Yanran's words. However, she was still very surprised. Yi Xian, who had always been focused on his own cultivation, had actually begun to take in disciples. It seemed like his situation was getting a little bad. Thinking of this, Lin Qing's mood could not help but sink. She wondered. Could it be that Yi Xian knew that he was dying, so he chose a disciple at the last minute to pass on his legacy? Although she was a little upset, Lin Qing was not in a hurry to break into the hall. She could still feel traces of fluctuations coming out from the hall. Moreover, it had been Yi Xian's idea to have Lu Yanran stay here, so she naturally would not rashly barge in. Thus, Lin Qing went to the front of the hall and sat down cross-legged. As an elder of the Qingyun Sect, she had naturally also participated in the battle for the treasures of heaven and earth a few days ago. It was during that battle that Yi Xian was poisoned by the people of the Qingyun Sect with the 5-poison powder. Lin Qing had also gotten slightly injured when she tried to save Yi Xian, who was being besieged by many experts. However, her injuries were not serious, and she had already fully recovered. Right now, Lin Qing did not know that while Yi Xian had been poisoned by the 5-poison powder, he had also been poisoned by another highly toxic bone-dissolving powder. If she knew the truth, she would definitely be despairing right now. This was because the bone-dissolving powder was much stronger than the 5-poison powder. It could be said that there was no antidote for the bone-dissolving powder in the entire Great Qian dynasty. The two girls, one old and one young, waited in front of Yi Xian's hall in silence. In the blink of an eye, 2 days passed. No one else came during this time. During this time, Lu Yanran continued obeying Yi Xian's orders and did not leave the front of the hall at all. After all, Lu Yanran was only at the 4th stage of the refinement state. With her current strength, it was impossible for her to not eat and drink without her bodily functions being affected. She had not eaten for 2 days and not a single grain of rice was inside her tummy now, which was why her body was beginning to collapse. Lin Qing, who was beside her, was resting with her eyes closed. She had not noticed Lu Yanran's condition. At this moment, a strong wave of aura suddenly came from the hall where Yi Xian was. Lin Qing, who had been sitting cross-legged in meditation, suddenly opened her eyes. Was that a breakthrough? Lin Qing's face was full of shock. She could clearly sense the strength of the aura coming from the hall. After all, she was a powerhouse in the core formation realm. At this moment, she could clearly feel that the sense of pressure within her body was still increasing. How could this be? The surprise in Lin Qing's eyes did not disappear for a long time. She did not understand why Yi Xian, who should have been seriously injured and on the verge of death, was suddenly emitting such a powerful aura. Moreover, his aura kept growing more powerful. It was clearly a phenomenon that only occurred after one broke through. Just as Lin Qing felt she could not grow more shocked, 5 more cracks of the sound barrier breaking could be heard in the distance. They came from the other peaks of the Qingyun Sect. It was obvious that these 5 people had also been attracted to the astonishing things happening where Yi Xian was. Soon, 5 figures arrived near Lin Qing. They all stood in the air. All of them looked at the hall which Yi Xian was in with great shock. The 6 of them all stood in the air. This was something that only core formation realm masters could do. The 5 of them were the sect master, deputy sect master, and elders of the Qingyun Sect. The one in the middle was the sect master, Wan Shanhai. The few of them landed and approached the hall where Yi Xian was. They were like Lin Ing, full of doubts. They all wanted to figure out what had happened to Yi Xian to make him able to emit such a powerful aura. At this moment, Lu Yanran was standing in front of the hall. When she saw the high-level members of the sect appear, she felt a strong pressure. Despite the pressure, she still forced herself to stop them. Sect master, deputy sect master, and elders, please wait. Master is still in seclusion. Please don't disturb him. Lu Yanran was just a servant disciple. It took great courage to be able to say these words in front of so many high-level members of the sect. Lu Yanran's words attracted the gazes of these higher-ups. When they saw her odd-job disciple attire, they were all somewhat displeased. What did you just say? Wan Shanhai focused his gaze on her and coldly asked. Chapter 4 You are listening at novelfull.audio. True Core State Translator. Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation Wan Shanhai looked at Lu Yanran coldly with a displeased expression. This glance scared Lu Yanran so much that she took a few steps back. She had not swallowed a drop of water for 2 days, and her body was already being pushed to the limit. Now that she was being stared at by so many higher-ups, she could not help but feel flustered. Fortunately, these people did not exert any pressure on Lu Yanran. Her small body definitely would not have been able to withstand it if they did. Wan Shanhai reacted to what Lu Yanran had just said. You just said that he's your master. Then, his gaze drifted to the sect elder token that Lu Yanran was holding tightly in her hand. The word Yi on it indicated that it was Yi Xian's elder token. The others reacted quickly and soon understood the current situation. Elder Yi has taken in a disciple. And a servant disciple, at that. Everyone was surprised. Everyone knew very well that Yi Xian, a rare genius of the Qingyun Sect, had never bothered with taking in disciples. Usually, he was too busy with his own cultivation and rarely paid attention to outsiders. This was very normal. After all, Yi Xian was still very young. The most important thing for him right now was to raise his cultivation level as quickly as possible. Only when his own cultivation reached a bottleneck would he need to consider taking in disciples and passing on his legacy. However, why would Yi Xian, who had such a distinct personality, suddenly change so drastically and take in a handyman as a disciple? Everyone could not wait to learn Yi Xian's thoughts behind this. Thinking of Lu Yanran's words just now and looking at Yi Xian's elder token in her hand, they all gave up on the idea of barging into the hall. Even though Lu Yanran was just a handyman disciple. Now that she was holding Yi Xian's elder token, she could speak for him. And after calming down, everyone could not help but share Lin Qin's thoughts. Everyone felt that it was very likely that Yi Xian knew that he did not have long to live. That was why he had accepted a servant disciple as his disciple in such a hurry. He did not want his legacy to end. Thinking of this, everyone present could not help but allow some of their sorrow to leak through their facial expressions. At this moment, everyone's hearts were filled with resentment toward the Qingyun Sect. If not for the Qingyun Sect, Elder Yi Xian would not have fallen into such a state. However, if Yi Xian was really on the verge of death, then why had there been an aura akin to a breakthrough coming from the main hall just now? Although they were extremely confused, these people still waited outside the main hall quietly. No matter what, as long as there was still an aura fluctuation coming out from the hall, it meant that Yi Xian was still alive. Another 2 hours passed. An even more astonishing aura came out of the hall. This aura was much stronger than the one before. Everyone's eyes widened. It's the true core realm. It's indeed the true core realm. This kind of aura is very powerful. What's going on? What's happened to Yi Xian? Everyone's faces were covered with shock and confusion. They could not understand why the hall which Yi Xian was in would emit a pressure that only those in the true core realm could possess. Among the core formation realm were empty core, true core, and golden core. Within empty core, true core, and golden core, there were early, middle, and late stages. With Lu Yanran being so weak, she was already unable to withstand the pressure of those in the true core realm. Just when she felt that her body was about to explode, she suddenly felt her body and mind lighten. It turned out that it was Lin Qin who had made a move and helped her block most of the pressure. At this moment, everyone's eyes were fixed on the door to Yi Xian's hall. Everyone wanted to find out what had happened to Yi Xian that allowed him to leap into the true core realm. Lu Yanran's face was also full of shock. She did not know what her master had done. She did not know how terrifying this so-called true core realm could be. However, based on the expressions of the high-level members of the Qingyun Sect around her, she could roughly guess that her master had probably broken through to a very terrifying realm. Based on Wan Shanhai and the others' expressions, it was very clear that this was a big deal. Perhaps the true core realm could be seen as a very expert realm within the entire Great Qian dynasty. That was indeed the case. As long as the golden core realm experts were not around, the true core realm experts could completely run the Great Qian dynasty completely amok. After Lu Yanran figured it out, she stared unblinkingly at the hall. She really wanted to look through the main door so she could clearly see what was going on inside. The others were just as curious as her and did not understand what had happened. Fortunately, it did not take long for the powerful aura to dissipate. A slender figure walked out of the door. He was handsome and had a strong facial structure. Sect Master, Deputy Sect Master, Elders. The person who had come was Yi Xian. His appearance made everyone's eyes light up. Just now, everyone had still been very confused and suspected that someone else might be in the hall. However, after Yi Xian appeared in front of their eyes, everyone's doubts were completely dispelled. Although they still did not know how Yi Xian escaped death and had benefited from misfortune. This was still a good thing for the Qingyun Sect. Elder Yi, why did you? The sect master, Wan Shanhai, looked at Yi Xian in confusion. Right now, he urgently needed an explanation from Yi Xian. It was just a lucky opportunity. I was lucky enough to benefit from misfortune. Yi Xian knew that these people wanted an answer. However, he could not let outsiders know that he had the system. Hearing this, the others all nodded silently. Although Yi Xian did not elaborate, the simple phrase, lucky opportunity, was enough to explain everything. After all, cultivators knew that opportunities could often be unpredictable and wonderful. There were both big and small opportunities. A small opportunity might just be a simple treasure. However, a big opportunity was often an epiphany that could bring about a rapid increase in cultivation. In short, Yi Xian could cover everything up with the word opportunity. Across the vast and boundless Tianyuan continent, there were cultivators obtaining opportunities of varying sizes all the time. The sect masters and elders of the Qingyun Sect had all obtained opportunities of varying sizes during their cultivation process. Therefore, it was not appropriate for them to ask too many questions. Chapter 5. You are listening at Novel Full. Audio. Foolish Disciple Translator. Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation. From the looks of it, the opportunity Yi Xian had obtained this time was no small one. After all, 2 days ago, everyone knew that Yi Xian had been poisoned and was likely going to die very soon. However, not only was Yi Xian completely cured of the poison now, but he had also made great progress in terms of his strength. Could it be that Yi Xian had obtained a top-tier 4th grade pill, which was why he had come across such a great opportunity? No one knew that Yi Xian had ingested bone-dissolving powder earlier. Therefore, everyone thought that a 4th grade pill would be able to dispel the 5. Poison powder and give Yi Xian a certain increase in strength. If they were to find out that Yi Xian had taken a 7th grade pill 2 days ago, everyone would probably be so shocked that their jaws would drop to the floor. At this moment, Wan Shanhai, the sect master of the Qingyun Sect, woke up from his initial shock. He laughed heartily and said, "That's great. Now our Qingyun Sect has finally gained another true core realm expert." Wan Shanhai was really delighted at Yi Xian's breakthrough. Previously, Qingyun Sect only had 2 true core realm experts. They were the sect master, Wan Shanhai, and the deputy sect master. Now that there was another true core realm expert, Yi Xian, this would definitely raise the overall strength of the Qingyun Sect. The atmosphere between the higher-ups of the Qingyun Sect was relatively harmonious. After all, with a force like theirs, if the higher-ups were not united, the entire sect would quickly fall apart and be replaced by external forces. Therefore, after everyone confirmed that Yi Xian had broken through to the true core realm, everyone stepped forward and congratulated him. Congratulations, congratulations. Congratulations, fellow Taoist Yi, for successfully breaking through to the true core realm. Everyone present had a joyful look on their faces. At this moment, Lu Yanran was standing far away from them. When she looked at Yi Xian, her eyes were filled with joy. After congratulating Yi Xian, the higher-ups of the Qingyun Sect left Lingzhou Peak one after another. Yi Xian's breakthrough had injected a surge of energy into them. After all, it was not easy for those at their level to have breakthroughs. Now that there was a living example right in front of them, everyone's motivation had been stoked. After everyone left, soon only Yi Xian and Lu Yanran were left on Lingzhou Peak. You foolish disciple. Yi Xian could tell at a glance that Lu Yanran had been guarding the main hall without eating or drinking for the past 2 days. You're too stupid. He scolded her with some heartache. After hearing Yi Xian's words, Lu Yanran knew that he was feeling heartache for her, so she quickly lowered her head. Yi Xian taking her in as his disciple had happened too suddenly, so Lu Yanran had simply been following his instructions to the word for the past 2 days. She had been very afraid. She was afraid that if she made a slight mistake, Yi Xian would not want her anymore. She knew very well that her talent was lacking, and in theory, she was not worthy of being elder Yi Xian's disciple. It was precisely because of that she cherished this opportunity so much. She needed to become strong and avenge her family. Yi Xian walked to Lu Yanran's side and rubbed her head with his hand, feeling sorry for her. If I didn't come out of seclusion for a long time, were you going to starve to death here? Yi Xian did not know whether to call Lu Yanran stupid or loyal. In fact, there was food and drink not far from where they currently were. If Lu Yanran went to eat something, although she would have to leave the hall for a short time, the risk would still be very low. Yi Xian said, go back and rest well. Tomorrow, I will give you a new opportunity. Yes, sir. Lu Yanran nodded frantically and staggered away. After Lu Yanran left, Yi Xian turned his attention back onto himself. He could see that the true core in his body contained extremely terrifying energy. He felt that his true core was like a miniature planet. At this moment, as long as he willed it, he could easily mobilize the terrifying energy. A mere empty core realm expert, if placed on Earth, could be called a humanoid missile. Meanwhile, a true core realm expert was more than 10 times stronger than an empty core realm expert. Is this real life? Yi Xian muttered to himself. He was very surprised at how terrifying he was. That with his current terrifying body, if he were still in his previous life, nothing could hurt him besides nuclear weapons. However, he knew very well that there were countless people like him across the entire Tianyuan continent. Compared to other masters, he was nothing. Even within the entire Great Qian dynasty, Yi Xian was still not the strongest around. However, under normal circumstances, he should be able to do whatever he wanted. In his body, besides the true core energy, there was also a purple pill that was slowly rotating. This was the 7th grade Nirvana Pill he had consumed. After removing the 5. Poison powder and bone. Dissolving powder as well as breaking through, only 1/7 of the 7th. Grade Nirvana Pill's energy had been consumed. The rest of the pill's energy was still being stored in his body. Yi Xian could feel that after absorbing all the energy of the pill, his strength had definitely experienced a tremendous change. The guy from the Qingyun Sect. Yi Xian muttered to himself. His current strength was more than enough for him to go and kill those who had surrounded and attacked him just a few days ago. However, he was not in a hurry. He could still make a long-term plan right now. After all, within the Great Qian dynasty, the overall strength of the Qingyun Sect was ranked second. Their sect had Golden Core Realm Masters in charge. Moreover, the Qingyun Sect should have more than 20 true Core Realm and Empty Core Realm Masters altogether. Yi Xian was very clear on the fact that it was not too safe for him to rashly go and kill the other party now. Until he achieved the Golden Core Realm or even the strength of the completion of the Core Formation Realm, he could not be too confident. If he was still the previous Yi Xian, he would have a long way to go before he could obtain the strength of the completion of the Core Formation Realm. However, for Yi Xian, who had the 10,000. Fold feedback system, the day was not too far away. He felt that he should first extract all the rewards he could get from Lu Yanran, then take in a few more disciples. The next morning, Lu Yanran arrived at Lingzhou Peak very early. After resting well the previous night, she finally recovered. Chapter 6 You are listening at Novel Full. Audio. Spiritual Power Infusion Translator. Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation. When Lu Yanran stepped onto Lingzhou Peak, she had a mixed expression on her face. She was full of excitement but also a little nervous. Master. As soon as Lu Yanran arrived on the peak, she saw that Yi Xian was already waiting for her in the courtyard. She hurriedly bowed to him. Now that you have become my disciple, you don't need to wear the kind of clothes handyman disciples wear. You can go to the Cantonese school later and get a set of clothing exclusive to personal disciples. Yi Xian looked at Lu Yanran's plain clothes and immediately told her she could change them. As you command, master. Lu Yanran said obediently. In the Qingyun Sect, disciples were divided into different levels. From the lowest ranking to the highest ranking, there were handyman disciples, exterior disciples, interior disciples, and personal disciples. Disciples of different levels also had different clothing. Hearing this, Yi Xian could not help but smile and nod. He soon spoke again. Today, I will open up your meridians and pour wisdom into your body. Yi Xian's seemingly casual words stunned Lu Yanran. Lu Yanran's body could not help but begin to tremble in the next second. Is what master is saying true? Is he really going to pour his spiritual power into my body? Although her strength was weak, she was certainly not unknowledgeable. After she finished her cultivation for the day, she would go to the scripture depository within the sect to read books. She had used up almost all of her allowed time there as a handyman disciple. It was because of this that Lu Yanran knew exactly what spiritual power being poured into a body meant. In layman's terms, a cultivator with a high cultivation base would give their cultivation base to some weaker cultivators. In other words, it meant that the spiritual power that they had painstakingly cultivated could be given to others for free. Generally speaking, the spiritual power after being enlightened would be completely lost, and the initial cultivator with a high cultivation base would only be able to replenish this part of their lost spiritual power through cultivation in the future. It was a purely altruistic concept, and almost no cultivator actually chose to do it. After all, for cultivators, time was extremely precious. The cultivation in their bodies had been obtained through arduous work. Unless one was a fool, otherwise, no one would give their cultivation to others for free. Even if they were blood relatives, it was very rare for spiritual power to be infused into someone else. Under normal circumstances, only cultivators who were in a desperate situation and knew that they were doomed would impart their spiritual power to their loved ones or to extremely important people. No matter what, this imparting was a great favor, almost equivalent to raising someone ever since they were a baby. It was precisely because of this that Lu Yanran felt extremely shocked. She was completely stunned and could not think straight. Spiritual power infusion. If Yi Xian really did this, her strength would be greatly improved. Even if her aptitude was average, her cultivation would still undergo a tremendous change after that. Master. For a moment, Lu Yanran's voice choked with sobs, and her eyes turned red as she hid them. Yi Xian treated her so well. How could she repay him? Moreover, it was already enough of a blessing to be his personal discipline. What had she done to deserve even more special treatment from him? No matter what you did before, now that you're my disciple, you naturally won't be mistreated. Yi Xian said calmly. In the eyes of outsiders, spiritual energy installation was a bad thing that did not give one any personal benefits. Basically, no cultivator would ever choose to do it. However, for Yi Xian, this was completely beneficial and without harm. After all, he had an apprentice feedback system. Every bit of spiritual power he taught would be returned at the lowest multiple. The more apprentices he took in, the higher the amount of feedback he would receive. In short, he would not be at a disadvantage. Of course, Yi Xian would not randomly take in apprentices because of this. Although he did not value talent, he still attached great importance to the character of his apprentices. Follow me. Yi Xian looked at Lu Yanran indifferently and then walked into the hall. Yes, master. Lu Yanran held back her tears that were about to fall and followed Yi Xian with a face full of gratitude. Since her parents passed away, no one had ever treated her so well. She did not expect to meet such a good master in her lifetime. Soon, Lu Yanran came to the hall, still behind Yi Xian. The hall was very wide. There were 5 or 6 futons inside it. This was where Yi Xian usually secluded himself. Then, under Yi Xian's signal, Lu Yanran came to a futon and slowly sat down. Yi Xian sat down behind her. At the same time, a few lines of words appeared in Yi Xian's field of vision. Of course, no one other than him else could see this virtual font. Comprehension value. 234, innate bone value. 25, kendama body. Not yet activated, can be activated with star sword grass. This was the function of the disciple feedback system. He could see clearly his disciple's talent. This so-called talent referred to the cultivator's comprehension value and innate bone value. Comprehension value, in layman's terms, was the cultivator's understanding of heaven and earth. The higher the comprehension, the higher the cultivator's understanding. Thus, their cultivation speed would be extremely fast. Not only that, but it would also be of great help to the cultivator's later comprehension of power, such as sword intent. Cultivators with poor comprehension would have to spend more time comprehending the power of heaven and earth, and their success rate would still be extremely low. The innate bone value referred to a cultivator's physique. After all, everyone had a different physique. Some cultivators were naturally very friendly to the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. With the help of the system, they could cultivate twice as much as others with half the energy. Other cultivators might have to spend 3 to 4 years to break through, but they would only need a few months to do so. Your bone and comprehension value are pretty average. Yi Xian could not help but exclaim upon seeing this. No wonder Lu Yanran worked so hard. Her current cultivation was only at the 4th stage of the refinement state. When Yi Xian saw Lu Yanran's special physique, he could not help but narrow his eyes. Presumably, activating the kendama body would greatly improve Lu Yanran's bone value. It seemed that he would need to spend some time to find this sword star grass. After all, after Lu Yanran activated her special constitution, he could also receive some feedback points. Abandon concentration and immerse your spiritual energy in the present. Just as Lu Yanran's face filled with nervousness, Yi Xian's voice rang out. Lu Yanran hurriedly closed her eyes. Her entire essence, qi, and spirit instantly gathered together, slowly absorbing the spiritual energy flowing between heaven and earth into her. Buzz. In the next second, Yi Xian's palm suddenly pressed against Lu Yanran's back. Spiritual qi surged out of his body and slowly poured into her core. Is Master's power so terrifying? When Lu Yanran felt this vast power, she could barely calm herself down. Chapter 7. You are listening at novelfull.audio. One disciple is not enough. Translator. Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation. Quickly restrain your mind and carefully comprehend my power. Absorb it all. Just as Lu Yanran was getting lost in a daze, Yi Xian's voice sounded again. Her eyes grew a little ashamed before she quickly stabilized her mind. However, because the gap between their realms was too big, Yi Xian was forced to slow down the speed of his transmission of spiritual power. After all, Lu Yanran's meridians were too weak. If too much spiritual power was transferred to her at once, it was very likely that her meridians would be damaged. As he transmitted this spiritual power, Yi Xian also paid attention to Lu Yanran's condition. After all, spiritual power infusion was no small matter. He had to constantly control his speed of transmission. This was closely related to Lu Yanran's condition. If her meridians were saturated, then he would have to reduce his speed. Of course, even if Lu Yanran could completely withstand his power, he could not blindly output all the spiritual power in his body. After all, he could not confirm the exact multiple of the system's feedback. Although the probability of a high multiple was very low, if it really happened, it would be a disaster for Yi Xian. The reason was very simple. If Lu Yanran withstood all of Yi Xian's power and suddenly received hundreds or even thousands of times the feedback, Yi Xian's current meridians would definitely not be able to take it. Even if Yi Xian barely pulled through this terrifying force, his meridians would still suffer a lot, and it might very well affect his foundation in the future. This one disciple isn't enough. I have to take in more disciples. When the time comes, I'll use each of them. With enough time, I'll definitely break through very quickly. Yi Xian continued to transfer his spiritual power to Lu Yanran as he thought about this seriously. If he irrigated all his disciples with his spiritual power, even if he received a high rate of feedback, he would be able to easily withstand the power and not damage his foundation. After all, if he had very few disciples, even if the rate was high, it would be within his tolerance range. Moreover, he could also find some more disciples to help him out. With that, he would be able to have many breakthroughs in a very short period of time, and his future would be set. With Yi Xian's surging spiritual power, Lu Yanran soon broke through in her cultivation. After becoming a cultivator, the first realm one would face was the refinement realm. Across the vast and boundless Tianyuan continent, everyone had innate qi in their bodies, but its location was obscure. If one wanted to become a true cultivator, one had to locate the innate qi in their body, then slowly circulate it around their body according to the cultivation circulation technique. After performing the cultivation circulation technique, the innate qi in the cultivator's body would gradually grow stronger. This would then evolve into a more innate strength, which would then strengthen the cultivator's meridians and flesh. The refinement state was divided into 10 stages. Every time a cultivator broke through a small stage, the strength of the qi and force in their body would double, and their physicality would also be strengthened. When the cultivator's core and meridians were filled with the strength of their qi, it meant that the cultivator's cultivation had broken through to the 10th stage of the refinement state. If a cultivator at such a level was on Earth, they would have power akin to a transformer. They would be able to tear apart a small building with just their bare hands. When the energy filled a cultivator's core, their spiritual power would completely penetrate their meridians. From then on, the cultivator would be able to sense the spiritual power that existed between heaven and earth. Thus, using the cultivation method taught by the sect, the spiritual power between heaven and earth would be absorbed into one's core. This state was called qi transformation state. Compared to the previous qi transformation force, the spiritual power flowing between heaven and earth was undoubtedly of a higher level, and it had a stronger effect on the cultivator's physique. After absorbing enough spiritual power of heaven and earth, one could even expand the space in one's core. The qi transformation state also had 10 realms. Yi Xian's current realm was the true core realm. The power in his body was of a higher level than the spiritual power of heaven and earth, so there was no need to say anything more. He transferred his power to Lu Yanran. The speed of the realm breakthrough that he catalyzed within her could not be imagined. 4th stage of the refinement state. 5th stage. 6th stage. Lu Yanran felt like her cultivation was going through some crazy breakthroughs. The most important thing was that the power she obtained was not superficial at all and had no effect on her foundation. The reason for this was very simple. When Lu Yanran broke through a minor stage, Yi Xian would carefully compress the power in her body and use his spiritual power to stabilize her foundation. For a moment, Lu Yanran's heart was filled with gratitude. In the entire Qingyun Sect, which cultivator's master would ever do such a thing? Forget the Qingyun Sect, she had read stories of cultivators in ancient books and had never come across such a selfless teacher before. However, it was also possible that she did not have too much experience and had not seen all kinds of things, but no matter what, her heart was still filled with gratitude for Yi Xian. After I get revenge for my family, I will serve my master for the rest of my life. This young girl, who was in the prime of her life, silently made a vow in her heart. Yi Xian did not know what Lu Yanran was thinking, but he was very serious about transferring his own power to her. Soon, Lu Yanran was breaking through at a speed visible to the naked eye. The 7th stage of the refinement state. 8th stage. 9th stage. 10th stage. When the power of qi ran through Lu Yanran, her meridians were instantly opened up. At the same time, she could feel the spiritual power flowing between heaven and earth. Yi Xian instantly increased the speed of transmission of spiritual power. He used his own power to guide the power in Lu Yanran's body, slowly circulating it and absorbing the spiritual power flowing between heaven and earth through her. The 1st stage of the qi transformation state. The 2nd stage of the qi transformation state. The 3rd stage of the qi transformation state. One was very serious in transmitting his spiritual power, while the other was very serious in refining the former's spiritual power. This pair did not notice the passage of time at all. When Lu Yanran entered the 8th stage of the qi transformation state, the speed of her breakthrough also slowly slowed down. Yi Xian also noticed the change. It was obvious that the spiritual power infusion was about to reach its limit. Of course, this was related to Lu Yanran's bones. If Lu Yanran's bones were stronger, she might be able to accept more power. Soon, after Lu Yanran's cultivation entered the 9th stage of the qi transformation state, Yi Xian stopped the transmission of power. If he continued to transfer his power, Lu Yanran would naturally break through again, but this would damage her foundation and affect her meridians. Although he wanted more feedback points, he would not ruin his disciples' future because of this. Chapter 8. You are listening at novelfull.audio. The kind that comes once a month. Translator. Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation. Lu Yanran slowly opened her eyes. After sensing the surging power in her body, her eyes grew extremely excited. She never thought that she would one day break through from the 4th stage of the strength training state to the 9th stage of the Qi transformation state. This was simply unimaginable. She felt like she could totally beat up hundreds of clones of her previous self without breaking a sweat. Most importantly, not only had her cultivation crossed over into the 9th stage of the Qi transformation state, but her foundation was also extremely stable without the slightest bit of weakness. The most important thing for her to do now was to completely familiarize herself with the power in her body. However, because her foundation was extremely stable, Lu Yanran only needed to spend a few days to completely grasp the power in her body. Ding! Because the host has been transferring cultivation power to his disciple for a month, he has received 15 times the feedback. Critical hit. Congratulations, the host has obtained 450 days worth of cultivation. The system's voice suddenly sounded in Yi Xian's mind. Rumble. In an instant, the power contained in Yi Xian's core skyrocketed. He was now only half a step away from the middle stage of the true core state. It's so nice cheating. The speed at which my cultivation breaks through is amazing. Yi Xian noticed the changes in his body, and his eyes could not help but shine with a golden light. He could not help but smile. With his current strength, he only needed to spend a moment to completely grasp his new level of power. With 450 days worth of cultivation, after deducting the loss of a month from the transmission of power, he had profited with 420 extra days of cultivation. With just one spiritual power transmission, he had gained more than a year's worth of cultivation. I didn't expect that 400 days of cultivation wouldn't be able to help me reach the next state. The further I get, the harder it is for me to break through. Thinking of this, Yi Xian could not help but sigh. At his current state, 1 day of cultivation gained through the system was equivalent to 1 day of cultivation gained from closed-door training. Due to the difference in states, the amount of cultivation obtained was also different. After all, although it was the same amount of cultivation done in 1 day, the cultivation of the Qi transformation state and the true essence state were completely different. To give an example, if Lu Yanran wanted to get to the 9th stage of the Qi transformation state, it would have taken her at least 6 to 7 years to break through with her own efforts. However, with the transfer of Yi Xian's spiritual power, she only needed to spend a month to reach the true essence state. From now on, I will irrigate your spiritual power every month. Yi Xian stood up and said to Lu Yanran. Now that he had tasted the sweetness of spiritual power infusion, how could he miss this opportunity? Moreover, if he took in 2 disciples and irrigated his spiritual power once, he would be able to immediately enter the middle stage of the true essence state. What? Lu Yanran, who was still trying to control her new power, was stunned. Spiritual power infusion once a month. Was Master serious? Lu Yanran was petrified. Yi Xian's methods shocked her. Whether it was the 3rd grade soul returning pill or this spiritual power infusion, he had completely exceeded her expectations. Lu Yanran had indeed fantasized about one day becoming a disciple of a master cultivator. However, she had never dared to imagine that she would receive such treatment. Yi Xian's words almost scared her silly. Spiritual power infusion once a month. Even her own father would never be so good to her, right? Master, I. For a moment, Lu Yanran's eyes could not help but redden. 2 streams of clear tears flowed down her beautiful face. You don't have to be so touched. If you slack off with your cultivation because of this, you won't be able to enjoy such treatment in the future. Yi Xian looked at Lu Yanran, who was moved to tears, and spoke slowly. However, he was somewhat helpless himself. After all, he was no selfless saint. Infusing Lu Yanran with his own cultivation was just to obtain feedback points from the system. He would not do something that would not benefit him. Of course, he also knew what the infusion of spiritual energy in the Tianyuan continent represented. Normally, no father would do this for even their own child. After all, the cultivation lost with infusion was permanent. It could only be recovered through cultivation from scratch. On Tianyuan continent, the strong preyed on the weak, and the strong ruled. No cultivator would selflessly donate their cultivation. Yi Xian's methods had undoubtedly surpassed an ordinary master-disciple relationship. Even partners might never be so nice to each other. Just one infusion of spiritual power had already touched Lu Yanran so much, let alone the future monthly infusions. Bam! Lu Yanran suddenly knelt down in front of Yi Xian, pressing her pure white forehead hard against the ground. I understand Master's kindness, and I will definitely remember Master's kindness after my rebirth. I will definitely serve Master well for the rest of my life. Lu Yanran's body trembled slightly as she said this, her eyes filled with determination. Other than her parents, she had never had anyone treat her so well before. Lu Yanran's story was very tragic. She used to live in a small mountain village and had no worries in life. However, one day, bandits suddenly attacked her village. The bandits cruelly massacred the entire village. She was one of the lucky survivors. After going through all kinds of hardships, she finally joined the Qingyun Sect and became a handyman disciple. However, because she did not have a good backer in the sect, and because she had a strong constitution, Lu Yanran was subjected to endless looks of disdain and bullying. Although she did not seem to care much on the surface, she felt extremely wronged in her heart. Every night when she was falling asleep, she would suffer alone. Lu Yanran had sworn back then that she would work hard to cultivate and become a disciple of a senior with a high cultivation. She would learn how to kill those bandits. However, she knew very well that her innate ability was very mediocre. It was almost impossible for her to become a disciple of a senior in the sect. Just when she thought that she would only be a handyman disciple for the rest of her life, she met Yi Xian. Yi Xian was like a beam of light, shining brightness into her dark life and bringing her out of her shell. "Silly girl, don't kneel when you see master again in the future." Yi Xian reached out and gently lifted Lu Yanran up. A gentle force immediately helped her up, and even Yi Xian's voice grew gentle. "I have something to tell you, master." Lu Yanran wiped the tears off her face and said to Yi Xian. Chapter 9. You are listening at novelfull.audio. Old Few Translator. Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation. What's the matter? Hearing this, Yi Xian could not help but raise his gaze and look at Lu Yanran in confusion. "My real name is not Lu Yanran. My real name is Yu." Lu Yanran revealed the secret hidden in her mind. It was obvious in Lu Yanran's heart that Yi Xian was already a person worthy of her full trust. Otherwise, she would not have revealed a secret that she had kept hidden for so many years. Yi Xian's eyes slowly turned cold. He never expected his disciple to have such a tragic backstory. Lu Yanran had lived in an ordinary small mountain village. Most of the villagers were ordinary people who had not practiced before. There were only a few cultivators who practiced at the Qi transformation state, but their cores were only at the third or fourth stage. The villagers' names were simple and plain. At that time, Lu Yanran's name had been Yu. Although the villagers did not have much money, they were still self-sufficient. The families were all quite happy. However, this peace was ruined one day by a group of bandits who appeared out of nowhere. These bandits robbed the entire village and took away all its young and beautiful girls. Back then, Lu Yanran had only been 10 years old. Because she and her father had been cutting firewood on a mountain not far from the village, she was lucky enough to escape this calamity. When they returned to the village, the bandits had already massacred everyone. The surviving villagers had left, and the village was a sea of blood. They thought that the bandits would not return. They did not expect them to come back again after resting for a while. Not only did they rob the villagers of their money and food, but they even slaughtered everyone they could get their hands on. Paying with the price of her father's life, Lu Yanran escaped to the Netherworld Forest. The Netherworld Forest was filled with all sorts of powerful beasts, so the bandits did not chase her into it. Lu Yanran was lucky to survive. However, Lu Yanran's parents were not so lucky and were killed at the hands of the bandits. Lu Yanran witnessed all of this with her own eyes from the forest. One could imagine how much her heart had ached back then. Up until now, Lu Yanran still vaguely remembered her father's final words before death. You must live on. Don't avenge us. As long as you live a good life, Dad and Mom can die without regrets. However, how could she not avenge her parents? Back then, she did not even have the strength to tie a chicken up. She had not yet stepped into the path of cultivation. Her father naturally did not want her to take revenge and lose her life in vain. Perhaps it was God's blessing that although the Netherworld Forest was filled with powerful demon beasts, Lu Yanran had passed through without trouble. It was after Lu Yanran left the Netherworld Forest that she successfully entered the Qingyun Sect by chance. In the beginning, with Lu Yanran's talent and innate ability, she was simply unable to become a disciple of the sect. At the time, the manager in charge of accepting disciples had looked at Lu Yanran's tattered clothes and the bloodstains on her face and could not help but feel sympathetic. It was also because of this that Lu Yanran successfully became a handyman disciple of the Qingyun Sect. After Lu Yanran told her story, she could not help but get lost in the memories of the accident back then. She fell into an extremely sad mood. It had been 2 years since her parents died tragically at the hands of the bandits. Every night, when it was quiet, she would dream of her parents' tragic death. The image of the village would appear in her mind unprompted, like a nightmare. During these 2 years, Lu Yanran had no one to talk to about it. Only she could lick the wounds left in her memory. However, today, she had met the kindest person in the world to her. She loved him just as much as her parents. You. As tears welled up in Lu Yanran's eyes, a broad and warm hand came to rest on her shoulder. You were once you, and you will still be you in the future. You're my disciple. No matter what difficulties you encounter, there's no need to hide your name. Aren't they just a mere mountain bandits? I'll accompany you to meet them now. You can personally avenge the village and your parents. Lu Yanran's tearful face slowly lifted. Hearing Yi Xian's domineering words and looking at his handsome face, she felt warmth in her heart. It was also at this moment that the grievance in Yu's heart could no longer be suppressed. Her tears started to fall like raindrops. Before today, she could only bear the grievance by herself and force a smile in front of others. However, from this moment onward, she had someone to talk to, a master who was like family. Master, I. Yu threw herself into Yi Xian's arms, her tears falling like rain. Yi Xian gently patted Yu's head. His palm contained warm power, slowly calming Yu's emotions. This little girl was only 12 years old, but she bore the deep hatred of the entire village and her parents within herself. Life was indeed hard on her. It was also because of Yi Xian's spiritual power that Yu had completely trusted him and told him her secret. Of course, to Yi Xian, Yu was also someone very special. After all, she was his first disciple. How could he bear to see his disciple suffer such a grievance? Moreover, this was a blood feud involving her parents. Perhaps those bandits were particularly fierce when compared to ordinary people, but in Yi Xian's eyes, they were just small ants. In 3 days, we'll set off. Seeing that Yu's mood had slowly calmed down, Yi Xian spoke. Yes, master. Yu nodded obediently. Then, Yi Xian stretched out his hand and gently tapped on Yu's forehead. In an instant, core cultivation methods and martial techniques related to the Qingyun Sect entered Yu's mind. Ding! Due to the mid-grade black-grade martial technique, windstorm sword technique, that the host has imparted to his disciple, a random 10-fold feedback critical hit has been obtained. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the high-grade black-grade martial technique, windstorm /. Ding! Due to the mid-grade black-grade martial technique rampart sword technique that the host imparted to his disciple, a random 20-fold feedback critical hit has been obtained. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the high-grade black-grade martial technique 3-feet sword defense. Ding! Due to the high-grade black-grade martial technique sword spirit art that the host imparted to his disciple, a random 100-fold feedback critical hit has been obtained. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the low-grade earth-grade martial technique, sword defense lightning technique. The system's voice sounded in Yi Xian's mind. Chapter 10 You are listening at Novel Full. Audio. More critical hits translator. Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation The martial arts that Yi Xian taught you represented attack power, defense power, and the core cultivation methods of the sect. Most importantly, these represented the highest level of Yi Xian's martial arts. Across the entire Tianyuan continent, whether it was martial arts or cultivation methods, from low to high. Level, they were divided into the grades of yellow. Grade, black. Grade, earth. Grade, heaven. Grade, saint. Grade, and emperor. Grade. Each grade was then divided into top. Grade, high. Grade, mid-grade, and low. Grade. The previous martial technique feedback was not uncommon, but it surprised Yi Xian that one of the pieces of feedback was so powerful that it had allowed him to directly obtain a low. Grade earth. Grade cultivation method. As everyone knew, under the condition of equality in talent and innate ability, the higher the rank of the cultivation method that one used, the faster one's cultivation speed would be. Yi Xian had imparted some martial arts to you. Since the type of martial arts he imparted already had their feedback returned, there was no feedback for the martial arts he imparted later on. Moreover, the martial arts that Yi Xian had imparted afterward were mostly yellow. Grade martial arts. Although their quality was not high, it was extremely well suited for Qi transformation state cultivators to practice with. Only when Yu's realm broke through to the true essence state or the higher purple spirit state could she truly unleash the power of the black. Grade martial arts. I'll give you some more pills. Just as Yu was thinking about martial arts and the new techniques she had learned, Yi Xian's voice rang out again. He spread out his palm, and 3 pills suddenly appeared in it. As he had already given her a third grade soul. Returning pill, Yi Xian chose pills with other attributes this time. One of the pills was called the True Essence Pill. It was a rare pill that could help cultivators condense the true essence in their core. It was considered a high-value supplementary pill. The second pill was called the Poison Pill. The pill contained a lethal poison that could corrode a cultivator's reinforcements. It was best used to deal with enemies at the true essence state. The other pill was called State-Breaking Pill. It was the pill that peak Qi transformation state cultivators used to enter the true essence state. In the next second, the 3 pills in Yi Xian's hand turned into a stream of light and landed on Yu's palm. Ding! As the host has given his disciple a true essence pill, first. Grade, the host has received a 3-fold feedback critical hit. Congratulations, the host has received a body. Refining pill, first. Grade. Ding! As the host has gifted his disciple a poison pill, first. Grade, he has received a random 5-fold feedback critical hit. Congratulations, the host has received a black poison pill, first. Grade. Ding. As the host has gifted his disciple a state-breaking pill, first grade, he has received a random 10-fold feedback critical hit. Congratulations, the host has received an energy-breaking pill, second grade. It was obvious that the feedback critical hit from imparting pills was very ordinary. Well. You don't have a storage ring yet, right? I'll give you mine. Yi Xian looked at Yu as he reached into his pocket and spoke. Master, this isn't. Hearing this, Yu was about to refuse. After all, a storage ring was extremely precious. Even as an elder of the Qingyun Sect, Yi Xian only had one ring. How could he give it to her? However, Yi Xian did not give Yu the chance to refuse. The storage ring in Yi Xian's hand instantly turned into a stream of light and appeared on Yu's hand. Of course, most of the things in the original storage ring had already been transferred to the system storage space. All that was left inside were pills and some things he did not need. This was also an experiment Yi Xian was doing. He planned to see if he could get a critical feedback attack by giving his disciple a storage ring. Ding. As the host has given his disciple a storage ring, 350 cubic feet, you will receive a random 5-fold critical hit feedback. Congratulations, the host has obtained a storage ring, 1765 cubic feet. The system's voice rang in Yi Xian's mind again. Yi Xian hurriedly opened his newly obtained storage space but saw that there were no pills there. He was thinking about whether putting some pills in the storage space as a gift would give him a corresponding critical hit, but he did not expect the system to not even give him the chance to try. Now that I've given you cultivation methods and some martial arts techniques, all you need now is a weapon. Ednel.co, how about this? I'll give you a Qingyun sword. Yi Xian waved his sleeve, and a Qingyun sword filled with sharp sword qi suddenly appeared in the air. This Qingyun sword has been by my side for 5 years. It's a powerful high-grade spiritual artifact. From today onwards, it's yours. Yi Xian stretched out his hand and gently tapped it. The Qingyun sword bloomed with sharp sword qi, then turned into a stream of light and landed in front of you. Master, I. Seeing this, Yu's eyelids could not help but flutter. She did not know how to reply. Facing her master, who doted on her so much and did not hide anything from her, she knew that no words of gratitude would be enough to express her appreciation. Yi Xian's attitude towards imparting knowledge was immovable. She could only choose to accept it. Although words could not express the gratitude in her heart, she would use her own actions to express her gratitude to her master. Ding. Due to the host gifting his disciple a Qingyun sword, high-grade spiritual artifact, a random 102-fold feedback critical hit is obtained. Congratulations to the host for obtaining Cold Light Ice Soul Sword, low-grade magic artifact. The system's voice sounded in Yi Xian's mind. A long sword filled with ice-cold power appeared in the system's storage space. It's actually a magic artifact. Hearing this, Yi Xian's eyes could not help but light up. A magic weapon was much more powerful than spiritual qi, and it would also help him improve much more. On the Tianyuan continent, a cultivator's weapon could be of the grade spirit-grade, magic-grade, mystic-grade, or saint-grade. Each weapon's grade was divided into top-grade, high-grade, mid-grade, and low-grade. Although the Cold Light Ice Soul Sword he obtained was only a low-grade magic weapon, its power was far superior to a top-grade spirit weapon. Yi Xian had wanted to get a weapon with strong defense, but unfortunately, he did not have a defensive weapon on him, so he could only wait. Alright, you, go to the sect's administrative office now and collect the clothes for a personal disciple like yourself. After settling everything, you can move to Lingzhou Peak. If you run into any cultivation matters, you can come and consult me anytime. In 3 days, we'll set off. What you did not know was that Yi Xian wanted to use these 3 days to prepare a special gift for her. Chapter 11. You are listening at novelfull.audio. Promise Translator. Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation, as you command, Master. After you put the equipment into her storage space, she bowed respectfully to Yi Xian before leaving. After you left, Yi Xian began to take stock of his previous gains. He had already given away all the things that he could give to you. In general, his gains were quite good. The most surprising gains were the spiritual artifacts and cultivation methods. The sword defense lightning technique was a low-grade earth-grade cultivation method. The Cold Light Ice Soul Sword was a low-grade spiritual artifact. With the sword defense lightning technique, not only would Yi Xian's cultivation speed increase, but it would also allow his own power to be attached to the power of thunder. On the Tianyuan continent, the power of thunder was an extremely tyrannical power. If a cultivator's power was attached to the power of thunder, it would greatly increase their destructive power. The Cold Light Ice Soul Sword could increase both Yi Xian's combat power and also give him the additional power of ice. If ordinary people who had not stepped into the ranks of cultivation came into contact with it, they would instantly become an ice sculpture. Moreover, if a cultivator's power was strong enough, one sword could freeze even an entire river. With the support of these two powerful tools, Yi Xian was not even slightly afraid of meeting more advanced cultivators later on. Of course, if he wanted to fight against a cultivator at the Golden Core state, he could only use the power of a 7th grade Nirvana Pill. After all, some talented cultivators could easily cross states to challenge others. This was especially in low states, such as the refinement states and the Qi transformation state, which those who had just entered cultivation were in. With the support of all kinds of rare equipment, many talented geniuses could cross even 3 or 4 stages. Of course, as one state increased, the difficulty of crossing stages also increased. Perhaps in the Qi transformation state, some talented geniuses could cross 3 or 4 levels to fight, but if their cultivation reached the true essence state, they could at most cross only 1 or 2 stages. When one's cultivation reached the purple spirit state, if they could cross even 2 stages to fight, they would be 1 in 10,000 and a complete genius. Once one's cultivation base reached the core formation state, the power in the cultivator's core would be extremely boundless. It would be extremely difficult to cross stages to challenge. To be able to remain undefeated in such a state, one could be called a rare genius. If one was able to cross a minor stage to challenge someone, then one would be a monster among 10,000. If one was truly able to cross a minor stage, he was an absolute monster. In this 1 month, if you want to make another breakthrough, you have to find some special items to give to you, or you'll have to take in more disciples. Yi Xian stroked his chin and thought for a moment, then said slowly. Although it seemed like he could no longer get any use out of Yu's body, there were actually quite a lot of things that he could farm from her. For example, a cultivator's comprehension value and innate bone value. If he could help you increase her comprehension value and innate bone value, he could also receive feedback points from the system. However, to increase a cultivator's comprehension value and innate bone value, he would have to find some extremely rare heavenly and earthly treasures. Of course, Yi Xian could also farm some experience related to refiners or alchemists through Yu. The current Yi Xian was just an ordinary cultivator. He did not have the talent of an alchemist or an armament master at all. If he wanted to dabble in these two fields, he could obtain some knowledge from his disciples. As long as his disciple had successfully become an armament master or an alchemist, he would be able to obtain corresponding feedback points. Then, he would gain the corresponding talent. The most important thing was that his level would always surpass his disciples. Let's not think about this for now. For now, I should first break through and bring you to get her revenge. Yi Xian waved his sleeve and set up a simple array in the hall. Then, he went into seclusion. After pouring his spiritual energy into you, he was only half a step away from the middle stage. As long as he gathered the power of the 7th grade Nirvana Pill, he would be able to break through easily. Moreover, he still had 3 days left, which would be more than enough. The array in the hall would completely shield Yi Xian's aura, so as to avoid alerting the sect master and the others as to what was happening. Time passed quickly. Soon, 3 days passed. During this period, his movements in the hall did not disturb anyone. When Yi Xian left the hall, his strength had already broken through to the middle stage of the real core state. Other than that, the cultivation method in his body had also undergone a transformation. He had already successfully mastered to the sword defense lightning technique. In the entire Qingyun Sect, the only one who had broken through to the middle stage of the true core state like him was the sect leader, Xuan Shanhai. Even the deputy sect leader was only at the early stage of the true core state. After sensing the surging aura bursting out of his core, Yi Xian could not help but smile. BDNVL.M. After reaching the true core state, every stage crossed was like a difference in strength between heaven and earth. Now, he could easily defeat his previous self. True core state cultivators were already very powerful. Every stage brought one's power up more than 2-fold. It was not just a little more than 2-fold, either. When a cultivator in the early stages of the true core state met someone in the middle stages, they would be crushed. After all, this was no small increase. It was very likely that the power increase was between 10,000 and 20,000-fold. It was also because of this that the higher the state, the more difficult it was for a cultivator to challenge a cultivator at a higher state than them. When Yi Xian walked out of the hall, a beautiful figure suddenly appeared in his field of vision. It turned out that you had been waiting outside the hall for a long time. Greetings, Master. Seeing Yi Xian come out, Yu quickly bowed, her eyes respectful. Yu, today I'll give you a special gift. Yi Xian said with a smile. Yu was puzzled. Suddenly, a symbol that looked like a small bird lit up between Yi Xian's eyebrows. As the symbol emitted rays of light, it left Yi Xian's eyebrows and slowly grew bigger. Then, it turned into a huge flying bird. Its feathers were a fiery red color, and it increased the temperature of their surroundings. Master, this flying bird. Seeing this, you could not help but open her cherry dot-like mouth slightly. She looked at the flying bird in front of her with surprise. Don't be surprised. He is my mount, a level 4 firebird. Now, he's yours. Yi Xian said with a smile. Then, without waiting for you to react, Yi Xian reached out and grabbed the mount. A drop of blood essence suddenly appeared in the body of the firebird before slowly falling onto Yu's glabella. The next second, Yu's entire body shook, and the symbol of the firebird suddenly appeared between her eyebrows. Yu suddenly felt an inexplicable connection to the firebird in front of her. When she looked at it, she felt warm inside. This was a powerful tier 4 demon beast, which was equivalent to a cultivator being in the purple spirit state. Was her master so easily giving it to her as a mount? The tiers of demon beasts were very straightforward. There were a total of 10 tiers. The lowest tier was equivalent to a cultivator's refinement state, while the second tier corresponded to the chi transformation state, and so on. In other words, the firebird that you had just been given was equivalent to the purple spirit state of human cultivators. In the Great Qian dynasty, it was considered an extremely rare treasure. Ding! As the host has gifted his disciple a firebird, tier 4 mount, the host has received a 50-fold feedback critical hit. Congratulations on obtaining the blazing plume, tier 5 mount. Chapter 12. You are listening at novelfull.audio. Competition, special reward. Translator. Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation. As soon as the system finished speaking, a bird filled with fiery red power appeared in Yi Xian's system storage space. This was the blazing plume gifted by the system. It was a powerful tier 5 mount. The blazing plume was similar to the firebird from before in terms of appearance, but the fiery red color of its feathers was more powerful and saturated. The strength of a tier 5 demon beast was equivalent to that of a human cultivator at the empty core stage. Not bad. Seeing this, Yi Xian could not help but smile. BDNV, let's go. You can familiarize yourself with the mount on the way. After Yi Xian withdrew his spiritual sense, he said to you. Okay. You nodded obediently, then slowly controlled the firebird to fly. Screech. The firebird faced the sky and let out a long cry. Its huge wings suddenly shook, and it slowly squatted down in front of Yi Xian and you. When the two came behind it, it flapped its wings and flew up high. However, just as the firebird was about to leave the Qingyun clan, a stream of light suddenly appeared. A figure then stood in front of Yi Xian and you. Elder Yi, are you leaving the Qingyun clan? The stream of light slowly dissipated, revealing a woman with a curvy figure. This woman was Elder Lin Qing from before. I want to bring you outside the clan to train. Yi Xian said. I see, no wonder. What? Seeing this, Lin Qing could not help but look curious. Just as she was about to say something, her expression suddenly changed, and he stared at you. 9th stage Qi transformation state. When the difference in strength between cultivators was too wide, cultivators with high cultivation level could spot weak cultivation states at a glance. Of course, if these weak cultivators had special methods to cover their states, they could indeed prevent others from seeing through their own cultivation realms. However, you obviously did not have this. In addition, Lin Qing's cultivation had reached the middle stage of the empty state, so she could naturally see Yu's state at a glance. This. How did you do this? Lin Qing looked at you with a face full of shock. If she remembered correctly, 3 days ago, this little girl had still been at a weak 4th stage refinement state. How could she have crossed such a large state in an instant? Most importantly, this girl's aura was extremely stable. She did not look weak at all. Elder Yi, what on earth is? Lin Qing turned her head to look at Yi Xian. What else could be the reason behind a weak cultivator being able to cross such a large state in just 3 days? There could only be 2 scenarios. Firstly, a cultivator could have taught her everything very quickly, or perhaps the girl had awakened a rare physique in her cultivation. However, even if it was a rare physique, it would be impossible to jump states so quickly. At least, to Lin Qing's knowledge, there was no such physique capable of doing that. Most importantly, even if this girl's physique was really unique, it was impossible for her to not see any clues of it, right? In that case, there was only one other possibility. Elder Lin, what's the matter? Yi Xian did not seem to see Lin Qing's questioning expression. He spoke to her indifferently. Seeing this, Lin Qing could not help but look at Yi Xian with a complicated expression. It was obvious that Yi Xian did not want to reveal the matter of the spiritual power infusion, so he pretended not to understand her meaningful gaze. Forget it. Since this guy does not want to say anything, why should I ask? However, even so, Lin Qing was still extremely shocked in her heart. It's like this. My 2 disciples have left the clan to train for 2 months. Their names are Huangling and Xuemin. I don't know where they are right now. If Elder Yi happens to meet them outside, please bring them back to the clan for me. Soon, our Qingyun clan will hold a competition. After the competition, there will be another competition between the 3 great clans. The clan leader said that the competition rewards are very special, so I want to ask my 2 disciples to come back and participate. Lin Qing explained. Special rewards. Hearing this, Yi Xian could not help but perk up. That's right. Lin Qing nodded and said again. Whether it's the grand competition of the Qingyun clan or the grand competition between the 3 major clans, the rewards will all be very special. It seems like they'll be able to increase a cultivator's comprehension value. What? Hearing this, Yi Xian's eyes immediately lit up before his gaze fell on you. In that case, you go and register too. Yes, master. Now that you had absolute trust in Yi Xian, she naturally would not question any of Yi Xian's decisions. If her master asked her to participate, she would have to put in 120% of her effort to win and obtain victory. Hearing this, Lin Qing could not help but look at you. She did not say anything. Although it was indeed a very rare thing for you to have broken through to the 9th stage of the Qi transformation state at her current age, there was still a huge gap between her and the more talented disciples of the Qingyun clan. Especially the personal disciples that the clan master and elders had taken in. All of them had already reached the true essence state. Perhaps when it came to interior disciples, Yu's current strength was indeed outstanding, but if she wanted to compete with personal disciples, she would not currently have any chance of winning. I won't be out for too long this time. If I meet Huang Ling and Xue Min, I'll definitely bring them back. Yi Xian said. If he ran into them by chance, he could of course bring them back. Otherwise, he could not be less bothered about them. Thank you, Elder Yi. Lin Qing said with a smile. Well, in that case, we'll be leaving first. Yi Xian nodded slightly, then the firebird flapped its wings and flew away. Lin Qing's gaze fell on the firebird in the air. She could not help but reveal a hint of confusion on her face. Spiritual energy infusion. How could this guy waste so much energy on a girl with such mediocre talent? Didn't he hate taking in disciples more than anyone before? For a moment, all kinds of questions popped into Lin Qing's mind. Chapter 13. You are listening at novelfull.audio. Hiding Auras Translator. Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation. You sat on the back of the firebird thousands of feet high in the sky. She looked down at the ground below and could not help but feel curious. It was her first time flying in the sky. On the Tianyuan continent, the weak are prey to the strong. The strong are respected. This world is extremely cruel. You must remember not to expose your strengths in front of others. Today, I will teach you a method to hide your aura. Yi Xian stood on the back of the firebird with an indifferent expression. The spiritual power in his body turned into a transparent shield to resist the strong wind in the sky. He suddenly remembered something from his RUN.IN with Elder Lin Qing. He had been so focused on helping you break through with her cultivation that he had forgotten to teach her how to hide her strength. Hearing this, Yu, who was sitting cross-legged on the back of the firebird, could not help but look at Yi Xian with bright eyes. Yi Xian reached out and gently tapped on Yu's forehead. Qi storage technique. At the same time, a secret technique suddenly appeared in Yu's mind. By practicing Qi storage technique, one could easily hide one's own strength. Unless the difference in strength between 2 parties was too great, the other party would not be able to see through one's cultivation. Yu's current cultivation was at the 9th stage of the Qi transformation state. After practicing the Qi storage technique, she could at most block the spiritual sensing of an empty core state cultivator. If she encountered a true core stage cultivator, or an even stronger existence, this secret technique would have no effect at all. Of course, with Yu's breakthroughs in strength would also come the improvement of her Qi storage technique. Ding! Due to the host imparting the Qi storage technique to his disciple, a random 21. Fold feedback critical hit has been obtained. Congratulations on obtaining the breath concealing technique. The system's voice sounded in Yi Xian's mind. Immediately, he hurriedly opened the introduction of the breath concealing technique. The breath concealing technique was the same as the previous Qi storage technique. It could also conceal the cultivator's specific realm, but it could completely conceal the cultivator's aura, making the other party seem dead to the world when it came to spirituality. In other words, the Qi concealing technique could only hide the cultivator's cultivation state, but the breath concealing technique could hide all the cultivator's information. Whether it was the cultivator's cultivation state, breathing, heartbeat, or anything else, it could all be completely concealed. After using the breath concealing technique, one's entire person would be like a grain of sand, completely unremarkable to the eye. Moreover, if one could cultivate to a state of mastery, there was a very high possibility of concealing the detection of a high-level cultivator. This could be said to be a killer's ultimate move. Seeing this, Yi Xian chose to cultivate without hesitation. Ha! Yu, who was carefully comprehending the Qi field, could not help but raise her eyebrows. She realized that with her spiritual sense, it seemed that she could not detect the existence of her master at all. However, when she opened her eyes, her master was beside her with a calm expression. However, when she used her spiritual sense to detect again, she once again lost all her perception of her master. It was as if her master had become one with the void. The firebird was extremely fast. In a moment, it had covered thousands of miles and was flying toward Yu's home. When Yi Xian left the Qingyun Sect, he had asked for Yu's specific address. Yu's home was in Fengtian County, Lincher Village, west of Yunhei City. Fengtian County was located in Yunnan Province, which was in the east of the Great Qian dynasty. Back then, Yu had also experienced a narrow escape. It had taken her several months to reach the Qingyun Sect. Now, with the rapid flying speed of the firebird, they had only taken 4 days to get close to Yunhei City. Time passed slowly. Soon, a huge mountain range appeared in their field of vision. Even though they were thousands of feet up from the ground, they could not see the end of the mountain range. Not far away is the mountain range of the rural area. After passing this mountain range, we can reach Yunhei City. Yi Xian stood on the back of the firebird, looked at the mountain range not far away, and spoke slowly. Hearing this, Yu hurriedly stood up. Looking at the mountain range in front of her, she could not help but feel absent-minded. When she first came to the Qingyun Sect, she had experienced a narrow escape, barely passing through this mountain range. After leaving the dangerous center of the mountain range, she had met a pair of kind-hearted merchants. It was also with the help of that pair of merchants that she was able to arrive at the Qingyun Sect by horse carriage. The Death Zone mountain range was extremely dangerous. It was known as one of the forbidden areas of the Great Qian dynasty. Cultivators who had not broken through to the core formation state would never to show off like Yi Xian. After all, there were many powerful demon beasts in the mountain range. If one was not strong enough, it was very likely that one would fall prey at the hands of those demon beasts. Of course, the mountain range of the Death Zone had many opportunities as well as much danger. It was also because of this that countless adventurers were active around the mountain range. At least on the way over the mountain range, Yi Xian had already seen more than a dozen groups of adventurers. When the adventurers saw the firebird flying over the void, they could not help but shrink their necks back. Just the aura of the firebird alone was already so terrifying. How terrifying could the strength of the master behind him be? Of course, Yi Xian did not know what the adventurers were thinking, and he was not interested. He planned to cross the mountain range of the Death Zone as soon as possible and then take a rest in Yunhei City. However, at this moment, a few figures suddenly appeared in his field of vision. Are they so fated? Seeing this, Yi Xian could not help but reveal a helpless expression. Not far ahead of them, there were 3 groups of cultivators confronting each other. One of the groups consisted of 2 curvaceous girls. Their beautiful eyes were filled with solemnity, and the long swords in their hands shone with a sharp light. On the other side were 7 cultivators in different clothes, with various weapons in their hands. Their gazes were fixed on the crystal in the hands of a young girl, their eyes filled with greed. On the other side, there were 3 young men dressed in cyan and black robes. These 3 men had calm expressions, and their faces had focused and strategizing expressions. The man at the front stood with his hands behind his back. His gaze fell on the 2 young girls in front of him, and his eyes were filled with ridicule. I wonder what the 2 of you think. As long as you agree to use the dark glacial frost as a reward, we will help you deal with these people. The young man dressed in green robes looked at the 2 young ladies indifferently, his eyes filled with ridicule as he spoke. Brat who doesn't know the immensity of the heavens and the earth, do you know what you're talking about? Before the 2 young ladies could reply, one of the group of 7, a fierce-looking man with a scar on his face, spoke up with a vicious look in his eyes. This guy really did not know what was good for him. Did he really think the 3 of them would be able to defeat them? He has not even tried to find out how powerful our ferocious adventure team is. Hee hee. The young man did not bother with the scary guy. Instead, he turned his gaze toward the 2 girls. Chapter 14. You are listening at novelfull.audio. Can the 2 of you escape? Translator. Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation. What else do the 2 of you have to think about? You're not a match for them at all, and you can't beat us. Do you really think that the 2 of you can escape? The young man lightly turned the storage ring on his finger and spoke with a playful look in his eyes. Amongst everyone in the crowd, his cultivation was at the highest level, and he was also the strongest. Although the 2 junior brothers next to him were slightly weaker, they were still able to deal with these people. In other words, even if both sides chose to join forces, they would not be afraid. Senior sister, what should we do? When Xuan saw this, her expression could not help but change as she anxiously asked Huang Ling what to do. We must escape this place, no matter what it takes. Knowing this, Huang Ling could not help but grit her teeth. Then, she used her spiritual senses to send a message to Xuan. When Xuan heard this, she could not help but frown. The difference in strength between the 2 sides was not small. Could they really escape? If they were facing only the ferocious adventurer team, with their current strength, they might still be able to escape under the promise that they would ensure the safety of the dark glacial frost. Not only that, but if they used the trump card left by their master, they might be able to destroy the adventurer team. However, besides the adventurer team, there were three other powerful existences. The cultivation practitioners of these adventurer teams did not know the identities of these three people, but Xuan and Huang Ling knew them very well. These people were all from the Qingyun Sect. The young man standing at the front, dressed in a green-black robe, was the disciple of the ninth elder of the Qingyun Sect, and he was a powerful personal disciple. His name was Duan Wujie. Judging from the energy waves emitted by his hand earlier, it seemed like he was a cultivation practitioner who had reached the fifth stage of the true essence state, but Xuan and Huang Ling knew very well that this guy's strength had already broken through to the seventh stage of the true essence state. The reason was very simple. Duan Wujie was very familiar with the qi storage technique and had concealed part of his energy waves. Therefore, not for the cultivation practitioners who were extremely powerful, they would not have been able to see his actual cultivation state. It was also because of this that the cultivation practitioners of the adventure team thought that Duan Wujie was just an existence in the fifth stage of the true essence state, so they were not too worried about him. Most importantly, the Qingyun Sect was ranked second in the Great Qian dynasty. As the personal disciple of an elder, how could the other party not have a trump card? What? Haven't you made a decision yet? At this moment, Duan Wujie's gaze fell on Huang Ling. The expression in his eyes gradually grew colder. However, when his gaze fell on the crystal in Huang Ling's hand, he could not help but reveal a hint of greed. The dark glacial frost was an extremely rare treasure that could increase a cultivator's innate ability quite a bit. When Xuan and Huang Ling saw this, they could not help but narrow their eyes. Their grips on the long sword in their hands tightened. It seemed like the other party was already impatient. It was very likely that he would make a move against them. Quickly leave. Right at this moment, Huang Ling roared in anger, then her feet abruptly stomped the ground. The powerful spiritual power undulations left a deep pit in the ground. The waves ended explosively not far away, shooting some earth up with it. At the same time, Xuan performed some mysterious footwork and followed closely behind Huang Ling. "Hehe, do you think you can escape?" Seeing this, the leader of the adventurer team immediately revealed a savage smile. The sword in his hand emitted a sharp light before his whole body shot forward like a cannonball. At the same time, the other cultivators of the adventurer team also followed with the treasures in their hands. "Why are you struggling so hard?" Seeing this, Duan Wujie could not help but let out a cold smile. Then, he took a step forward and disappeared. His two junior brothers followed closely behind. Bang! Clash! Bang! Clash! Soon, the sound of intense fighting could be heard from the forest that was covered with rocks. The leader of the adventurer team had a sharp and long sword in his hand. The sword was suffused with powerful sword energy, and he had used it to cut trees down along the way here. However, an even more powerful force emerged, slamming into the long blade of the scarred man. The powerful force sent the scarred man flying over 30 feet back. As he flew back, he knocked several trees down. Just after the scarred man slammed into the ground, a huge fist imprint appeared on his chest, making his entire ribcage sink in. "Why your strength?" The man looked not far away, his eyes filled with despair and fear. Just a few seconds ago, Duan Wujie's extremely fast speed had surpassed him, and that casual punch had almost killed him. It was that punch that made the scar-faced man truly understand his opponent's strength. This guy had actually reached the peak of the 7th stage true essence state, and was only half a step away from the 8th stage. How could a mere 5th stage true essence state cultivator like him be his opponent? Immediately, an extremely violent power rampaged through the scar-faced man's meridians. He could not help but spit out a mouthful of black blood before his entire body collapsed next to a broken tree. No one knew if he was dead or alive. "Leader. The leader is already dead. Let's run." The other cultivators of the adventurer team saw this scene and could not help but have a drastic change in expression. However, their first thought was not to save the scar-faced man, but to check if he was still alive. Then, they frantically fled in all directions. Besides the scar-faced man, the strongest among them was only at the 4th stage of the true essence state. Even their leader, who had reached the 5th stage, had been no match for Duan Wujie. How could they dare to stay? "Kill them all. I don't want anyone to escape." Duan Wujie indifferently gave his two junior brothers some orders before he disappeared again. Hearing that, a murderous glint sparkled in the two cultivation practitioners' eyes. Then, a ferocious smile appeared on their lips as they charged toward the fleeing adventurers. "Ah! I beg you, let me go. Mercy!" Not long after, screams of pain rang out in the forest covered in rocks. Although the two disciples of the Qingyun Sect had only reached the 5th stage of the true essence state, as talented cultivation practitioners of the Qingyun Sect, they were not existences that these ordinary adventurers could compare to. In just a moment, all the cultivation practitioners of the fierce adventuring team were killed. At the same time, Duan Wujie caught up with Xue Ming and Huang Ling, who were running away. Looking at Duan Wujie, who was walking toward them leisurely, their faces twisted up. Chapter 15. You are listening at Novel Full.audio. You are quite arrogant. Translator. Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation. Duan Wujie was too powerful. He had caught up with them so quickly. He was a genius cultivation practitioner in the 7th stage of the true essence state. Even if they chose to use their master's trump card, it would be difficult for them to escape. After all, how could the genius cultivation practitioners of the Qingyun Sect not have their own trump cards? Most importantly, Huang Ling was only at the 5th stage of the true essence state, and Xue Ming was only at the 4th stage, so how could they possibly stop this other party? It seemed like this was a dead end, no matter how one looked at it. Don't you guys like to run? Go on, then, run. Duan Wujie moved his body and suddenly appeared on top of a big tree, looking at the two people below with a mocking gaze. It was at this moment that the two other cultivation practitioners of the Qingyun Sect came over after finishing off the adventure team. Then, the three of them formed a pincer attack and surrounded Huang Ling and Xue Min. Duan Wujie, you're a 7th stage true essence state practitioner bullying a 5th stager and 4th stager. What kind of man are you? Huang Ling looked at Duan Wujie coldly. She and Xue Min had obtained this dark glacial frost by chance. Duan Wujie and the fierce adventurer team had discovered that they were in possession of it. What made them feel helpless was that both sides had discovered the existence of the dark glacial frost. It was a rare treasure that could increase a cultivator's innate bone value. How could they miss out on such a thing? After all, this was a treasure that even cultivation practitioners in the core formation state coveted. It was precisely because of this that the previous scene had taken place. Whether it was the cultivation practitioners of the Qingyun Sect led by Duan Wujie or the ferocious adventurer team, they all coveted the dark glacial frost in their hands. Of course, with Duan Wujie's strength, there was no need for him to negotiate with Huang Ling and Xue Min. He had only proposed such a condition to show off in front of them. However, Xue Min and Xue Min had repeatedly rejected Duan Wujie's condition, so he of course would not be kind to them. Hehe, treasures belong to the capable. Do you think your strength is worthy of owning this dark glacial frost? Duan Wujie could not help but sneer when he saw this. As long as you hand over the dark glacial frost, I can spare your lives on account of the fact that we're both part of top-tier sects of the great Qian dynasty. After all, I don't really like fighting. Don't force my hand. As soon as he finished speaking, Duan Wujie's eyes landed on Huang Ling and Xue Min wantonly. A lewd look flashed across his eyes. Duan Wujie, if you choose to attack us, you'll be making an enemy of our Qingyun Sect. Do you think you can bear such consequences? Huang Ling could not help but ask the question with a cold expression in her eyes. At the same time, her heart was filled with despair. If the other party attacked, she and her junior sister would die today. Making an enemy. Hehe, our Qingyun Sect is ranked 2nd among the top sections. Your Qingyun Sect is only ranked 10th. What can you do if you offend us? Besides, as long as I kill all the people who are here today, who will know that you died by my hand? Even if the Qingyun Sect really hears about this, do you think they dare to become enemies with the Qingyun Sect? Duan Wujie could not help but put on a mocking expression when he heard this. With the strength of the Qingyun Sect, he was indeed justified in being cocky. Forget a mere personal disciple of the Qingyun Sect. Even if your elders came here, they wouldn't dare to make an enemy of my sect. Duan Wujie spoke arrogantly, his eyes full of disdain. Oh. It seems like you're quite confident about that. It was at this moment that a faint voice suddenly rang out. Who is that? Hearing this, Duan Wujie's pupils constricted abruptly, and the spiritual awareness in his body swept out of him, searching for the source of the voice everywhere. At the same time, the expressions of the two cultivation practitioners of the Qingyun Sect, as well as Huang Ling and Xue Min's expressions, also changed. They knew very well that a truly powerful cultivation practitioner had appeared. Though the voice was faint, it seemed to ring out in all directions at the same time, filling the entire area. Duan Wujie carefully searched the surrounding space but could not find any traces of a cultivator. At this moment, Duan Wujie seemed to recall something as his gaze suddenly landed on one point within the empty space. A fiery red figure suddenly appeared. It was a firebird. Accompanied by the crack of the sound barrier breaking, the firebird showed up in an instant. At the same time, Duan Wujie noticed the two figures behind the firebird. They were a young man with a peerless face and temperament, and a young woman with a delicate and graceful figure. Although he did not know that woman, they were extremely familiar with the man. This guy was the 5th elder of Qingyun Sect, Yi Xian. Although the Qingyun Sect was only ranked 10th in the Great Qian dynasty, Yi Xian's reputation was nothing to be scoffed at. As the youngest elder of the Qingyun Sect, he was also known as the greatest genius of the Qingyun Sect in the past 500 years. He had broken through to the middle stage of the empty core stage at the age of 20. Even within the Xianin sect, there were many elders who thought highly of Yi Xian. They thought that it was very likely that he would break through to the true core stage before the age of 20.6, and even reach the golden core stage before the age of 40.6. It should be known that in the Great Qian dynasty, cultivators in the golden core state represented absolute power. Even Duan Wujie, who thought that his talent was not bad, had only broken through to the 7th stage of the true essence state at the age of 18. Although he was confident that he could reach the purple spirit state before the age of 20, he could not guarantee that he could reach the core formation state before 30. This was a huge barrier for cultivators. The higher one state, the more difficult it would be to break through. Many cultivators had already broken through to the 10th stage of the purple spirit state by the age of 30, but most cultivators had to spend decades before they could then enter the core formation state. There were many cultivators who tried their entire lives, unable to break through the purple spirit stage. This proved Yi Xian's talent. How could Duan Wujie not have heard of him? He was now looking at this legend. After seeing Yi Xian appear, Duan Wujie's expression grew extremely unsightly, and his body could not help but tremble. He could not help but feel a sense of fear in his heart. At this moment, he only had one thought in his mind, and that was to quickly run away. That dark glacial frost was nothing. Right now, saving his life was the most important thing he could do. Chapter 16. You are listening at novelfull.audio. Extermination Translator. Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation. However, in the next second, Duan Wujie discovered to his horror that he could not move anymore. An invisible force had restrained his body. It was a terrifying force from the core formation state. At the same time, the two other cultivation practitioners from the Xianin sect not far away were also restrained by this invisible force, unable to move. However, Huang Ling and Xue Min were not affected in the slightest. Screech. Right at this moment, a loud and clear cry rang out in the void. The wings of the firebird vibrated with the terrifying power of flames, slowly hovering above a big tree. The terrifying pressure of the air even pushed the surrounding big trees to the ground. Elder Yi. When Huang Ling and Xue Min's gazes fell on the figure on the back of the firebird, they could not help but reveal the wild joy in their eyes. There was hope. Yi Xian, the idol they worshipped in Qingyun Sect, was here. His cultivation was a terrifying existence on the same level as their master. A true expert at the middle stage of the empty core state. Even if Duan Wujie was a monster, it would be impossible for him to snatch the dark glacial frost away from them in front of a core formation cultivator. Duan Wujie. Greets Elder Yi. Under Yi Xian's terrifying pressure, Duan Wujie could not move at all. However, he still forced a smile. He could not help but curse in his heart. Damn it, why would an elder of the Qingyun sect appear in such a goddamn place? This is going to be so troublesome. When he thought about how he had been acting so pretentious 1 second ago and had gotten slapped in the face the next, he immediately felt extremely aggrieved. You're quite arrogant. How dare a mere personal disciple look down on the elders of my Qingyun sect? Seeing him, Yi Xian could not help but put on a sneer. Although the Qingyun sect's strength could not compare to the Xianin sect, it was still a powerful sect that had been around for thousands of years. It was not weak enough to kowtow to the Xianin sect. Most importantly, the Qingyun sect and the Xianin sect were not on good terms, anyway. A few days ago, the elders of the Xianin sect had besieged Yi Xian, so the two sides were enemies. However, since Duan Wujie left the sect 30 days ago to train, he did not know about this matter. It was all my fault. Please forgive me, Elder Yi, for my unintentional mistake. Seeing this, Duan Wujie quickly forced another smile. Hee, do you think this is fun? Yi Xian looked at Duan Wujie indifferently before the qi transformation power in his core suddenly exploded. Seeing this, Duan Wujie could not help but change his expression. The bones in his body made no sound, but it was as if a huge mountain was pressing down on him. He could not help but kneel down. Huang Ling and Xue Min watched this scene from not far away. They were overjoyed. Duan Wujie had been extremely arrogant before, and his face had been full of pride, but now he was smiling like a dog in front of Elder Yi Xian. This was the absolute power that only those with great strength could possess. By simply relying on pressure, he was able to immobilize another 7th stage true essence state genius cultivator and make him nearly kneel down and beg for mercy. Elder Yi. My master is Gongsun Wuji. Please show mercy on account of my master. Duan Wujie did not want to kneel down. A powerful energy burst out of his body and resisted Yi Xian's pressure with great difficulty. For a moment, Duan Wujie's face was extremely red, and his blue veins almost burst out of his skin. Gongsun Wuji. Hearing this, Yi Xian's eyes immediately turned cold. Gongsun Wuji was the 9th elder of the Xianin sect and was one of the people who had besieged him. Boom. Immediately, Yi Xian unleashed all the terrifying power of the true core state. In an instant, Duan Wujie and the other two cultivators of the Xianin sect were pressed down to the ground. Pfft. The three of them simultaneously spat out blood. They were severely injured. This pressure. Witnessing this, Duan Wujia's pupils constricted abruptly, and his expression changed drastically. He had never felt such a terrifying pressure before, not even from his master. That this is the pressure of the true core state. How is it possible? How could he have broken through to the true core state? For a moment, Duan Wujia's eyes were filled with disbelief. Yi Xian should have been in the middle stage of the empty core state. Why did he have the terrifying pressure of a true core realm cultivator? He had broken through to the true core state after just 20 years of cultivation. Even the founder of the Qingyun Sect could not have done so when he was younger. Elder Yi. Duan Wujia immediately shouted with a face full of fear. He could already sense the killing intent in Yi Xian's pupils. This guy was probably going to kill him. Previously, he had been at most scared and worried that Yi Xian would punish him, so he did not want to reveal such a fearful expression. However, he could now sense Yi Xian's killing intent. He might die. He would not dare, right? For a moment, Duan Wujia's eyes were filled with disbelief. If he really died at Yi Xian's hands, the Qingyun Sect might declare war on the Qingyun Sect. How could the Qingyun Sect survive that? Elder Yi Xian, please. However, before Duan Wujia could beg for mercy, Yi Xian slowly raised his hand, expressionless. When Duan Wujia saw this, he was instantly scared out of his wits. Elder Yi, don't be rash. If you make a move against me, the Qingyun Sect will definitely not give up. Duan Wujia shouted with a face full of fear. Don't worry. After you leave, I will send Gongsun Wuji to find you very soon. As for the Qingyun Sect, they will also be buried with you. Yi Xian said indifferently. Then, in response to Duan Wujia's desperate expression, Yi Xian waved his hand lightly. A terrifying force that could collapse mountains and crack rocks suddenly erupted. Rumble. In an instant, the three cultivators of the Qingyun Sect turned into nothingness and disappeared from the world. Huang Ling and Xue Min, who were not far away, witnessed this entire scene and could not help but stare blankly, almost rooted to the spot. Had Elder Yi really killed Duan Wujia? Was he not worried that the Qingyun Sect would take revenge on the Qingyun Sect? The two of them thought that Yi Xian would at most punish Duan Wujia by breaking his limbs or something like that. There was nothing they could do. The Qingyun Sect was very powerful. They were the second most powerful sect in the Great Qian dynasty. The Qingyun Sect usually did not dare to offend the Qingyun Sect. They never expected Elder Yi to be so decisive in killing him. Although they felt slightly relieved at Duan Wujia's death, they were more afraid now. If the Qingyun Sect took revenge on the Qingyun Sect, how would they deal with it? Since Yi Xian's pressure had only swept over Duan Wujia and the others, Huang Ling did not know that Yi Xian's cultivation had already broken through to the true core state. What are you waiting for? Hurry up, and come over. Yi Xian's voice slowly drifted over to their ears. Ah. Okay. Hearing this, the two came back to their senses. They jumped onto the back of the Firebird. The next second, the Firebird faced the sky and let out a long howl before it flapped its wings and flew off into the distance. Chapter 17. You are listening at novelfull.audio. Someone else's master translator. Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation, thank you for your help, Elder Yi. Huang Ling and Xue Min came to the back of the Firebird and bowed respectfully to Yi Xian. They had never been so close to Yi Xian before. Looking at the idol that they had admired for so long, their cheeks could not help but burn. Their hearts could not help thumping hard. Not only was Yi Xian extremely talented, but he was also very handsome. His temperament was also unparalleled. The most important thing was that he was only 20 years old this year. He could be said to be the ideal type in the hearts of the countless female cultivators in the Qingyun Sect. Seeing them, Yi Xian waved his hand indifferently. Putting aside the fact that these two were Lin Qing's disciples, even if they were ordinary disciples of the Qingyun Sect, if they encountered such a thing, he would not have hesitated to do the same. Not only Yi Xian would have done so, too. The other elders would do the same. After all, in the Great Qian dynasty, the Qingyun Sect was famous for protecting their own. Although there were some internal conflicts within the sect, they always united when it came to facing common enemies. When I left the sect, I was instructed by your teacher to bring you back to Qingyun Sect if I met you two along the way. The competition between the three great sects is about to begin, so it's time for you two to go back and participate. I thought I wouldn't see you two, but you guys were the first people we ran into on our first day out. Yi Xian said with a smile. Junior sister and I have been training outside for 2 months. We wanted to come back soon, but we didn't expect to find dark glacial ice in the mountain range of the death zone. We wanted to bring it back to the sect immediately, but we didn't expect to get blocked by Duan Wujia and an adventuring team. Thinking of this, Huang Ling could not help but shudder once again in fear. If Yi Xian had not appeared in time, she and Xue Min might have really died here. The cultivation practitioners of the Qingyun Sect were extremely vicious. In order to avoid information about dark glacial frost having been found being spread around, Duan Wujie and the others might have chosen to silence them. In the entire Great Qian dynasty, many cultivation practitioners were well aware of the Qingyun Sect style of doing things. That is, the cultivation practitioners of the Qingyun Sect were extremely arrogant, and they had countless grudges with the outside world. It was common for the cultivation practitioners of the sect to snatch treasures out of the hands of other cultivation practitioners. The most infuriating thing was that they often used the strength of the Qingyun Sect to distort the truth. Although some of the cultivation practitioners who were not familiar with the style of the Qingyun Sect might believe their slander, but they would be extremely disdainful once they truly understood it. The reason was simple. The Qingyun Sect did not differentiate right from wrong. It was also because of this that Huangling and Xue Min knew very well that if they had agreed to Duan Wujie's condition earlier, they would still not have let them off after annihilating the team of adventurers. Most importantly, knowing the Qingyun Sect, they would definitely humiliate the cultivation practitioners before they slaughtered them. Even if the Qingyun Sect wanted to hold them accountable, they couldn't do anything without a witness. What? You have dark glacial frost. Seeing this, Yi Xian's eyes lit up, and then his gaze fell upon the crystal in Huangling's hand. The crystal was crystal clear, and it was suffused with a faint icy power. If Elder Yi hadn't appeared in time, the both of us would have died here. This dark glacial frost can be considered a thank you gift to Elder Yi. Huangling and Xue Min looked at each other and nodded in unison. If not for Yi Xian's appearance, they would have perished at the hands of Duan Wujie, and might even have been humiliated before death. Compared to their own lives, what was mere frost? Anyway, this treasure was going to be given to their idol. What was there to hesitate about? The frost in your hand is not small. It is more than enough to increase the innate bone values of 3 cultivators. Yi Xian waved his hand slightly, and the ice in Huangling's hand appeared in his palm. In the next second, the ice in his palm suddenly split into 3 equal portions. 2 portions fell into Huangling's hand after that. I only need 1 portion. The rest is up to you to use. Okay, but I won't take the ice for free. Yi Xian thought for a moment before he took out 2 pills from his storage ring. One was a body that refining pill, and the other was a poison pill. These 2 pills were the pills that Yi Xian had gotten from you. His cultivation had already reached the true core state, so these 2 pills were not of much use to him. However, they would be of great help to Huangling and Xue Min, 2 true essence state cultivators. Yi Xian flicked his finger lightly, and the 2 pills suddenly fell into their hands. Huangling and Xue Min looked at each other, selected the pill they wanted, then bowed respectfully to Yi Xian. Their eyes shone. Thank you for the pills, Elder Yi. The 2 of them had always admired Yi Xian, but this had put him on an entirely different pedestal. The 2 of them chatted for a while. Huangling and Xue Min also learned that the girl next to Yi Xian was called Yu. She was Yi Xian's new disciple he had just taken in. For a moment, the 2 of them were filled with envy. They sighed in their hearts. Why weren't they Elder Yi Xian's disciples? One had to know that in the Qingyun Sect, countless cultivators yearned to become Yi Xian's disciple. However, he used to have no intention of taking in a disciple at all. No one expected him to suddenly take one in now. Yu was really enviable. However, what happened next made Huangling and Xue Min even more envious of you. Because Yi Xian did not hesitate to give you his portion of dark glacial frost. Dark glacial frost was an extremely rare treasure that could increase a cultivator's innate bone value. Although the increase was limited, it was still enough to greatly help someone even at the core formation state out. However, Yi Xian did not hesitate to give it to you. Even Master Lin Qing, who loved them very much, had never given them such a great gift. Ding! As the host has given his disciple Dark Glacial Frost, you have received a random 8-fold feedback critical hit. Congratulations, the host has obtained Mountain Chalcedony. A system notification sounded in Yi Xian's mind. A clear and pure white liquid suddenly appeared in his storage space. This was also a rare treasure that could increase a cultivator's innate bone value, and its effect was even more pronounced than Dark Glacial Frosts. This feedback is pretty good. Seeing this, Yi Xian could not help but smile. Whether it was the Dark Glacial Frost that Xue Min and Yi Xian had obtained, or the Mountain Chalcedony that the system had given him, these were all extremely rare natural treasures. Elder Yi, we've met a lot of cultivators from the Qingyun Sect recently. It feels like they're plotting something. Just as the Firebird was about to arrive at Yunhei City, Huangling suddenly spoke to Yi Xian. The Qingyun Sect is secretly planning something. Hearing this, Yi Xian could not help but raise his eyebrows. That's right. I'm sure that Elder Yi is also aware that the Qingyun Sect has been frantically recruiting more cultivators over the past few years. Chapter 18 You are listening at novelfull.audio. Giving Gold Translator. Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation, that's right. Is there a relationship between those two things? Yi Xian asked. Huang Ling said, these new disciples have been placed in the provinces of the Great Qian dynasty. They claim they want to eliminate the bandits there. And the strangest thing is that they're actually doing it. Everyone was well aware of the Qingyun Sect's usual behavior. They acted arrogantly, snatched away magic treasures from others, and made enemies everywhere. Moreover, they made use of their power to distort the truth, which aroused the anger of countless cultivation practitioners. However, because they were too strong, many cultivation practitioners could only be angry but did not dare to speak out against them. If they had sent disciples to steal things from the provinces, no one would find it strange. However, if they really wanted to eliminate the bandits and be chivalrous and righteous, that was odd. These guys would never act benevolently. Why did they care about getting rid of the bandits? Oh. Hearing this, Yi Xian could not help but raise his eyebrows. He could not help but link this matter to the massacre of Yu's village. Could these two events be connected? Yi Xian could not help but stroke his chin and think. If the destruction of Yu's village really had something to do with the Qingyun Sect, then he would have another reason to kill them off. However, he could not find any evidence for the time being, so he could only keep this matter to himself. As night slowly fell, Yi Xian and the others finally arrived at the Yunhei city on the Firebird. Yunhei city was located in the east of the Great Qian dynasty, and it was a place of extreme violence. The reason for that was very simple. Yunhei city was located in the mountain range of the Death Zone, where the Netherworld Forest and Fog Lake met. If Yi Xian wanted to reach Yunnan province in the shortest time possible, he would have to cross Yunhei city. Of course, some cultivators with a weaker cultivation level would choose to avoid Yunhei and use a safer route to travel. After all, Yunhei city was different from other places. There were no rules in this city. It could be said that the law of the jungle was strictly followed, and the strong were greatly respected. As long as one was strong enough, they set the rules. The imperial family of the Great Qian dynasty could not be bothered less about this place. After all, Yunhei city was located in a remote area, and they could not do much about it. As long as nothing huge happened, they turned a blind eye to the city. Yunhei city was an extremely chaotic place. If one did not possess a certain level of strength, one would not dare to visit. Huang Ling and Xuan Min had only heard of the city from books and had never set foot in it before. Not long after arrived, they walked down from the back of the Firebird. When Huang Ling and Xuan Min saw that the Firebird entered the space between Yu's eyebrows, they could not help but be shocked. Should the owner of this Firebird not be Elder Yi? Why did you own it? Could it be that Elder Yi Xian had given his mount to you? At the thought of this, the two of them could not help but look at each other, their eyes filled with shock. You keeping the Firebird was enough to prove that these two had a deep bond. For a moment, Huang Ling and Xuan Min felt their hearts ache and their eyes fill with envy. Elder Yi Xian was too good to you. I'm so torn up about this. If only I was Elder Ye's disciple. Both of them knew each other's intentions very well. If they had not already become Elder Lin Qing's disciples, they would definitely have tried to convince Yi Xian to accept them as disciples. Think about it. If they could become the disciples of a handsome, talented, and young existence like him, how blissful would that be? For a moment, Huang Ling and Xuan Min felt extremely regretful. Someone as handsome as Elder Yi Xian was akin to a god in the hearts of countless girls. Yi Xian did not know what Huang Ling and Xuan Min were thinking. He brought them to Yunhei city. As soon as they entered the city, they heard that there was going to be an auction soon. Countless adventurers gathered in this chaotic city. Most of them were cultivators who had ventured into the Netherworld Forest and the mountains of the Death Zone before. As their gathering place, Yunhei city was naturally filled with countless treasures. It was said that Yunhei city held a small auction every day, and a large-scale auction would be held every 30 days. Right now, it was exactly 30 days since the last auction, so a large-scale auction was about to be held in the city. Yi Xian and the others found an inn. After settling down, he began to take out all the gold coins in his storage space. Here, take these gold coins. If you see anything you like, buy it. Like a member of the nouveau riche, Yi Xian threw the pile of gold coins to Yu. Looking at the mountain of gold coins that illuminated the entire room, Yu was completely stunned. Beside her, Huang Ling and Xuan Min could not help but stayed rooted to the spot. It was too much gold, shining bright light onto Yu and the other two. How much were all these gold coins worth when added up? At least tens of millions. Oh my god. Yu was still in a daze. Huang Ling, who was the first to react, could not help but swallow her saliva. She had never seen such a huge amount of gold coins in her life. For a moment, she was stunned. As expected of an elder of the Qingyun Sect. He had so many gold coins. And he was giving them to you as pocket money. After all, Yi Xian had asked you to buy whatever she liked. Was it not pocket money? He had even given her so much pocket money. Did that mean he still had more gold coins in his storage ring? Oh my god. Why did they not have such a rich master? For a moment, Huang Ling and Xue Min could not help but look at each other and smile wryly. They felt completely at a loss and like the world was extremely unfair. There was nothing more painful in the world than this. They had clearly met the most perfect master, but he did not want to take them in. As expected, the grass was always greener on the other side. The two of them did not know that this mountain of gold coins was all Yi Xian had to his name. After his cultivation reached the true core state, gold coins of the secular world were no longer very important to him. He valued the rare cultivation resources more. Of course, if he converted the heavenly treasures in his storage ring into gold coins, he could indeed accumulate a mountain of gold much higher than this one. Chapter 19. You are listening at Novel Full. Audio. Violet Orchid Valley Translator. Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation. Silly girl, why aren't you putting it away? Yi Xian smiled and reminded you, who was still in a daze. If you did not accept it, he would not be able to get a critical hit from the system's feedback. Thank you, master. You knew that what her master had given her could not be rejected. She put the mountain of gold into her storage ring. Ding. As the host has given 32,510,000 gold coins to his disciple, you have received a 10-fold feedback critical hit. Congratulations, the host has received 325,100,000 gold coins. The system's voice rang out in Yi Xian's mind. Hee, it's time to go to the auction house and spend some money. Hearing this, Yi Xian could not help but smile. He had given all the gold coins in his storage ring to you to obtain a critical hit from the system's feedback, so he would have enough funds to go to the auction house and auction on items. There were three major forces in Yunhei City that were the most powerful around, and the auction house was one of them. To be able to carve out a place for oneself in Yunhei City, one needed the auction house on your side. However, that was no simple feat. There was a rumor that an early-stage empty core state cultivator ran the auction house. The headquarters of the auction house was in the center of Yunhei City. In a city where the strong preyed on the weak, being able to occupy such a central area was enough to prove one's majesty. Yi Xian only put a little bit of pressure on them before the staff of the auction house invited him inside with great respect. Essence Condensation Pill, first grade. It can help cultivators refine the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, and transform it into the power of true essence in their core. If cultivators below the 5th stage of true essence state take this pill, they can skip over a few stages. The starting price is 300,000 gold coins. I bid 360,000 gold coins. I bid 390,000. I bid 430,000. As the voice of the sexy female auctioneer rang out, several voices pierced the auction hall. Is a first-grade essence condensing pill so expensive? Witnessing this scene, you could not help but reveal a shocked expression. Although she figured that the price of a first-grade pill would not be low, she also did not have a good concept of how much gold coins were worth. After all, you had only been with the Qingyun Sect for 2 years, so her knowledge and experience were extremely limited. Most of her knowledge outside the sect came from the scripture depository or from the other disciples' discussions. You was a girl who had yet to experience the world. You knew that her father's annual income had been less than 50 gold coins. However, these unremarkable 50 gold coins could easily support her family for the year. In her backward village, if one's annual income was 90 gold coins, they were already considered to be rolling in dough. The price of a mere first-grade medicinal pill was 300,000 gold coins. This was simply unimaginable to her. If the price of a first-grade medicinal pill was already so ridiculous, how much would the third-grade medicinal pill that Master previously gifted to her be? How about the heavenly and earthly treasures and the gold coins that Master had gifted to her over these past few days, too? How much did the value of those things add up to? Even some cultivators in the core formation state might not possess such wealth, right? Thinking of this, you could not help but put on a complicated expression. Her master treated her so well. Could she really repay her master's kindness in this lifetime? Yi Xian did not know what you was thinking. Looking at the items being auctioned off in the hall, he could not help but feel bored. Although the female announcer had already auctioned off many treasures, and the cultivators in the auction hall were intensely bidding, he was uninterested. Of course, Yi Xian did not choose to leave. After all, as one of the three major forces in Yunhei City, how could the auction hall not have at least a few good things? Fellow cultivators, the item we're about to auction is an extremely rare natural treasure. We call it the Violet Orchid Valley. It's a treasure that even purple spirit state cultivators are extremely envious of, because this treasure can help condense purple chi. It can allow a purple spirit state cultivator to cross a few stages. Most importantly, speaking up to emphasize her point, the female auctioneer deliberately paused for a moment before speaking slowly again. After consuming the Violet Orchid Valley, the probability of a cultivator at the peak of the purple spirit state stepping into the core formation state will increase by 10%. As soon as she finished speaking, the cultivators in the auction hall instantly grew excited. Most of the cultivators had been waiting for this treasure, especially those who had been at the 10th stage of the purple spirit state for many years. Being able to increase the chance of breaking through by 10% was already enough to make them pay any price. Seeing this, a hint of interest appeared in Yi Xian's rather bored eyes. This Violet Orchid Valley was indeed a rare natural treasure. But this treasure is still somewhat incomplete. The female auctioneer once again poured cold water on everyone. She spoke slowly. Although the effects of the Violet Orchid Valley are quite powerful, it's still immature and somewhat incomplete. But in any case, it is indeed of great help to purple spirit state cultivators. Especially to cultivators below the 10th level of the purple spirit state. If you're already at the peak of a lower state, there is an almost 100% chance that you'll immediately jump stages. Although this Violet Orchid Valley doesn't have a 10% chance increase of breaking through for the cultivators of the 10th stage of the purple spirit state, the chance increase is still 3% to 4%. Everyone, the starting price of the Violet Orchid Valley is 10 million gold coins. Let the bidding begin. As soon as those words were spoken, the cultivators in the auction house were once again in an uproar. Although this Violet Orchid Valley was immature, it was still extremely useful. It still possessed a fatal allure, especially for purple spirit state cultivators. The auction value of the mature Violet Orchid Valley was around 70 million. Some wealthy purple spirit state cultivators were even willing to spend 100 million gold coins on it. Very few cultivators would ever choose to auction off a mature Violet Orchid Valley that they had found. Chapter 20. You are listening at novelfull.audio. The Evil Blood Sect and Shadow Tower collide. Translator. Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation. I bid 12 million. I bid 16 million. I bid 19 million. For a moment, the auction hall was filled with the sounds of bidding. I, Evil Blood Sect, bid 20 million. A majestic voice suddenly rang out in the auction hall. A powerful pressure slowly spread throughout the room. Everyone's eyes changed when they saw this. It was obvious that the other party was threatening them. To be able to reveal his sect and have such a powerful command of the room. His goals were self-evident. He wanted to warn them that if anyone dared to continue bidding, they would become enemies with the Evil Blood Sect. When everyone heard this, they looked for the source of the voice. They saw that the person who had spoken was a half-naked middle-aged man with a rather muscular body. When the middle-aged man met the gazes of the crowd, his gaze did not change in the slightest. Instead, a cold smile grew on his face. It's actually the Evil Blood Sect. I know this fellow. This fellow is the deputy sect leader of the Evil Blood Sect, Fengyitai. It said that this fellow's cultivation has reached the 10th stage of the purple spirit state. He's an extremely powerful existence. The most crucial point is that this fellow's cultivation reached the 10th stage of the purple spirit state 10 years ago. Without the assistance of special heavenly and earthly treasures, it's practically impossible for him to step into the core formation state. Now that he's seeing such a rare Violet Orchid Valley, he definitely won't give it up. Forget it. The Evil Blood Sect is incomparably powerful. We'd better give up. After all, there's still a final treasure to come. For a moment, everyone's expressions could not help but change. They completely dismissed the idea of bidding against him. Fengyitai's threat was obvious. If anyone participated in the bidding, they would be completely offending the Evil Blood Sect. Even if they remained alive to bid for it, they might not remain alive to enjoy it. Fengyitai naturally heard everyone's discussions. When he heard what they were saying, he could not help but smile. At least they knew their place. Otherwise. Humph. At this moment, a faint voice rang out in the auction hall. I bid 21 million. When Fengyitai heard this, the smile on his face froze. His eyes immediately turned cold. He was familiar with the owner of this voice. It was the deputy leader of the Shadow Tower, Lin Yu. The Evil Blood Sect and Shadow Tower were extremely powerful. Although they had some connections in Yunhei City, their true headquarters were in Jiaohe City, which was 250 miles away. The most crucial thing was that these two great factions both had cultivators at the early stage of the empty core stage, and they were extremely powerful. Both sides were at odds with each other. Especially since a few months ago, when a great battle occurred between the Evil Blood Sect and Shadow Tower. The leaders of both sides had suffered heavy injuries in this great battle, and neither side had truly won out. They had come to Yunhei City to bid on a medicinal pill in the auction hall. If they could obtain this pill, they would be able to completely heal their leaders' injuries. In this way, not only would they be able to obtain victory in the great battle between the two factions, but they might even be able to completely annihilate the other party. I bid 22 million. Fengyitai's eyes were ice-cold as he spoke. 24 million, Lin Yu said indifferently. Both of them were in the 10th stage of the purple spirit state. The temptation of the Violet Orchid Valley was no small one. I bid 25 million. Lin Yu, does your shadow tower really want to become sworn enemies with our evil blood sect? Feng Yitai could not help but reveal a cold smile when he heard this. His eyes were ice-cold as he looked at Lin Yu. Isn't it obvious? I bid 26 million. Lin Yu's gaze was filled with ridicule as he looked at Feng Yitai. He spoke indifferently. Humph, with your shadow tower's strength, do you really have gold to compete with me? Don't tell me that you really want to abandon that medicinal pill for the sake of this incomplete Violet Orchid Valley. Don't you want to cure your leaders? Feng Yitai's lips curled into a cold smile as he spoke. They had come to the auction hall not because of the Violet Orchid Valley, but because of the medicine that was about to be auctioned off. If they spent too many gold coins on the Violet Orchid Valley, they might not have enough to bid for the healing elixir medicine. One had to know that healing elixir medicine held the life and death of these two great factions. If you're not worried, what's there for me to be afraid of? Lin Yu said calmly. I'll bid 30 million. If you have the guts, then continue to bid. Feng Yitai slowly spat out a bid and then looked at Lin Yu with a smile. When Lin Yu heard this, his expression could not help but change. The Violet Orchid Valley was indeed valuable, but this incomplete item was not worth 30 million. If he spent too many gold coins on it, he might not be able to afford the medicine. On the one hand, it would increase his chances of breaking through to the core formation state. On the other hand, his decision would affect Shadow Tower's future. He already knew what choice he should make. Fine. So what if I give it to you? Lin Yao thought for a while before saying indifferently. 30 million, going once. 30 million, going twice. 30 million, going thrice. Congratulations to the deputy leader of the Evil Blood Sect on winning the bid for Violet Orchid Valley. With the words of the female auctioneer, the Violet Orchid Valley finally belonged to Feng Yitai. It's really laughable. Just because you wanted a small chance of breaking through, you actually spent 30 million. Feng Yitai, oh Feng Yitai, you've personally ruined the future of the entire Evil Blood Sect. After our leader recovers from his injuries, we'll completely massacre your entire sect. I'm afraid that then, you won't even be alive to enjoy the Violet Orchid Valley. When Lin Yu witnessed this, he could not help but mock him. The two great factions had about the same amount of assets. Now that Feng Yitai had spent 30 million gold coins on the Violet Orchid Valley, how could he possibly compete with him for the healing elixir medicine? Everyone, the item we're going to auction is a third-grade medicinal pill that has a miraculous healing effect. It's called the Soul-Returning Pill. This Soul-Returning Pill was personally refined by Tier 3 alchemist Master Lin Song. I'm sure everyone here is familiar with Master Lin's methods. Even if a cultivator below the core formation state suffers a serious injury, as long as they consume this medicinal pill, they will be able to quickly recover. Even for powerful cultivators at the core formation stage, the pill has a great effect. As long as it doesn't damage the core and bones, it can also heal all external injuries. I announced the starting bid for the Soul-Returning Pill as 25 million. Let the bidding begin. As soon as she said that, many cultivators in the auction hall put on excited expressions. The Soul-Returning Pill. Hearing this, you could not help but be stunned. Was this not the pill that her master had given her when she accepted him as master? Right now, the pill was still quietly lying in her storage space. She did not expect the starting price of that pill to be a terrifying 25 million. Thinking of this, Yu's gaze could not help but fall on Yi Xian. When she saw Yi Xian's incomparably handsome side profile, she could not help but feel like she was in a trance. Chapter 21 You are listening at novelfull.audio. Intense Bidding Translator. Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation. Although the Soul-Returning Pill was not the best third-grade medicinal pill, it was not something that an ordinary core formation realm cultivator could afford. The most crucial thing was that after a cultivator broke through to the true essence state, they would have the possibility of becoming an alchemist. Of course, there were also many cultivators who tried to refine medicinal pills in the Qi transformation state, but all of them encountered a fatal shortcoming. The Qi or spiritual power in their dantians was not enough to support the refining process of top-grade pills. Because of this, the pills refined by cultivators below the true essence realm would not reach the top-grade. They could not fully refine the essence of the medicinal materials used at all. Only those who had stepped into the true essence realm or higher had enough spiritual power to refine the medicinal materials perfectly and turn them into a top-grade pill. In other words, the strength of an existence that could refine a top-grade medicinal pill was definitely no lower than the core formation state. Moreover, the cultivators of the Great Qian dynasty were extremely familiar with the name of the alchemist Master Lin Song. Due to the alchemist's revered status, Lin Song enjoyed extremely favorable treatment among the various large factions. Lin Song's alchemy skills were incomparably exquisite. Any medicinal pill that he refined had a guaranteed quality. If not for the fact that Yi Xian's internal injuries had been too severe back then, he would have been able to treat his internal injuries just by relying on the recovery pill. However, his injuries were too severe. His meridians had almost been completely severed, and even his internal organs were extremely damaged. Aside from that, he had also been poisoned. Sister, I didn't expect the auction house to really have a recovery pill. We can save Dad. At this moment, a young man garbed in green inside the auction house spoke to a slightly mature-looking lady beside him. There was also an old man similarly dressed in green standing in front of these two people. Unlike the wild joy evident on the young man's face, the elder sister's brows were tightly knitted together. Silly brother, this auction is not simple. That's right. I'm afraid we might not be able to obtain this soul-returning pill. The green-clothed elder said slowly. Why is this so? The youth had a puzzled expression on his face when he heard their words. Take a proper look at the situation. The elder said once again. At the same time, he sighed in his heart. He had not expected that this auction would attract the attention of so many factions. It seemed that it would be extremely difficult to heal the clan lord's injuries. The three of them were not from Jiaohe City, but from Jiangqing City, which was close to 500 kilometers away from Jiaohe. Their identities were not simple either. They were members of the strongest family in Jiangqing City, the Li family. The elder sister's name was Li Qingyun, and the younger brother's name was Li Chen. The two of them were direct descendants of the Li family, and also possessed the bloodline of the clan lord. The person who came with them this time was the second elder of the Li family. The reason why they attended this auction was because the soul-returning pill had appeared in this auction. Almost a month ago, the head of the Li family had gone deep into the dangerous mountains to hunt down demonic beasts. Although he eventually killed the demonic beasts, on the way back, he was ambushed by his enemies. However, the strength of the head of the Li family was not to be underestimated. Even though he was seriously injured, he killed all his enemies. The dantian in his body had been damaged, which seriously affected his cultivation foundation. After suffering such a serious injury, it would take him at least several years to recover. Most importantly, even if the injuries could be healed, because of his damaged cultivation foundation, his future as a cultivator was likely to stagnate. His cultivation state might even drop because of this. Due to this, the Li family had spent a lot on healing items. Unfortunately, none of these had worked to rectify the damage to the clan lord's dantian. If the head of the Li family's internal injuries could not be treated, then the enemies that the Li family had previously offended would definitely look for an opportunity to make a move. At that time, the only thing waiting for the Li family would be a disaster. Just when everyone was about to despair, they suddenly learned that a large-scale auction was about to be held in Jiaohe City. Moreover, they discovered that there was a healing recovery pill, the soul-returning pill, listed for auction. After learning this news, the second elder quickly rushed over with Li Qingyun and Li Chen. However, when they arrived at the auction house, they realized that the competition for the soul-returning pill in the auction house would be intense. From the looks of it, many factions had already set their sights on the soul-returning pill. I bid 30 million. The first person to bid was the vice-commander of the Shadow Tower, Lin Yu. When everyone saw this, their hands that were originally planning to bid suddenly stopped, and their expressions turned a little ugly. They had not expected the Shadow Tower to actually take a fancy to the soul-returning pill. This was going to be troublesome. I bid 35 million. At this moment, Feng Yitai's voice slowly sounded. When the crowd saw this, their expressions changed once more. How the hell were they going to snatch it now? Two existences with such great strength had their eyes set on the soul-returning pill. These giants were not an existence that they could contend against. It was one thing for them to bid for the violet orchid earlier, but no one had expected them to have their eyes set on the soul-returning pill as well. Moreover, both of them looked determined to obtain it. Most importantly, Feng Yitai's manner of doing things was extremely overbearing. During the auction, that terrifying pressure once again spread out. Although that pressure did not directly attack anyone, the threat it implied was self-evident. The cultivators who originally wanted to bid for the soul-returning pill hesitated, but did not dare to speak out in anger. The evil blood sect's strength was too terrifying. If they offended Feng Yitai because of a soul-returning pill, although the other party would not make a move in the auction house, no one could guarantee that he would not once they were outside. Thinking this, the cultivators who originally desired the soul-returning pill gave up with a face full of unwillingness. When Feng Yitai saw this scene, he revealed a satisfied expression. With this, his only opponent would be Lin Yu. I bid 36 million. However, at this moment, a pleasant voice suddenly spoke up in the auction hall. When Feng Yitai saw this, his eyes turned cold. Killing intent flashed across his eyes. Did this person not understand the implied meaning he had previously expressed? There was actually someone who did not give face to the evil blood sect. This person was really courting death. When the crowd saw this, they could not help but reveal curious expressions. They looked towards the source of the voice. When they did, they caught sight of a young girl. The young girl who was bidding for the soul. Returning Pill was precisely Li Qingyun from Jiangqing City's Li family. After sensing that she had drawn the attention of the crowd, Li Qingyun could not help but grab the corner of her clothes with her small hands. Her face gradually turned pale. She had long heard of the terrifying reputation of the evil blood sect, so she naturally knew that this force was extremely powerful and was not to be trifled with. Most importantly, the most powerful existence of the evil blood sect had broken through to the early stages of the empty core stage. The evil blood sect was simply not a force that the Li family could afford to offend. However, Li Qingyun was also unwilling to give up. If she missed this opportunity, she was afraid that it would be difficult for her to encounter another soul-returning Pill in the future. Her father's injury was so severe that treatment could not be delayed any longer. Otherwise, those who coveted the Li family's assets might not be able to hold themselves back anymore. Moreover, the clan lord was the strongest person in the Li family. If they lost his combat strength, the Li family would not be able to resist the invasion of the other forces. If conflict really broke out, then the Li family would face an unprecedented disaster. Moreover, there was a high possibility that they would be destroyed by the other forces. Chapter 22. You are listening at novelfull.audio. This pill is yours. Translator. Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation. Due to this, even at the risk of offending the evil blood sect, Li Qingyun still decided to take a gamble. Humph, seeing this, Feng Yitai snorted coldly. The strength of a 10th level purple spirit stage cultivator instantly erupted, which then formed a terrifying pressure that enveloped Li Qingyun and the others. Not good. Seeing this, the second elder's face changed greatly. He hurriedly released the power in his body, protecting Li Qingyun and the others. Be careful. The very next second, the second elder's body suddenly trembled, and he let out a muffled snort. His face turned pale. However, no matter what, he still resisted Feng Yitai's pressure. Although his strength was only at the 4th level of the purple spirit stage, even a 10th level purple spirit realm cultivator would find it absolutely impossible to defeat him with just a wave of pressure. Feng Yitai's gaze turned even colder when he saw this scene, and his eyes were filled with monstrous killing intent. Of course, he did not make any excessive movements. After all, this was the auction house's territory. Most importantly, the strongest existence behind the auction houses was no lower than the empty core stage. On the surface, that person was an existence on the same level as the evil blood sect's commander. He was merely a 10th level purple spirit stage cultivator. How could he dare to act so presumptuously in front of the other party? Of course, his actions had already marginally broken the rules of the auction house. The reason why the auction house did not stop Feng Yitai's actions was because the strongest existence behind the auction house was acquainted with the commander of the evil blood sect. However, if Feng Yitai continued to be presumptuous, the other party would not sit idly by. It was precisely because Feng Yitai saw this that he did not make too much of a fuss. I bid 40 million. After Feng Yitai withdrew his pressure, he continued to bid indifferently, no longer paying attention to Li Qingyun and the others. He had already given them an obvious warning earlier. If the other party did not know what was good for them, then he could not be blamed for what followed. Sister. What should we do? Li Chen looked at his sister whose body was trembling and could not help but feel a little anxious. Although he had not seen much of the world, he had gained a clear view of the situation clearly now. The deputy commander of the evil blood sect was clearly determined to obtain the soul-returning pill. Moreover, he did not allow other cultivators to interfere in the bidding war between them and the Shadow Tower. Li Qingyun did not speak, but her body could not stop trembling. Her rosy cheeks turned extremely pale and her nails dug into her palm. Forget it, let's give up. The second elder could not help but shake his head helplessly when he saw this scene. Although the Li family's strength was not weak, it was nothing compared to the evil blood sect and the Shadow Tower. If they continued to bid, it was very likely that they would completely offend these two big factions. Inside the auction house, Feng Yitai would not make a move, but once they were outside, things would change. Li Qingyun did not answer, but her beautiful eyes were full of unwillingness. Power. If she had absolute power, she would be able to resolve this situation. Unfortunately, this world was a cruel one where only power was absolute. Ha! Seeing this, Yi Xian, who was sitting in the audience, raised his eyebrows and looked at Li Qingyun below in surprise. At the same time, several lines of virtual text appeared in his field of vision. Comprehension. 299, Bone. 79, Dual Spirit Physique. Innate affinity with both wood and fire attributes. Note. One can only fully activate the dual spirit physique after stepping into the true essence realm. Innately suited to be an alchemist, it can be said the owner of the dual spirit physique can achieve twice the result with half the effort when it comes to alchemy. Yi Xian became quite interested in this girl. With his true core state cultivation, he naturally was aware about everything that was going on inside the entire auction house. Faced with the threat of a 10th level purple spirit state cultivator, she was actually able to grit her teeth and persevere. Disregarding Li Qingyun's comprehension and innate bone values, just based on her mental toughness alone, she was a worthy candidate. She is indeed suitable to be taken in as a disciple, but I still have to observe carefully. Yi Xian said in his heart. In terms of comprehension, Li Qingyun could be said to have left you far behind. Her comprehension was dozens of points higher than Yu's, which made him feel extremely surprised. However, what made him most excited was that Li Qingyun actually had a natural wood and fire dual spirit physique, which was the most suitable physique for one to become an alchemist. Of course, Yi Xian would not directly take her as a disciple just because of this wood and fire dual spirit physique. After all, what he valued most in taking disciples was character. Even if he could not bid for the treasure that he was interested in today, it would still be pretty good if he managed to take in a disciple. At the same time, the bidding for the soul-returning pill became more and more intense. I bid 43 million. I bid 45 million. I bid 48 million. I bid 51 million. Although the bids were getting higher and higher, the only ones who were really competing were the Evil Blood Sect and the Shadow Tower. After hearing Feng Yitai's last bid, Lin Yu's face changed greatly. Impossible. How can you still have 51 million? If you don't have the money with you, I'm afraid you won't be able to walk out of the auction house. Lin Yu said with a cold look in his eyes. Hehe, it's just 51 million. Our Evil Blood Sect can still afford such a small sum. Feng Yitai saw this and replied with a mocking look in his eyes. If he did not bring enough money, he would not have dared to participate in the auction for the Violet Orchid. I bid 53 million. Lin Yu called out another bid, but his expression was extremely ugly. Although the value of the soul-returning pill was not low, it was definitely not worth 53 million. However, for the sake of his commander's injuries, he had to continue bidding. I bid 55 million. Feng Yitai noticed his hesitation and responded indifferently. There was no trace of panic in his eyes, as if this 55 million was not a big sum. I bid 56 million. I bid 58 million. I bid 59 million. As more time passed, Lin Yu's expression gradually turned ugly. Feng Yitai had previously spent 30 million to bid for the Violet Orchid. Yet he actually still had sufficient funds to bid for the soul-returning pill. I bid 60 million. Feng Yitai's gaze remained indifferent as he announced a new bid. I bid 65 million. When Lin Yu saw this, he could not help but grit his teeth and immediately increased the bid by 5 million. I didn't expect your Shadow Tower to be so rich and overbearing. The soul-returning pill is yours. At this moment, Feng Yitai revealed a smile on his face and said indifferently. Feng Yitai, what exactly does your Evil Blood Sect mean by this? Lin Yu was furious when he saw this. He felt like he had been played like a fiddle. Chapter 23. You are listening at novelfull.audio. Xinjiang Grass Translator. Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation. The effects of the soul-returning pill were great, so there was no way that the Evil Blood Sect did not want it. What exactly was this guy plotting? Feng Yitai might be arrogant, but he was just a boorish man. How could he have made such meticulous plans? Although he successfully bid for the soul-returning pill, Lin Yu felt an ominous premonition. 65 million going once, 65 million going twice. 65 million going thrice. Congratulations to the Vice Commander of the Shadow Tower for successfully winning the bid for the soul-returning pill. Once the female auction host dropped the hammer to close the bidding, the soul-returning pill finally went to the Shadow Tower. Reality would prove that Lin Yu's premonition was accurate. Feng Yitai would never give up on the soul-returning pill. He planned to mess with the Shadow Tower by raising the price of the item. As for how he would get the soul-returning pill, it was very simple. He could just kill them and steal the goods. Once the men from the Shadow Tower left the auction house's territory, the assassins he prepared would immediately take action. Everyone, the auction is coming to an end. What we are auctioning next is the final treasure of today's auction. At this moment, the female auction host spoke slowly with a smile. This treasure is extremely special. To some cultivators, it is a priceless treasure, but to others it might also be a worthless weed. The treasure we are auctioning last is the Xinjiang grass. As the female auction host concluded her words, Yi Xian's eyes lit up. He had not expected to encounter Xinjiang grass in this auction. What a pleasant surprise. Our Evil Blood Sect bid 60 million. Before Yi Xian spoke, Feng Yitai's voice rang out. I bid 65 million. Seeing this, Yi Xian first looked at Feng Yitai and then spoke faintly. Seeing this, Feng Yitai became furious. What was going on today? Why were there people competing with him for treasures everywhere? Was the Evil Blood Sect's reputation worthless? Had they been too peaceful recently? Reckless fellow, I will slaughter your entire family. In Feng Yitai's opinion, anyone who bid against him and hindered him from getting what he wanted was his enemy. Feng Yitai immediately searched for the source of the voice and discovered that the person who was bidding against him was actually a handsome young man. However, because the young man did not have any sense of presence, he had automatically ignored the latter when he exerted his pressure earlier. Although Yi Xian was very famous in the Great Qian dynasty, and most cultivators had heard of his fame, most people would not recognize his face. I bid 70 million. Feng Yitai looked at Yi Xian fiercely while slowly uttering those words. I bid 75 million. Yi Xian did not even look at Feng Yitai, as if these tens of millions of gold coins were nothing but pocket change. Damn it! Are you trying to pick a fight? Feng Yitai flew into a rage. The moment he saw the Xinjiang grass, he had decided to bid for it at all costs. Moreover, in his eyes, the value of the Xinjiang grass far surpassed that of the violet orchid that he had bid for before. His cultivation had reached the 10th level of the purple spirit state 10 years ago. However, despite spending 10 years cultivating, he was still unable to surpass the bottleneck of the purple spirit state. Of course, this was not because his aptitude was ordinary, but rather because he had experienced an extremely special opportunity previously. 9 years ago, he had accidentally entered a mysterious ruin called the Sword Tomb. Not only that, he had also absorbed a mysterious sword qi into his dantian. Although that mysterious sword qi did not cause the slightest damage to his dantian, it emitted an invisible power that was fiercely suppressing the purple mansion in his dantian. It was precisely because of this reason that he had been stuck at the peak of the purple spirit state for 9 years. The purple spirit state was the next major state after a cultivator broke through to the true essence state. When a cultivator's state reached the peak of the true essence state, if they wanted to break through to the next state, they had to open up the purple mansion in their dantian. The purple mansion also had another title, which was a cultivator's second dantian. If a cultivator successfully opened up their purple mansion, the true essence power in their dantian would pour into their purple mansion, and then slowly transform into a higher level power, becoming the power of the purple spirit. The more purple spirit power there was in the purple mansion, the stronger the cultivator would be. In addition, the space within the purple mansion would expand as the cultivator broke through. When the space within the purple mansion reached its limit, the purple spirit power within the purple mansion would rapidly condense and fuse. When that happened, the cultivator's dantian would evolve into an empty core. This state was also known as the core formation state. If Feng Yitai wanted to step into the core formation state, he had to condense all the purple spirit power in his purple mansion, and then completely fuse it with his purple mansion. However, due to the mysterious sword qi suppression, the purple spirit power in his purple mansion was unable to completely fuse with his purple mansion. Feng Yitai had tried countless methods to resolve this issue, but to no avail. Fortunately, the heavens did not disappoint those with good intentions. He had come across a method in a book. If a cultivator could consume the Xinjiang grass, they would be able to refine the mysterious sword qi in the purple mansion. After all, the Xinjiang grass contained an extremely special power which would be able to suppress and refine that mysterious sword qi. It was precisely because of this that Feng Yitai could be said to be constantly inquiring about the whereabouts of Xinjiang grass. However, even after spending 5 years, he still had not found any traces of it. Originally, he had been about to give up, but he did not expect to actually come across the Xinjiang grass in the auction. The information he obtained previously regarding this auction did not specify that it was auctioning Xinjiang grass today. It was obvious that this had been added by the auction house at the last minute. If he could refine the Xinjiang grass and eliminate the suppression of the mysterious sword qi on his purple mansion, he was certain that he could step into the core formation state by relying on his 10 years of cultivation accumulation at the peak of the purple spirit state. Once he truly stepped into the core formation state, he would become one of the most powerful cultivators in the Great Qian dynasty. To him, this was an irresistible temptation. Therefore, no matter what price he had to pay, he would never miss out on such an opportunity. Moreover, in his opinion, the Xinjiang grass was far more important than the soul-returning pill. After all, even if he successfully won the bid for the soul-returning pill and healed the commander's injuries, he would still be the Evil Blood Sect's deputy commander in the end. Facing a powerful core formation state cultivator, he would be nothing but a dog. Chapter 24 You are listening at novelfull.audio. Don't be rash, you can't fight here translator. Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation However, if he entered the core formation state, his position would be equivalent to that of the leader of the Evil Blood Sect. By then, even if the leader of the Evil Blood Sect perished, as long as he was around, who could do anything to the Evil Blood Sect? He could even enjoy a respected position within the Great Qian dynasty. Therefore, given all these factors, when he discovered that there was someone else competing with him, he was naturally furious. There's going to be a good show. Feng Yitai seems to be really angry. That guy is ruthless. It seems that the young man is going to suffer. Although Feng Yitai doesn't dare to make a move with that expert in the auction house, it's hard to say if he won't after he leaves the auction house's territory. That's right. Did you see the killing intent in Feng Yitai's eyes? It seems that regardless of whether that young man wins the bid for the star's word grass or not, he will suffer Feng Yitai's revenge. He's still a young man after all. His thoughts are too simple. He actually dared to provoke such a fierce existence like Feng Yitai. The cultivators in the auction house immediately started discussing the matter, but no one believed that Yi Xian would emerge from this unscathed. After all, in everyone's eyes, other than the expert behind the auction house, Feng Yitai and Lin Yu were the strongest cultivators present. Of course, this did not include core formation state cultivators, as they were already considered invincible existences. Most importantly, no one dared to offend the Evil Blood Sect and the Shadow Tower in the Jiaohe city. It was due to this that everyone resisted the impulse to bid after being threatened by Feng Yitai. Although treasures were indeed quite tempting, they had to be alive to enjoy those treasures. As for Yi Xian, because he had used the breath concealment technique, no one could sense his cultivation unless the other party's cultivation level was much higher than his. Everyone present thought, how strong could a young man around the age of 20 be? Even some genius cultivators were only at the 9th level of the true essence realm. This guy wasn't like that, right? Yi Xian was an elder of the Qingyun clan. No one would think that he would come to such a lousy place. Therefore, in their eyes, the Yi Xian in front of them was like a dead man. I bid 76 million. I will be the owner of the Xinjiang grass. Feng Yitai suppressed the anger in his heart and said with a cold gaze. If he had not considered the existence behind the auction house, he would have moved to kill Yi Xian with one slap. 76,010,000. Yi Xian looked at Feng Yitai and spoke slowly with a smile. Are you angry? I'm going to anger you to death. F***ck. Feng Yitai immediately became furious. This guy only added 10,000 gold coins to his bid. This was equivalent to blatant provocation, was it not? Who do you think you are? Feng Yitai could not hold it in anymore. The surging pressure in his body swept out and enveloped Yi Xian. Although the auction house did not allow fighting, he was only using his spiritual pressure. This did not violate the rules, right? Ha! Who do you think you are? How dare you act so arrogantly in front of me? At this moment, a pressure that was dozens of times stronger than Feng Yitai's swept out. It was as if the enormous Mount Tai had instantly emerged. Comparing the two, Feng Yitai's pressure was like a chicken, while Yi Xian's pressure was like a giant walking the mortal world. As long as the giant took a step forward, it would easily stomp the chicken to death. The pressure of a core formation state cultivator. This young man has actually broken through to the core formation state. At this moment, the expressions of many cultivators in the auction hall changed drastically. In the face of this incomparably terrifying pressure, they were like swaying blades of grass that were on the verge of collapsing under the howling thunderstorm. This terrifying pressure had definitely surpassed the purple spirit state. They never imagined that there would actually be a peerless expert whose strength had reached the core formation state in the auction hall. Feng Yitai had kicked a huge rock this time. This fellow was about to suffer. This thought popped up in everyone's minds at the same time, but their hearts did not pity him. Were you not incomparably arrogant earlier? Were you not threatening us openly? Were you not openly parading the Evil Blood Sect status around? You have now offended an existence that you cannot afford to and have kicked an iron plate. Although 10th level purple spirit state cultivators were indeed extremely powerful in the Great Qian dynasty, they were still not strong enough to be considered among the ranks of top-tier cultivators. Only when one's cultivation level reached the core formation state could one gain an unassailable status within the Great Qian dynasty. The reason for that was simple. Once a core formation state cultivator made a move, they could easily crush a city and turn it into ruins. This is impossible. Feng Yitai's expression changed drastically when he saw this. His eyes were filled with shock. The other party was clearly a young kid with no reputation. How could he turn out to be a super powerhouse whose cultivation had reached the core formation state? Why would such a terrifying existence appear in Jiaohe City's auction? Most importantly, he sensed an extremely obvious killing intent within this terrifying pressure. You don't act recklessly. Cultivators are not allowed to make a move in the auction house. At that moment, Feng Yitai could not stop himself from shouting out in panic. His gaze went toward the depths of the auction hall. The powerhouse behind the auction house was sitting there. Even if this guy was a core formation state cultivator, he had to give face to the owner of the auction house, right? However, the very next second, Feng Yitai's body trembled. He realized that the owner of the auction house seemed to be ignoring him, and did not display the slightest reaction. Seeing this, Yi Xian could not help but faintly look in that direction, and then slowly said, "Are you going to make a move?" "My lord, please don't misunderstand. I don't have the right." As soon as he finished speaking, a respectful voice suddenly responded from the deepest corner of the auction house. He was the owner of the auction house. After sensing Yi Xian's terrifying spiritual pressure, his forehead was already covered in sweat, and he cursed inwardly. Damn Feng Yitai. I was almost implicated by him. Although they were both at the core formation state, he sensed that Yi Xian's pressure was unfathomable. The other party's cultivation was at least at the advanced stage of the empty core state. There was a high possibility that he had already stepped into the true core state. Faced such a terrifying existence, who dared to provoke him? If the other party was unhappy, he could just slap him and the auction house to death. Chapter 25. You are listening at Novel Full.audio. Lightning Sword Translator. Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation. As soon as the words left his mouth, the entire hall fell into a state of deathly silence. One could even hear a pin drop. Everyone's pupils constricted abruptly. Their eyes were filled with shock, as if a bolt of lightning had exploded in their minds. After all, not only was that person who responded the owner of the auction, he was also one of the 3 strongest experts in Jiaohe City, a peerless expert whose cultivation had reached the early stage of the empty core state. Yet he had actually called that young man, sir. It even seemed like he was trying to curry favor with him. Did that not mean that this young man's cultivation had already reached an extremely terrifying stage? At the very least, he was at the late stage of the empty core state. Or could it be that this fellow's strength had reached the true core state? When he thought of this, Feng Yitai's expression changed greatly. His heart was filled with despair, and his body could not help but tremble. If the young man had just been a middle-stage empty core state cultivator, that person's attitude would not have been so ingratiating, and would not have allowed the young man to break the rules he set. Run. He had to run quickly. Presently, escaping was the only thought running through Feng Yitai's mind. If the young man's cultivation had made the owner of the auction house so fearful, would it not be an easy matter for him to annihilate the evil blood sect? Instantly, a small sword suddenly appeared in Feng Yitai's right hand. This small sword was the treasure he had obtained in the sword tomb back then. It was also his strongest trump card. As long as he crushed the small sword, he would be able to fuse with the mysterious sword qi in his dantian and transform into a sharp long sword. His speed would increase several fold in that state. This was also his most precious item and trump card. Were it not for this moment of life and death, he would not have been willing to use it. Whether it was the violet orchid, the soul-returning pill, or the Xinjiang grass or this small sword, they were all insignificant compared to his life. He had to survive. Swish. Feng Yitai's body suddenly emitted a resplendent light, and then transformed into an incomparably sharp longsword, flying out of the auction house. Thanks to the augmentation of the mysterious sword qi, Feng Yitai's speed surpassed the limits of a purple spirit state cultivator, and had almost reached the speed of a middle-stage empty core state cultivator. The sword qi contained a terrifying power, and it immediately alarmed the other 2 core formation state cultivators in Jiaohe City. Within 2 splendid courtyards of Jiaohe City, 2 middle-aged men simultaneously raised their heads to look at the sharp sword qi that had burst forth from the auction house. This person's cultivation is only at the peak of the purple spirit state. He must have used some kind of trump card to have gained the speed of the middle-stage of the empty core state cultivator, right? Such a trump card is quite rare. Even I might not be able to catch up to him. The 2 middle-aged men could not help but narrow their eyes slightly when they saw this scene. However, what made them quite puzzled was that the source of these power fluctuations was the auction house. From the looks of it, he seemed to be running away. Could it be that the fellow from the auction house had targeted him? Throughout the entire Jiaohe City, the only person who could force a peak purple spirit state cultivator to use his trump card to run away was the one in charge of the auction house. However, by the time countless experts were shocked by Feng Yitai's trump card, he had already passed through the entire city in an instant and arrived at the edge of Jiaohe City. The sharp sword qi on his body was tearing through the sky and rushing towards the dangerous mountain range. However, at this moment, a scene that shocked countless cultivators suddenly occurred. An incomparably resplendent divine sword suddenly appeared out of nowhere. In an instant, it pierced through countless layers of clouds. It contained terrifying lightning energy. It suddenly appeared above Feng Yitai. That divine sword was suffused with an incomparably terrifying amount of energy. The mere fluctuations from the sword almost tore Feng Yitai apart. Feng Yitai's expression changed drastically when he saw this, and a sense of impending doom arose in his heart. Following that, under the gaze of countless cultivators, the divine sword released a terrifying lightning energy. In an instant, it slashed toward Feng Yitai. Doviko, I'm unwilling to die like this. Accompanied by an incomparably desperate scream, Feng Yitai was instantly submerged by the surging lightning energy. Bang! At the same time, a deep pit that was dozens of meters deep appeared on the ground. The deep pit was still filled with sparks from the terrifying lightning energy. However, Feng Yitai's figure had long been disintegrated. How is this possible? When the other 2 empty core state cultivators saw this, their expressions changed drastically. Their gazes landed on the deep pit, and their eyes were filled with shock. Such terrifying power. This was beyond the power of an empty core state cultivator. Not only that, if it had been them who faced such a terrifying attack, even if they were lucky enough to survive, they would still be heavily injured. Most importantly, the lightning energy within the divine sword was extremely terrifying, yet the opponent had forcibly controlled the destructive power within an extremely small range. What did this mean? It meant that the opponent's control over his own strength had already reached an extremely terrifying level. Just where did this expert come from? His strength had probably reached the true core state, right? Of course, Jiaohe City had also seen true core realm cultivators before, but it had already been 5 or 6 years since one had appeared here. This lord is actually a true core state expert. Not only were the two middle-aged men shocked, but the one in the auction house was even more shocked. Previously, he only had some speculation about this, but now he could finally confirm that the seemingly nondescript young man's strength had already reached the terrifying true core state. Thinking of this, he could not help but look at Yi Xian with respect. That handsome face, coupled with the fact that he was only 20 years old and had such terrifying strength. Could it be that person? That did not seem quite right. The cultivation of that person from the Qingyun Sect was only at the middle stage of the empty core state. No matter how monstrous his talent was, it was impossible for him to break through to the true core state at the age of 20, right? The auction house owner rubbed his chin in deep thought. At the same time, Lin Yu, who was not too far away, revealed an expression of lingering fear. Fortunately, he had not been as impulsive as Feng Yitai earlier. Otherwise, he would have been the one who would have died instead. The commander of the Evil Blood sect had already been heavily injured. Now that their deputy commander had fallen, it was basically over for them. How would they have the strength to continue fighting with the Shadow Tower? Power. This is the absolute power that I have always desired. Only absolute power can make all my enemies yield. Seeing this scene, Li Qinyan could not help but look at Yi Xian with bright eyes. This guy looked so young. He was probably only a few years older than her, right? However, this guy's strength was so terrifying. How did he do it? One had to know that the person in charge of the auction house had reached the empty core state, but when facing Yi Xian, he personally broke the rules that he had set. As expected, the strongest fist in the world reigned supreme. For a moment, many thoughts appeared in Li Qinyan's mind. If she also had such terrifying strength, would the Li family still need to worry about their enemies? No, it should be said, would those people even dare to be enemies with the Li family? Yi Xian's senses were very sharp, so he naturally noticed the change in Li Qinyan's expression. However, when his gaze fell on Li Qinyan's face, she lowered her head in extreme panic. Chapter 26. You are listening at Novel Full.audio. Hidden Constitution Translator. Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation. Seeing this, Yi Xian smiled. However, at this moment, he had no intention of taking Li Qinyan as a disciple. After all, the most important thing now was to help you take revenge. It would not be too late to observe Li Qinyan after everything was settled. Before taking her in as a disciple, he had to understand more about Li Qinyan. Given Yi Xian's current identity, he naturally did not need to personally inquire about Li Qinyan's background. He could just ask you to do it. However, just as Yi Xian was about to instruct you to go and inquire, Huang Ling and Xue Min beside him volunteered. They had always admired Yi Xian greatly and, after witnessing Yi Xian's terrifying strength earlier, they could not help but revere him more, especially when they heard Yi Xian say, "Who do you think you are? How dare you be so arrogant in front of me?" to Feng Yitai earlier. For a moment, the two girls were overjoyed, and immediately secretly vowed to stay in his good graces. He had an invincible demeanor, domineering words and absolute power. He directly crushed all the cultivators in the auction house. Even the previously incomparably arrogant Feng Yitai was forced to run away with his tail between his legs. Most importantly, the owner of the auction house, an expert whose cultivation had reached the early stage of the empty core state, did not dare to voice any objections. The two girls often went out to train and had met many talented cultivators, but compared to Yi Xian, the difference was like heaven and earth. They really did not know whether the young cultivators of the great Qian dynasty should feel sad or honored to have been born in the same era as Yi Xian. Seeing the two girls volunteer, Yi Xian thought for a bit and finally agreed. Now that he had bought the Xinjiang grass, he could bring you back to the inn to activate her sword jade physique. Thus, after Huang Ling and Xue Min set off, Yi Xian brought you back to the inn. At the same time, Huang Ling and Xue Min also found Li Qinyan and the others and stated their intentions for looking for them. When they learned of Huang Ling and Xue Min's identity, the second elder immediately warmly welcomed them. He also answered their questions in great detail. After sending them off later, the second elder frowned. Their questions had been extremely simple. Most of the questions had revolved around their origins. Why would a terrifying top-tier expert like Yi Xian ask for such simple information? What was the meaning behind it? Then again, how could a person like him guess the thoughts of a super expert? Thinking this, the second elder stopped thinking. After all, no matter what Yi Xian's thoughts were, or what impact it would have on the Li family, the matter was entirely out of his control. Could the elder Yi those two spoke of refer to that man? And that person was so handsome, and so terrifyingly strong too. Could it really be him? Li Qinyan looked at the retreating figures of Huang Ling and Xue Min as they left, and could not help but raise her head to glance at the second elder. It should be. The second elder thought for a moment and then said slowly. Considering the young man's terrifying strength and handsome face, in the entire Great Qian dynasty, only Yi Xian matched such a description. After all, that guy was the strongest genius of the Qingyun Sect in the past 1,000 years. His cultivation had also reached the top echelons within the Great Qian dynasty. Earlier, Yi Xian and you had also returned to the inn. Do you know why I took you in? Yi Xian's gaze fell on Yu as he asked. During the journey, Yu's mood had been a little depressed. Of course, Yi Xian knew very well that this was because Yu was about to return to her hometown. Her mind likely recalled the massacre in the village back then, which brought back memories of grief and sadness. Bnoel.m, your disciple lacks insight. Please tell me. Hearing his question, Yu was stunned. She did not think that her teacher would ask her such a question. However, this was indeed a big question that she had kept hidden in her heart. Why would Yi Xian take her as his disciple? She did not possess monstrous talent nor a strong background. Why did he take a fancy to her amidst the many other disciples in the sect? Could it be that her hard work had really moved her master? Of course, you did not think about her beauty. She was indeed stunningly beautiful, but with Yi Xian's strength and status, it would not be hard for him to find a more beautiful and attractive person. Moreover, as long as Yi Xian was willing, there were countless beautiful women in the Great Qian dynasty who were willing to become his Dao partner. After all, Yi Xian was the youngest elder of the Qingyun Sect at around the age of 20. His cultivation had even reached the core formation realm. As an additional plus point, he had an extremely handsome face. Which woman would not be tempted? Girl, I guess you've always felt that your aptitude was very poor, right? Yi Xian asked. Are they not? Hearing this, Yu became even more confused. If her aptitude had been monstrous, how could she have only been a handyman disciple of the Qingyun Sect? How could she have trained so hard every day and only managed to reach the 4th level of the refinement state despite having cultivated for several years? Your aptitude isn't bad. It is actually higher than most cultivators. You should know that the aptitude of cultivators is divided into comprehension value and innate bone value. The comprehension value represents the level of a cultivator's comprehension of martial arts and techniques, while the innate bone value represents the cultivation speed of the cultivator's body. In the eyes of most cultivators, the so-called aptitude value refers to the innate bone value. If your cultivation speed far surpasses that of ordinary people, you will certainly be regarded as a genius cultivator with excellent aptitude in the eyes of others. However, most cultivators tend to overlook the more important comprehension value. Comprehension value is not visible from the very beginning. Only when a cultivator's strength reaches a certain level can they truly unleash the potential of their own comprehension value. Although your aptitude value appears ordinary, your comprehension value is much higher than that of the sect master of the Qingyun Sect and the various elders. What? When you heard this, she could not help but open her cherry dot-like mouth. Her eyes were filled with disbelief. Was her comprehension value as high as her master said? As for why your innate bone value is so ordinary. Actually, it is due to some special reasons. In the case of cultivators, there are a very small number of cultivators who are born with special constitutions. Different constitutions have different effects. However, all of them represent top-grade innate bone value. However, the constitutions of cultivators are divided into overt and covert constitutions. Overt constitutions will be revealed when they are born, while covert constitutions need to be activated through special means. Most cultivators have overt constitutions, while your constitution happens to be one of the rarely seen covert constitutions. Your constitution is known as the sword jade physique. This constitution provides its owner with a special affinity with sword techniques. And the method to completely awaken the sword jade physique is very simple. You just need to completely absorb the power of the Xinjiang grass. As soon as he finished speaking, Yi Xian waved his sleeve. The Xinjiang grass that he had bought from the auction suddenly appeared in front of you. Its leaves were as thin as cicada wings, almost like sword chi itself. The most peculiar thing was that its leaves were dotted with star-dot-like patterns. Teacher, I. Seeing this, Yu's eyes immediately reddened, and her entire voice was choked with sobs. She had been wondering why her teacher would bid for the Xinjiang grass. It turned out that it was in order to activate her constitution. Chapter 27. You are listening at Novel Full.audio. Sword Jade Physique activated, stunning beauty. Translator. Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation. Sit cross-legged and adjust your spiritual power to its peak state. I will help you awaken the Sword Jade Physique in your body. Yi Xian said with a smile. Yes, master. Yu nodded obediently, and then sat down cross-legged and slowly adjusted her spiritual power. At the same time, Yi Xian stretched out his hand and gently pointed toward the Xinjiang grass. The terrifying power of his true core state cultivation gushed out and enveloped the Xinjiang grass in an instant, instantly removing all of the impurities and dregs within. Yi Xian already had a plan for how to deal with the Xinjiang grass. There were two methods. By directly gifting it to you, Yi Xian could simply receive a reward from the system's feedback function. However, in this way, the item obtained would definitely be a heavenly treasure related to activating one's physique. Although such a heavenly treasure was rare, it was not of much use to Yi Xian. Therefore, Yi Xian decisively chose to use the second method. He directly helped you to completely awaken her hidden sword jade physique. As he had participated in the entire process of activating her sword jade physique, the reward that he would receive from the system's feedback function would definitely be a certain type of physique. Of course, he was uncertain as to what kind of surprise the system would give him. Not long after, as he refined it using that incomparably powerful energy, the Xinjiang grass transformed into an extremely pure form of heaven and earth energy, which then slowly poured into Yu's body. This special energy was not particularly useful to the cultivation of a cultivator. Similarly, it would not have a healing or detoxifying effect. Due to the special nature of the Xinjiang grass, it would only dissolve sword qi in a cultivator's body or awaken a constitution related to sword qi. When this special power entered Yu's body, her body suddenly emitted a dazzling light. Her skin, organs, meridians, and flesh all over her body were like grass that had just sprouted from beneath the ground, greedily absorbing this special power. At the same time, Yu fell into an inexplicable state. She vaguely felt that something in her body was about to awaken. Under Yi Xian's guidance, the special energy transformed into countless small streams, which merged themselves into Yu's body. Previously, Yi Xian had infused Yu with his spiritual power, allowing her to break through to the 9th level of the Qi transformation state. However, this was not limited to a simple breakthrough. It had also increased the strength of Yu's body to a terrifying level. As she absorbed this special energy, the sword jade physique that had been lying dormant in Yu's body began to slowly wake up. Her meridians were emitting strands of extremely special energy. At the same time, Yu felt a warm current slowly strengthening her body at an extremely rapid speed. Within a short period of time, Yu's originally fair and tender skin became even more so. However, the surface of this tender skin actually now contained astonishing defensive strength. The cells in her body were filled with vitality, the power of life was coursing through her body endlessly. Of course, the biggest change was in the bones in her body. Affected by that special energy, Yu's bones gradually became jade-like. If one were to inspect it with one's spiritual sense, it would look like a perfect piece of art. Most importantly, hidden within these jade-like bones was an extremely sharp sword qi. Almost done. 15 minutes passed quickly. Yu's aura had undergone an earth-shattering change, like a divine sword that was about to awaken. Most importantly, the awakening of the sword jade physique not only strengthened Yu's body, but also filled her dantian with the special energy. With a cracking sound, Yu directly stepped into the 10th level of the Qi transformation state. However, it did not end there. The spiritual power in Yu's dantian and meridians began to compress at an extremely fast speed. Not long after, the originally abundant spiritual power in her dantian transformed into extremely pure liquid. This was the true essence that only true essence state cultivators possessed. The transformation of spiritual power into true essence represented a qualitative change. At the same time, it also meant that you had stepped into the true essence state. However, the surprises brought about by the awakening of the sword jade physique were far from over. The liquid true essence once again surged up, transforming into a powerful force that crazily boosted her cultivation. First level of the true essence state. Second level of the true essence state. Third. Fourth. And finally the 5th level of the true essence state. After you stepped into the 5th level of the true essence state, the surging true essence in her body finally calmed down. At this moment, the sword jade physique in her body had finally been completely activated. Whoosh! In an instant, with Yu at the center, an invisible gust of wind suddenly swept out over the surroundings. The special energy in her jade-like bones became even more dazzling, expelling the impurities in Yu's body. At the same time, Yu's temperament also underwent a huge change. If Yu had been a beautiful young girl in her prime before, then Yu was now a celestial maiden from the heavens who had descended to the mortal world, untainted by the filth of the mortal world. Her peerless beauty, beautiful star-like eyes, jade-like skin, and a smile that moved one's heart. She could truly be said to be a beauty that could topple kingdoms and cities. Seeing this, Yi Xian became absent-minded. Master. Yu's small cherry mouth opened slightly, and a pleasant voice could be heard. Her beautiful eyes were filled with mirth. She had already noticed the changes in her cultivation. She was now a bona fide 5th level true essence state cultivator. Who would have imagined that, 10 days ago, she had only been a mere 4th level refinement state cultivator. Ahem. Hearing this, Yi Xian quickly came back to his senses and then smiled in satisfaction. Very good. Of course, no one knew whether Yi Xian was referring to Yu's appearance or her cultivation. At this moment, several lines of virtual text appeared in front of Yi Xian's eyes again, which displayed information about you. Comprehension. 234 innate bone value. 229. Sword jade physique. A rare physique that is naturally compatible with sword Dao. Its owner's bones are like fine jade. When this physique is cultivated to the great success stage, the owner can cultivate the most powerful sword qi in the world. I didn't expect her innate bone value to rise this much. Seeing this, Yi Xian was surprised. Ding. As the host has helped his disciple to awaken the sword jade physique, a random 32 times feedback critical hit has been obtained. Congratulations, the host has obtained the sword overlord physique. At this moment, a system notification suddenly rang out in Yi Xian's mind. Rumble. At the same time, an extremely terrifying power suddenly gushed out of Yi Xian's body. It contained an extremely tyrannical aura, as if it was trying to tear the world apart. Master, what happened? Seeing this, you could not help but turn pale with fright, because that incomparably tyrannical power not only tore through space, but also swept toward her. Chapter 28. You are listening at novelfull.audio. Super Explosive Strike, Sword Overlord Physique. Translator. Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation. Even though you had already awakened the sword jade physique, she still felt pressured by this incomparably tyrannical power. Humph. Seeing this, Yi Xian snorted coldly. He reached out with his hand and lightly grabbed it. The tyrannical power that had gushed out suddenly disappeared. What tyrannical power? Seeing this scene, Yi Xian's eyes narrowed. If he had hesitated just now, this tyrannical power would have turned the yin into dust in an instant. Sword Overlord Physique. The divine physique of the sword that possesses the most tyrannical power. It contains the power to destroy everything. When this physique reaches perfection, it can destroy everything. Teacher, what was that just now? Yu's gaze fell on Yi Xian. Her eyes were filled with shock. If she had not seen incorrectly, her teacher seemed to have become stronger. Most importantly, the sword jade physique in her body even seemed to be trembling. Could it be that her teacher had also awakened some kind of powerful physique? I helped you awaken the sword jade physique just now and had an epiphany. That was the sword intent that I comprehended. Yi Xian found an excuse. He had indeed comprehended the sword intent, but it was not due to his own talent. It had been derived from the sword overlord physique itself. The sword overlord physique he had obtained from the system was so overbearing that it directly allowed him to comprehend 2 levels of sword intent. The so-called sword intent was a concept that evolved after one had accumulated sufficient comprehension on the path of sword Dao. Moreover, sword intent long surpassed the boundaries of ordinary spiritual power and involved the power of the laws. Of course, other than sword chi transforming into sword intent, there were also many other similar concepts in this world, such as saber intent and fist intent. However, no matter what kind of concept it was, it would greatly increase a cultivator's strength. At the same time, concepts were also extremely difficult to comprehend. Only cultivators with monstrous talent had a certain chance of comprehending one. At lower cultivation levels, the higher a cultivator's innate bone value was, the faster their cultivation speed would be, which would result in a rapid increase in strength. However, when a cultivator's cultivation reached a certain level, the importance shifted to the cultivator's comprehension value. Those freaks with high comprehension values had a very high chance of comprehending concepts. Once they could comprehend a concept, the cultivator's strength would greatly increase. In other words, the starting point of a cultivator was determined by their innate bone value, but the end point of a cultivator was determined by their comprehension value. Concepts were also divided into 9 levels. Once the concept reached the 9th level, it was possible to comprehend the legendary profound power. Of course, Yi Xian had only just come into contact with sword intent. Profound power was still a distant dream for him. He had only comprehended 2 levels of sword intent, yet his strength had already reached a terrifying level. It was enough to envision how powerful profound power would be. However, after awakening the sword overlord physique, not only did Yi Xian possess 2 levels of sword intent, his cultivation had also broken through to the true core state. The current him was already at the early stage of the golden core state. Throughout the entire Great Qian dynasty, cultivators whose cultivation had reached the golden core state were all old monsters from the various major factions. The number of these cultivators could be counted on one hand. If the previous Yi Xian could only run amok within the Great Qian dynasty, then the current Yi Xian could be said to have reached the point where he looked down on everything here. The strength of an early-stage golden core state cultivator, in addition to the sword defense lightning technique, low-rank earth rank, the cold light ice soul sword, low-rank magic weapon, the sword overlord physique, and 2 levels of sword intent, Yi Xian could even take on cultivators at the middle stage of the golden core state. Even if he faced stronger cultivators at the late stage of the golden core state, he still had the strength to fight. Today could be said to be a good day. The strength of both the master and disciple had greatly increased. When Huang Ling and Xue Min rushed back to the inn, they were instantly stunned when they saw the changes in the two people. She is too beautiful. When their gazes fell on you, their mouths were agape. They could not tear their eyes away from her, and their pupils were filled with astonishment. Yu's facial features did not change, but her beauty had undergone an earth-shattering improvement. Most importantly, Yu's temperament was now akin to that of a fairy from the heavens. Other than that, Yu's aura had also become incomparably sharp, like a divine sword that was about to be unsheathed. The powerful waves of spiritual power that gushed out also indicated that she had already stepped into the true essence state. Of course, there were also great changes in Yi Xian's body. Yi Xian, who was already extremely powerful, had become even more unfathomable in the eyes of Huang Ling and Xue Min. His aura was like a deep abyss that had no end. He was merely sitting there, but he somehow seemed like a divine sword that was about to tear the world apart, filled with incomparably tyrannical power. What? What is going on? The two looked at each other in confusion and saw the shock in each other's eyes. How long had they been gone? It had only been 15 minutes since they came back from gathering information. Why did they feel like there had been earth-shattering changes in these two? This was especially true regarding Yi Xian, who was unconsciously emitting an aura that made them feel oppressed. How could they dare to ask anything? What are the results of your investigation? Who is that woman? Yi Xian looked at Huang Ling and Xue Min, and then asked slowly. At the same time, the overbearing aura slowly disappeared. Huang Ling and Xue Min's expressions became much more relaxed. They came back to their senses and quickly told him about the information they had gathered in detail. Li family, Jiangqing City. Hearing this, Yi Xian could not help but raise his eyebrows. It seemed that after he helped you take revenge, he would have to go to Jiangqing City. Cultivators with dual spirit physiques were rare to begin with. If the other party's character was good, Yi Xian would not mind taking her in as a disciple. Huang Ling, Xue Min, if you two have nothing to do, you can practice swordsmanship with you. Of course, as your reward, I will help you refine that. Just as the two were about to leave after reporting their findings, Yi Xian stopped the two girls. Although Yu's cultivation was not low, she did not have much actual combat experience. If she did not go through some training, she would not be able to unleash her full strength. As you command, elder. Hearing this, the two girls agreed without any hesitation. It was very easy to practice swordsmanship. The two of them often went out to train, so they had a lot of combat experience. Although they noticed that you had already reached the true essence state, they did not care too much about it. No matter how they looked at it, this deal was extremely worth it. Chapter 29. You are listening at novelfull.audio. 2 against 1, and they still couldn't win. Translator. Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation. The Dark Glacial Frost was extremely rare. Although it could increase a cultivator's innate bone value, it needed to be refined to do so. Unless one possessed a certain amount of strength, even if they had the Dark Glacial Frost, they could only watch it rot. Most importantly, it could not be refined with spiritual power at all. It required true essence energy or above to refine. Although it was true that one could refine the Dark Glacial Frost after reaching the true essence state, it would take a lot of time. In other words, if Huang Ling and Xue Min were to refine the Dark Glacial Frost, it would take them at least a few months. However, if there was an expert to help them refine it, they would then have more time to cultivate. Their initial idea was to ask their teacher, Lin Qing, for help when they returned to the Qingyun Sect. With the help of an empty core state cultivator, it would only take a few hours to refine the Dark Glacial Frost. However, Yi Xian's strength was obviously stronger than their teacher's. With his help, it would naturally be even faster. Moreover, the deal Yi Xian proposed was simply too easy to satisfy. If it's good, then you can start now. Yi Xian smiled, and then waved his sleeve. An invisible power enveloped you and the others, and they disappeared from the inn. When you and the others regained their vision, they found that they had already arrived in the wilderness outside Jiaohe City. Although it was late at night, it did not affect their vision at all. What terrifying speed! Seeing this, Huang Ling and Xue Min could not help but stare blankly. What level had Elder Yi reached exactly? This was definitely not something an empty core state cultivator could do, right? Oh right, when you fight each other, don't hold back at all. Don't worry about hurting each other. Just do your best. Yi Xian said. Now that his strength had reached the early stage of the golden core state, even if these three true essence state cultivators were to fight to the death, everything would still be under his control. Okay. The three of them nodded in unison. Yu's expression instantly turned serious. She indeed lacked practical combat experience, and she knew very well that her teacher was trying to train her in this regard. She absolutely could not miss this opportunity. She had to give it her all. "Xue Min, you go first," Yi Xian said after thinking for a moment. "As you command, Elder Yi." Xue Min nodded, and then a sword appeared in her right hand. She strolled leisurely toward you. As the personal disciple of an elder of the Qingyun Sect, she often went out to train. It could be said that she had extremely rich practical combat experience. She was considered extremely powerful among cultivators of the same level. Those cultivators with ordinary levels of talent, even if their cultivation levels were slightly higher than hers, would not be a match for her. Not to mention the fact that she was currently facing a junior sister who had basically never experienced actual combat. However, the very next second, Xue Min's expression suddenly changed. Wang. The power in Yu's body quickly started to circulate, and her fifth-level true essence state cultivation suddenly exploded forth. What? Yu is actually at the fifth level of the true essence state. Seeing this, Huang Ling and Xue Min's expressions changed drastically. They had noticed that Yu had entered the true essence state since she had not yet familiarized herself with her own power back then, which made it impossible for her to completely hide her spiritual power fluctuations. However, Yu still managed to conceal a part of it. Thus, from what the two girls could sense, Yu had just entered the true essence state. Now that Yu had completely unleashed her strength, they finally understood Yu's true cultivation level. Fifth-level true essence state. She was at the same level as Huang Ling, and her cultivation level was even higher than Xue Min's. At that moment, Xue Min's expression immediately turned serious. "Senior sister, please advise." Yu shouted, and then she charged toward Xue Min. Seeing this, Xue Min did not dare to be the slightest bit negligent. The true essence in her body swept out without holding anything back. Within a short period of time, the two had exchanged close to 40 moves. Initially, Xue Min relied on her rich combat experience to gain a slight advantage, but, as time passed, she gradually became exhausted. Moreover, what surprised Xue Min the most was that Yu's combat experience grew extremely quickly, and soon the latter had an absolute advantage in the battle. Seeing that Xue Min was about to be unable to withstand Yu's attacks, Huang Ling hurriedly joined the battle. The two of them had always been training together in the outside world, and their coordination was impeccable. This turned the tides of the situation in an instant. Yu was once again at a disadvantage. However, it was extremely difficult for the two of them to fight Yu. As time slowly passed, who knew how many moves the three of them had exchanged? However, at this moment, another scene that caused Huang Ling and Xue Min's expressions to change greatly appeared. After Yu gradually adapted to Huang Ling and Xue Min's attacks, the sword jade physique in her body emitted a sharp light. The sword techniques she displayed swept across the sky. In an instant, she actually defeated Huang Ling and Xue Min. "Alright, let's call it a day." Seeing this, Yi Xian got them to stop. Whoosh! Seeing this, Huang Ling and Xue Min could not help but hold their breaths in astonishment. They looked at Yu with shock in their eyes. The level of talent this master and disciple pair had was too abnormal. Previously, they had been jealous of Yu's luck in managing to become Elder Ye's disciple. However, after the battle just now, the jealousy in their hearts faded away. Yu's comprehension value had already reached an extremely terrifying level. Had it not, it would have been impossible for her actual combat experience to have increased so quickly. However, if the two girls knew that Yi Xian had once infused Yu with his own spiritual power, they might have once again become jealous. There was nothing strange about that though. This kind of treatment for disciples was simply too extravagant. Yi Xian once again waved his sleeve and brought Yu and the others back to the inn. He had already promised to help Huang Ling and Xue Min refine the dark glacial frost, so he naturally would not go back on his word. At first, Huang Ling and Xue Min thought that it would take at least several hours for Yi Xian to refine the dark glacial frost, but he did it in less than 15 minutes. They were completely dumbfounded. Ever since they started following Elder Yi back then in the mountain range, more and more things had happened along the way. They were almost numb to all the surprises that appeared. As everyone knew, the speed at which a cultivator refined the dark glacial frost was closely related to their strength. In other words, the stronger the cultivator, the faster they would be able to refine the dark glacial frost. Seeing that Yi Xian did not even need 15 minutes to refine the dark glacial frost in front of them, they wondered just how strong he was. The two looked at each other and saw the shock that was evident in each other's eyes. If their guess was correct, something that would shake the entire Great Qian dynasty might happen soon. After refining the dark glacial frost, Yi Xian waved his hand gently. Two cold streams of light instantly entered the backs of Huang Ling and Xue Min. At the same time, the power inside Yi Xian's body suddenly swept out, helping the two to completely absorb the dark glacial frost. Chapter 30. You are listening at Novel Full.audio. Yunhei City Translator. Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation. Seeing this, Huan Ling and Xue Min were moved. Was this the legendary VIP treatment? Although they could only experience it once, they were satisfied. With Yi Xian's help, they could be said to have refined the dark glacial frost perfectly. Moreover, after completely refining the dark glacial frost, they could clearly sense that their innate bone value had increased a little. Huang Ling and Xue Min then said goodbye to Yi Xian and joyfully returned to their respective rooms. Although the battle with you today had given them quite a blow, it was still worth their while since they were able to perfectly absorb the dark glacial frost with the help of Elder Yi Xian. I really hope that I can dream of Elder Yi tonight. The two girls lay on the bed. When they thought of Yi Xian's handsome appearance, they felt butterflies in their stomach. If Lin Qing knew that her two treasured disciples were having such thoughts, she would definitely hold her head in her hands helplessly and say, it's really hard to discipline girls when they're older. On the morning of the third day, when the first wisp of purple air slowly rose in the east, Yi Xian took Yu and the others on the Firebird and flew toward Yunnan province. As they gradually approached the village in her memory, Yu's mood also turned gloomy. The joy that she had from her cultivation breakthrough had long disappeared. Time flew by and, soon, a day had passed. When night fell, Yi Xian brought them to find a place to rest. At the same time, Yi Xian once again honed Yu's actual combat experience, but this time, he became her sparring partner. Of course, he suppressed his cultivation to the 5th level of the true essence state. Even so, Yu could not last more than a few rounds in his hands. Ding! As the host has accompanied your disciple through 3 actual battles, you have helped your disciple obtain substantial actual combat experience. You have received a random 9 times feedback points critical hit. Congratulations, the host has obtained the experience of 27 life and death battles. When the sparring ended, the system notification rang out in Yi Xian's mind. The next second, he gained the experience of 27 life and death battles out of thin air in his mind. He had gained quite a bit of understanding regarding the path of cultivation once again. As expected, everything can be improved. Seeing this, Yi Xian could not help but smile. Soon, the second day arrived. Yi Xian and the others once again passed through the mountains and forests. At noon, they finally arrived in Yunnan province. As long as they passed through the Netherworld forest, which was not far away, they would be able to reach Yu's hometown, which was the village filled with her sad memories, Linshi village in the east of Yunhei City. However, the Netherworld forest was extremely dangerous, and there were 5th rank demon beasts inside, which were comparable to core formation state cultivators. Most cultivators did not dare to venture deep into the Netherworld forest, much less fly above it like Yi Xian. However, Yi Xian only released a bit of his aura. The 5th rank demon beasts in the Netherworld forest immediately trembled uncontrollably and crawled on the ground in fear. The Firebird did not go straight to Linshi village. Instead, it landed in the nearby Yunhei City. In Yu's memory, she could only vaguely remember the appearances of the bandits. However, she did not know the exact origin of that group, nor did she know where their headquarters were. Therefore, Yi Xian planned to ask around for some information in Yunhei City first. The city lord of Yunhei City had reached the 7th level of the purple spirit state. As soon as he sensed the aura of the Firebird, he was shocked. The Firebird's grade was high. Level rank 4, and its strength was not inferior to his at all. If its owner was able to control such a terrifying demon beast, then the strength of its owner could only be greater. The city lord of Yunhei City hurriedly went out to welcome them with a smile. No matter what the other party's purpose was, he could not afford to offend this big shot, especially if he was some sort of eccentric powerhouse. The slightest dissatisfaction meant that the other party might even destroy this city. May I know where you come from? I am Lin Yuan, the city lord of Yunhei City. Greetings, sir. Lin Yuan bowed respectfully in the direction of the Firebird. Qingyun Sect, Yi Xian. Yi Xian looked at Lin Yuan and then said calmly. At the same time, the Firebird turned into a stream of light and entered the space between Yu's eyebrows. I didn't expect it to be Elder Yi Xian. I have long heard of your illustrious name. Please come to the city lord's mansion for a visit. I will treat you well. Hearing his introduction, Lin Yuan was shocked. He had been wondering why this expert was so young. It turned out that he was Yi Xian from the Qingyun Sect. In the entire Great Qian dynasty, there was no one who did not know Yi Xian's name. He did not expect this legendary big shot to turn up at Yunhei City. Why would such a noble existence come to such a remote place? I won't trouble the city lord. I came to Yunhei City just to gather some information. Yi Xian said. Elder Yi Xian, please tell me what information you are looking for. I will tell you everything I know, Lin Yuan said respectfully. I want to know the specific information of all the robbers at the border of Yunhei City. Yi Xian said. Ah. Seeing this, Lin Yuan's expression changed. Why? Is that not possible? Seeing this, Yi Xian squinted his eyes. As the city lord of Yunhei City, it was impossible for Lin Yuan to know nothing about the bandits around Yunhei City. If the bandits in the city were too rampant and affected the lives of the common people to a great extent, he, as the city lord of Yunhei City, would certainly be punished by the great Qian dynasty. Although Yi Xian's expression did not change much, Lin Yuan felt an extremely terrifying pressure, and cold sweat ran down his back. I do know some information, but it's basically information from 3 years ago. 3 years ago, the cultivation practitioners of the Qingyun Sect came to Yunhei City and took over the mission of exterminating the bandits in the city. Therefore, the city lord's mansion ceased their involvement in the capture and extermination of the bandits after that. Lin Yuan explained hurriedly. The Qingyun Sect was the second most powerful sect in the great Qian dynasty. They had the authority to take over the mission of exterminating the bandits in the city by using the warrant given by the sect. Chapter 31. You are listening at novelfull.audio. Bandit Stronghold Translator. Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation, the Qingyun Sect again. Hearing this, a cold light flashed across Yi Xian's eyes. Huang Ling and Xue Min had said earlier that the cultivation practitioners of the Qingyun Sect had taken over most of the cities of the great Qian dynasty under the banner of suppressing bandits. It now truly seemed to be the case. However, it was impossible for those fellows from the Qingyun Sect to be so benevolent. What exactly were they plotting? I don't need specific information. As the city lord of Yunhei City, you should at least be aware of the number of bandits in Yunhei City vicinity, right? You just need to tell me their general locations. Yi Xian said. Yes, sir. Lin Yuan nodded, and then ordered his servants to retrieve the information about the bandits from the city lord's mansion. After Lin Yuan handed over the information, Yi Xian used his spiritual sense to scan and memorize all of the information. Yi Xian then waved his sleeve and turned into a ray of light, leaving with you and the others. Looking at the direction where Yi Xian disappeared, Lin Yuan's eyes flickered. He also had some doubts in his heart. As the second-best sect in the great Qian dynasty, the strength of the Qingyun sect was undeniable. Under normal circumstances, the other party should have wiped out all the bandits around Yunhei City easily after taking over the task of suppressing the bandits. However, for some reason, as time passed, the bandits around Yunhei City became more and more rampant. Previously, they had only gone after the wealth of the surrounding villages, but now they were starting massacres. At that moment, Lin Yuan felt an inexplicable sense of foreboding. However, whenever he sent people to observe the behavior of the cultivation practitioners of the Qingyun sect, he found that the other party had indeed been suppressing the bandits. Especially those bandits who were brutal and massacred the villages, they were all killed mercilessly by the practitioners of the Qingyun sect. However, the strange thing was that the number of the bandits around Yunhei City did not decrease, but increased instead, despite more and more bandits being killed. Lin Yuan had once suspected those practitioners of the Qingyun sect, but he did not dare to interfere in the affairs of the Qingyun sect after the leader of the other party exerted pressure on him. He knew very well that he was only a small city lord of Yunhei City. Even if the Qingyun sect was plotting something, it was not something a small figure like him could interfere with. Swoosh! The spiritual power in Yi Xian's body gushed out, bringing you and the others along with him at an extremely fast speed, tearing through the sky and heading toward the direction of the mountain. It was clear from the information just now that there were a total of 23 bandit strongholds around the Yunhei City. Of course, this was after excluding those bandits who had already been eliminated. He headed toward the east of Yunhei City. If those bandits who massacred Lin Shi village were still alive, then they were most likely hiding in this area. A vast and boundless mountain in the east of Yunhei City. This place was only 20 kilometers away from the Netherworld forest. On this steep mountain, one could see some stone houses. There were many caves on the mountain, and these houses were connected to these caves in an ingenious way. Looking at it from afar, it was indeed quite marvelous. Many people lived in these caves or stone houses. This was a mountain bandit stronghold near Yunhei City. They called themselves the Mountain Wonder Stronghold. The composition of this group of bandits was extremely complicated. Many of them were cultivators who were wanted by the great Qian dynasty's officials, and there were also some desperate people. Other than that, there were also many abandoned disciples from the various sections. However, at this moment, they had all gathered in this mountain stronghold. All their old identities had been thrown away, and now everyone here was just a bandit. 3 days ago, they had gathered their numbers and completely robbed a village 9 miles away from here. Not only did they take away all the wealth and food of the villagers, but they also took with them all of the young and beautiful women in the village. Of course, there were many villagers who chose to resist, but only death awaited them. After all, the bandit leader of the mountain stronghold had reached the 3rd level of the true essence state, and the strongest one in the village they had killed had only reached the 7th level of the refinement state, so how could they possibly resist the invasion of these bandits? The whole village was plunged into a sea of blood and despair. The strong villagers who resisted the bandits had all been killed, and the young and beautiful women had been taken away. Even the newborn babies had been mercilessly killed by these bandits. These bandits were like merciless killing machines. They brought the loot they had stolen back to the village and held a celebration party. Why don't you scream? If I scream, do you dare not to scream? Are you dead? Can't you hear what I'm saying? At this moment, a man's impatient voice could be heard from inside one of the caves. The man mercilessly slapped the woman's face. The broad and thick palm was imbued with a strong force. The woman's face was slightly deformed from the slap. A red palm print suddenly appeared on her face, and streams of blood flowed out from the corner of her mouth. However, the woman did not seem to feel anything. Her eyes were empty, and no screams emerged from her mouth. Her eyes were filled with despair. She had given up on life in this world. She could not even commit suicide in the hands of these brutal and shameless bandits. F***ck, this is boring. The man slapped the woman's face again, and then pulled up his pants. He spat on the woman's face and left the cave with an unhappy expression. How boring. If this B***tch doesn't cooperate in a few days, then I'll kill her. After leaving the cave, the man walked outside and took a deep breath. His expression was still vicious. However, the next second, his expression changed. What? 4 figures suddenly appeared in his field of vision, a man and 3 women. Most importantly, they did not rely on any magic treasures and just stood there in mid-air. How is this possible? Who? Who are you? When the man saw this scene, his pupils shrank and his body trembled. They were able to stand in the air without relying on any magic treasures, which could only mean one thing. This could only be achieved by core formation state cultivators, who were far above the true essence state. Yi Xian looked at the man indifferently, but, beside him, Huan Ling and Xue Min's eyes were filled with monstrous rage. Yu's fingernails were digging into her palm. Her eyes seemed as if they were about to spit fire, and her small body trembled with anger. This mountain housed one of the bandit strongholds in Lin Yuan's information. What happened? The bandits in the cave seemed to have sensed the movement outside and hurried out. When their eyes caught sight of Yi Xian and the others floating in the air, their expressions also changed. My lords. One of the bandits was about to speak, but he was directly cut in half by Huang Ling's sword. Whoosh! Whoosh! A few sharp sword lights flashed, and the robbers who came out of the cave were all killed by Huang Ling's sword. Yi Xian also narrowed his eyes, and then indifferently said, Kill. Huang Ling and the others acknowledged the order. The spiritual power fluctuations gushed out. Holding their weapons, they charged at the bandits. At that moment, countless bandits revealed panicked expressions as they frantically fled in all directions. At the same time, they frantically shouted, We're being attacked. We're being attacked. Chapter 32 You are listening at novelfull.audio. The Mastermind Translator. Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation, what happened? Who dares to attack our mountain stronghold? At this moment, a middle-aged man walked out of a rather luxurious stone house. The middle-aged man looked at the mountain bandits who were running away in a panicked state and frowned. Second Commander, there's trouble. Powerful cultivators are attacking our mountain stronghold. When the bandits spotted the second commander, they quickly gathered around him as if they had seen their savior. When the second commander saw this, he could not help but squint his eyes. Very quickly, he saw 3 women wielding sharp weapons, quickly reaping the lives of the bandits. What beautiful girls! When the second commander saw you, he immediately revealed a lewd expression. However, his expression quickly changed. The strength of the bandits was not weak. However, this group of women were easily taking their lives. It was obvious that these women were strong. Brothers, quickly go back and get your weapons. Let's capture these 3 girls. The second commander roared angrily. He then returned to the stone house and took out a sharp long knife. Follow the second commander and capture the girls together. Under the second commander's lead, the bandits instantly became more confident. They rushed toward Huang Ling and the others with long sabers, sticks, and other weapons. However, their expressions soon changed. The cultivation levels of these 3 women was extremely powerful. They could not even get close to them before being cut into 2 by the sharp sword chi. Shwa! As a terrifying sword chi flashed past, a stone house not far away suddenly split into 2 and instantly exploded. Damn it! These girls are so powerful. The second commander saw this scene and narrowed his eyes. It was obvious that these 3 women had not used their full strength earlier, which caused him to misjudge their strength. The strength they were showcasing now indicated that all 3 of them had definitely reached the true essence state. Although he was not weak, he was only at the first level of the true essence state, and not very strong either. Any core disciple of the major sects who was at the same cultivation level as him would be able to easily crush him. These 3 women were so young, but their cultivation levels had already reached the true essence states. They had to be genius cultivators from one of the top sections. Given their strength, the bandits were no match for them. Therefore, he had to seize the opportunity to escape with his life. Brothers, hurry up and kill them. Don't be afraid. The second commander roared angrily and urged the surrounding bandits to charge toward Huang Ling's group. However, the very next second, he stopped and suddenly ran in the other direction frantically. Humph. Can you escape? Seeing this, Yu's eyes gleamed with a cold light. The sword in her hand shone brilliantly. In an instant, she had blown away more than a dozen bandits and was charging toward the second commander. Damn it. Seeing this, the second commander's expression could not help but change. The long blade in his hand then released his true essence energy, chopping off a rock that weighed thousands of jin which smashed toward Yu. He wanted to use the power of the huge rock to hinder Yu's pursuit. Shua. Shua. However, he was destined to be disappointed. The sword in Yu's hand shone with a bright light. The sharp sword chi instantly crushed the huge rock into pieces. Whoosh. With a flash sword chi, the second commander's body was bisected. Such a large commotion had taken place in the stronghold, so the first commander naturally noticed it. However, after seeing the power Huang Ling and the others displayed, he immediately decided to retreat. While the second commander and the others were fighting against Huang Ling, he quietly used the stronghold's secret passage to escape. Had it only Huang Ling and the others, the first commander might indeed have been able to escape quietly. Unfortunately, there was still Yi Xian, who had reached the golden core state. The next second, a pressure that caused even the first commander's soul to feel fear quietly spread out. His footsteps suddenly stopped, and his body could not stop trembling. Most importantly, he found that he could no longer move. There was no helping it. The difference in strength between the two sides was too great. A mere third-level true essence state commander was like an ant in Yi Xian's eyes. Ah! Swish! Rumble! Within a short period of time, all the bandits in the mountain stronghold had been eliminated. Yi Xian, who was standing on top of a huge rock, stretched out his hand and gently made a grabbing motion. The secret passageway in the mountain stronghold immediately burst open, and then a terrifying invisible force grabbed the first commander's neck and pulled him out. The first commander's eyes were filled with despair. He wanted to kneel down and beg for mercy, but not only could he not move, he could not even speak. Yi Xian could not be bothered to listen to him. His powerful spiritual sense directly invaded the commander's soul as he used the simplest and most violent method to find the information he wanted. Okay. Let's go. After finding the information he needed, Yi Xian gently patted the first commander's body and it immediately exploded. Yi Xian then turned around and looked at Yu. Master, be no calm. Seeing this, Yu's hand that was holding the Qingyun sword could not help but tremble slightly. She naturally knew what Yi Xian implied. Her master had already found the whereabouts of the group of bandits who had massacred her village 2 years ago. It was true that Yi Xian had indeed found the whereabouts of those bandits from the memories of the first commander. Coincidentally, not only did the first commander of this mountain stronghold know what had happened 2 years ago, but he also knew some information related to the Qingyun Sect. The reason why the bandits around Yunhei City were so brutal was indeed related to the Qingyun Sect. Those cultivation practitioners from the Qingyun Sect were actually commanding those bandits to slaughter the villagers. Their purpose was very simple, they wanted to collect enough qi and blood essence. The Qingyun Sect really deserves to die. At that moment, there was a cold gleam in Yi Xian's eyes. Although the memories of the first commander indicated that he did not know whether those cultivation practitioners were from the Qingyun Sect at first, after Yi Xian saw the martial techniques displayed by the other party, he knew the identity of the other party. Moreover, it was clear from the first commander's memories that the massacre in Yu's village had something to do with the Qingyun Sect. Were it not for the instruction of those cultivation practitioners of the Qingyun Sect, that group of bandits would not have massacred Yu's village. At most, they would have plundered and stolen the wealth of the villagers. At first, that group of bandits only plundered the wealth of the village. However, under the instruction of the cultivation practitioners of the Qingyun Sect, they returned and massacred all of the villagers in Linshi village. The reason for this was simple. The Qingyun Sect had agreed to give them cultivation methods, medicinal pills, and weapons as long as they massacred all the villagers. The Mountain Wonder Stronghold, where the first commander was located, also received similar benefits from the Qingyun Sect. Under the instruction of the cultivation practitioners of the Qingyun Sect, the first commander and the others had massacred 3 villages. Whether it was an old man with a foot in the grave or a newborn child, they had all been slaughtered. Chapter 33. You are listening at novelfull.audio. Bloodstones, the intentions of the Qingyun Sect translator. Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation. The purpose of the Qingyun Sect was very simple, they wanted to obtain the qi and blood essence of the villagers. When a human died, the qi and blood essence in their body would be released quickly. Normally, the qi and blood essence would dissipate into heaven and earth. However, if one had a special method or magic treasure, they could collect the qi and blood essence. The reason why the cultivation practitioners of the Qingyun sect could collect the qi and blood essence was because each one of them carried a treasure called a bloodstone. Through the use of the bloodstone, they could absorb the qi and blood essence of the dead. By some lucky coincidence, the first commander had overheard a discussion among the cultivation practitioners that the Qingyun sect was collecting the qi and blood essence of these human beings not for their own personal cultivation purposes, but rather for the sect, and that these bloodstones had to be handed over to the sect elders. When Yi Xian saw this scene in the first commander's memories, he had a flash of realization when he recalled the various cultivation methods of the Qingyun sect over the past few years. He had already seen through the intentions of the Qingyun sect. Qi and blood essence were the core cultivation requirements for a cultivation practitioner who had broken through to the peak of the core formation state. Most importantly, the amount of qi and blood essence required for a cultivation practitioner to break through to the unity realm was an astronomical figure. The Qingyun sect sent their cultivation practitioners to various cities in the Great Qian dynasty. On the surface, they were acting under the banner of righteousness to suppress the bandits, but, in fact, they were instructing the bandits to slaughter the villagers and secretly collecting the qi and blood essence. After that, they brought the qi and blood essence back to the sect using the bloodstones. The qi and blood essence in a single person's body was limited, but it would be a different story if they slaughtered hundreds of people. As long as enough people were involved, they would be able to gather enough qi and blood essence. With such a huge amount of qi and blood essence, would it not be easy for a cultivation practitioner in the late stage of the golden core state to reach the peak stage of the core formation state or beyond? The Great Qian dynasty had a population of hundreds of millions, and the Tianyuan continent was a cultivation world where the strong preyed on the weak. Even if a large number of people were killed every day, the royal family of the Great Qian dynasty would not be able to detect anything as long as these massacres were dealt with quietly. After all, these bandits were mostly desperados, and many of them had massacred villages before, so it would be difficult to detect any changes if the cultivators of the Qingyun sect merely ordered the massacres of a few more villages here and there. What a good plan. Thinking this, Yi Xian sneered. He had basically learned that there was a powerful old cultivator hidden in the Qingyun sect, whose cultivation had at least broken through to the late stage of the golden core state. It seemed that the plan to seek revenge on the Qingyun sect would have to be delayed a few more days. At the very least, his cultivation base had to break through to the late stage of the golden core state or the peak stage of the golden core state. He would head to Jiangqing City later instead. If Li Qinyan could pass his test, he would take her in as his disciple. At that point, he would be able to gain more rewards from the system, after which his cultivation would likely reach the late stage of the golden core state. Let's go. Yi Xian then waved his sleeve, and a huge amount of power gushed forth from his body. It swept up Yu and the others and flew away. After Yi Xian and the others left, there were sounds of crying and weeping echoing all over the mountain stronghold. We are finally saved. Ali, where are you? The group of animals who abused us have all been killed by our benefactor. We are finally free. These godforsaken B********s finally got their comeuppance. Oh God, you've finally opened your eyes and delivered justice. Thank you, benefactor. Thank you, benefactor. Many naked women knelt down in the direction where Yi Xian and the others had left. Their faces were full of gratitude. Xiao Xue, we can go home now. Is our home still there? According to the first commander's memories, the bandits who had massacred Lin Shi village were gathered at a place called Shidong. They called their village Fengshan Stronghold. The bandits in the mountain village had all drifted together from extremely distant places. Originally, they wanted to continue drifting in search of a relatively wealthy city before robbing their homes. However, just after they finished robbing Lin Shi village, a few mysterious cultivators suddenly came knocking on their doors. They claimed to be from a large sect, and wanted to cooperate with the bandits. Their proposal was very simple. The cultivators wanted them to slaughter a village within a set period of time. The wealth, food, and those young and beautiful women in the village would all belong to the bandits. As for the mysterious cultivators, they only needed to obtain the qi and blood essence of the villagers when they were on the verge of death. The rewards offered by the other party were also very tempting. They would be given some relatively high-level cultivation methods, as well as expensive medicinal pills and martial techniques. This business deal was simply too good to pass up. The leader of the group of mountain bandits agreed without the slightest hesitation. The mountain bandits were originally vagrants. Robbing, burning, killing, and plundering were just trivial matters to them. Hearing that they would even be rewarded generously for their crimes, they all jumped at the opportunity. Therefore, under the instruction of those mysterious cultivators, within these 2 years, they had already massacred 6 villages. If things had been the same as before, the city lord's mansion would have furiously mobilized a large number of cultivation practitioners to encircle and suppress them. However, after 2 years, the city lord's mansion of Yinhe City had not shown any sign of activity. They even heard that the cultivation practitioners of the Qingyun sect had taken on the mission to suppress the bandits. Just as they were starting to feel fearful, those mysterious cultivation practitioners appeared again. They made it clear that they had a friendly relationship with the cultivation practitioners of the Qingyun Sect and those that worked with them would not be targeted by them. Later on, the mountain stronghold slaughtered 2 more villages. After realizing that the cultivation practitioners of the Qingyun Sect had remained silent, they finally felt relieved. Today, they had received another mission from those mysterious cultivation practitioners, and were supposed to slaughter another village. However, the village was close to 30 kilometers away from their mountain stronghold. The first commander had already led most of the bandits to that village early in the morning. Currently, there were only a few people left guarding the mountain stronghold. Inside a simple and unadorned wooden house in the Fengxian stronghold, a man dressed in cyan black robes sat cross-legged on the bed. His gaze landed on a bloodstone in front of his chest. Looking at the dense blood essence gushing out from the bloodstone, he revealed a satisfied expression. Phew! The mission was finally completed. Once senior brother returns, I can return to the sect to complete the mission. The man muttered to himself. Chapter 34 You are listening at novelfull.audio. Exterminating the Fengxian Stronghold Translator. Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation I won't need those bandits from the Fengxian Stronghold after this. When they come back, I'll send them off to the underworld. At that moment, the man's lips curled up into a sneer. He was a cultivation practitioner from the Qingyun Sect, though the bandits in the stronghold did not know that, they believed that he was a cultivator from some mysterious sect. The Qingyun Sect had always been brutal in terms of their methods and techniques. Now that the mountain stronghold had lost its value, there was no need for it to exist anymore. Once they completed their mission, it was time to tie up loose ends. In this way, not only could they keep the bloodstones a secret, but they could also put on an act for the great Qian dynasty to see. Over the past few years, the Fengxian stronghold had become a well-known bandit stronghold that everyone in the Yunhe city wanted to destroy. As long as they completely eradicated the Fengxian stronghold, they would definitely gain the support of countless people. Not only would they be able to obtain a huge amount of qi and blood essence, but they would also be able to improve the image of their sect at the same time. It was like killing 2 birds with 1 stone. This man and another cultivation practitioner of the Qingyun Sect were the ones responsible for supervising the Fengxian stronghold. That way, if they discovered that someone wanted to leak the secret, it would be easier for them to eradicate the enemy. Although these bandits were not aware of their origins, it would be bad if other cultivation practitioners of other sects recognized their identities. The bloodstone on the man's chest had absorbed enough qi and blood essence when he was slaughtering another village a while back. Now, he just needed to wait for his senior brother's bloodstone to absorb enough qi and blood essence before their mission was complete. There would be no reason to keep Fengxian stronghold around then. Not good. Enemy attack. Just as the man put away the bloodstone, a series of panicked shouts suddenly echoed throughout the stronghold. What? The man frowned when he heard this, and then he quickly walked out. He saw that there were 4 people attacking Fengxian stronghold, 1 man and 3 women. How can there be such a beautiful woman? When the man's eyes landed on you, his eyes lit up. However, his expression changed drastically shortly after. How is this possible? She's actually a 5th level true essence state cultivator. The next second, the sword in Yu's hand emitted a sharp aura, and then she charged toward the bandits of Fengxian stronghold. The true essence in her body swept out, and a powerful force quickly reaped the lives of those bandits. Huang Ling and Shui Min, who were beside her, did not make a move. This was also Yi Xian's intention. The bandits of Fengxian stronghold were the murderers who had massacred Lin Shi village. Logically speaking, you should take revenge herself. Only then would she be able to completely resolve the knot in her heart. The strength of a 5th level true essence state cultivator was so powerful that none of the bandits were a match for her. They could not even withstand a single blow from you. Some of these bandits were in the Qi transformation state, though most were at the peak of the refinement state. How could they withstand Yu's attacks? Yu's movement technique was as fast as a cheetah's. Even when faced with dozens of bandits who were working together, none of them could land a blow on her. Damn it, this woman's strength is too terrifying. Hurry up and run. The bandits who were still alive cried out with fear. After seeing their companions fall one by one, how could they still have any thoughts of resisting? Damn it! Where did these people come from? Seeing this scene, the man's expression also changed greatly. He then moved his body and retreated frantically. Although his cultivation had also reached the 5th level of the true essence state, he could not help but feel his heart palpitate when he felt the true origin power emitted from Yu's body. He was especially wary of that longsword, its grade was definitely not ordinary. Even if he attacked, he might not be able to defeat you. More importantly, she did not come alone. Especially that man standing on top of the huge rock. Although he did not sense any spiritual power fluctuations from that man, when his gaze landed on that man, his heart trembled. That man's cultivation must have reached an extremely terrifying level. It was at the very least not lower than the purple spirit state. Damn it. It just so happens that senior brother isn't here. Why did this group of people come over at this time? Why do that woman's moves feel so familiar? I think I've seen it somewhere before. Could it be that this woman is from a top-tier sect? Once the man made his way beyond Yi Xian's line of sight, the power in his body gushed out crazily, and then he ran away quickly. Several thoughts flashed through his mind. However, at this moment, he felt an extremely terrifying pressure fall from the sky, suppressing him to the point that he could not move at all. This is the pressure of a core formation state cultivator. Realizing this, the man widened his eyes in astonishment. He was a cultivator from the Qingyun Sect, so how could he not know what such powerful pressure represented? Only a core formation state cultivator could render a 5th level true essence state cultivator like him unable to move using just his spiritual pressure. Damn it! How did I end up meeting such a powerful cultivator? The man cursed in despair helplessly. The very next second, an invisible force suddenly grabbed the man's neck and pulled him over to Yi Xian's side. Ah! Messenger, please save us. Help! I don't want to die yet. The man who was held in the air by an invisible force could only watch as all the bandits in the stronghold were slaughtered. Although the first commander of the Fengshan stronghold had taken away most of the forces, the fourth commander of the Whirlwind stronghold was still alive. He was a cultivator who had reached the first level of the core formation state. However, all of his comrades had fallen at the hands of the woman holding the longsword. As expected, it's the Qingyun Sect again. Yi Xian reached out his hand and gently waved it, easily catching the man in front of him. At the same time, a bright light flashed and the bloodstone in the man's arms suddenly landed in Yi Xian's palm. Seeing this, the man's eyes flickered furiously. He wanted to struggle, but he could not free himself from the invisible power at all. Bang! Yi Xian gently squeezed his palm and the bloodstone in his palm instantly turned into nothingness. The rich qi and blood power slowly dissipated back into heaven and earth. Just the impure qi and blood essence was not enough to tempt him. Only those old monsters at the end of their lifespan would come up with such a crazy idea of wanting to use the impure qi and blood essence from mortals to break through. Chapter 35 You are listening at Novel Full.audio. The Savage Bandits Translator. Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation. The next second, Yi Xian's spiritual sense suddenly invaded the man's mind, and he used extremely violent methods to examine the man's memories. After obtaining the information he needed, the man's soul was also torn apart and dissipated. They are heading to Tashi village. Yi Xian snapped his fingers lightly, and the man immediately exploded and turned into nothingness. His gaze then fell on Yu, who was not far away. Blood dripped from Yu's sword, and her body was covered with the scent of blood. As she stared at the destruction she had wrought in the stronghold, there was not a trace of pity on her face. It was this group of bandits who had brutally massacred her village back then. While she did not remember many enemies, the fourth commander who had fallen under her sword was one of them. Back then, it was this fourth commander who had wielded a long saber and slaughtered Lin Shi village. He did not even spare the elderly and newborn children. Ah, you would never forget the appearance of the fourth commander. The sword in her hand did not hesitate to split the fourth commander in twain. Just before the light from the fourth commander's eyes faded away, his mind seemed to recall something. The terrifying girl in front of him wielding a longsword seemed to be the lone survivor from Lin Shi village 2 years ago. She had come back to take revenge. However, how could a powerless girl become so strong in just 2 years? The fourth commander could not comprehend this. He died with a face full of unwillingness. Whoosh! Yi Xian waved his sleeve and then flew away with Yu and the others. They headed toward Tashi village, where the rest of Yu's remaining enemies were gathered. In Tashi village. What are you waiting for? If you don't hurry up, I'll chop you into pieces. Hurry up and cooperate. Hand over all of the wealth in the village and the food. Damn it! What are you looking at? Are you looking to die? The bandits held sharp weapons in their hands and roared at the villagers ferociously. Some of the villagers who wanted to resist had their arms and legs broken by them. Those who dared to look them in the eye would be slapped in the face. The difference in strength between the two sides was too big, so the villagers could only endure the humiliation in order to survive. They hurriedly returned to their homes and took out all their wealth and food. If they were slightly slower, their limbs would be broken by these bandits. However, that was not the worst part. Some of the more brutal bandits directly cut them down with their blades. Hurry up! Don't waste our time. Right at this moment, a man wearing a cyan robe was shouting impatiently. The middle-aged man next to him nodded with an ingratiating smile. Okay. I will go and urge them. The burly middle-aged man was the first commander of the Fengshan stronghold. He was a cultivation practitioner who had reached the 5th level of the true essence state, and his name was Baduluo. The person Baduluo was trying to please was the cultivation practitioner from the Qingyun Sect. This Xianing cultivator's identity was not simple. He was the personal disciple of an elder, and also Duan Wujie's brother. His name was Duan Wui, and he was a cultivation practitioner who had reached the 8th level of the true essence state. Hurry and finish up. If you see anyone dawdling, drag them out and chop them up. Baduluo then shouted, did you hear that? I told you to be faster. Are you deaf? The next second, one of the bandits kicked a hunchback man who was carrying several bags of food. I'm sorry. I know I'm wrong. I'll move faster. Although the hunchback man was extremely angry, he could only smile and restrain himself. He did not dare to display any dissatisfaction. After all, he did not have the slightest talent when it came to cultivation. He was just an ordinary civilian. A few years ago, when he went to the mountains to search for yams, he was attacked by demonic beasts. Although he was lucky enough to survive, his back had indeed suffered serious injuries. After that incident, he became a hunchback. As his back and waist injuries were chronic, he could only carry 2 bags of food with much effort. Naturally, his speed was much slower than the other able-bodied villagers. He was extremely clear in his heart that ordinary citizens like him were nothing but ants in the eyes of these bandits and cultivators. In any case, these bandits were only robbing them of wealth and food. As long as they could ensure the safety of their wives and children, they would do what was necessary to satisfy them. Dignity did not matter here. For the safety of his family, he was willing to let them trample on him. It's already too late to apologize. The bandit had a vicious expression on his face as the corners of his mouth curled up into a cold smile. The long saber in his hand flickered with a sharp light as he slashed down toward the hunchbacked man. Swoosh! As the dazzling saber light flashed past, fresh blood instantly gushed out. Father! A 5 or 6-year-old boy in the crowd could not help but let out a heart-wrenching cry of sadness when he saw this. Husband! At the same time, the woman beside the boy also knelt on the ground in grief. Her face was filled with a mournful expression as she charged toward the bandit without caring about anything else. You animals, if you want money, I'll give you money. Why didn't you let him go? You're courting death. When the bandit saw this, the fierce expression on his face became even more intense. The long saber in his hand slashed down once again. Another stream of bright red blood spurted out. Mother! When the boy saw this scene, he cried out miserably. Tears streamed down his face, and his eyes were filled with despair. His fingernails dug deeply into the palm of his hand, so deeply that they drew blood. The boy cried while looking at the bandit with immense hatred, after which he charged out of the crowd like a madman and charged toward the corpses of his parents. Even if the target was a child, there was no pity in the eyes of the bandit. He slowly raised the long saber again. Little Zhongbin, don't be rash. These animals are too much. They are treating human lives like grass. Villagers, let's not endure it anymore. We will perish together with these animals. Many of the men in the village were furious. Their eyes were filled with hatred toward this group of mountain bandits. They wanted to rush over and save the boy. However, the strongest among them was only at the 3rd level of the refinement state. How could they resist these bandits? The sharp saber light flashed again. It was about to split the boy's head into 2. Chapter 36. You are listening at novelfull.audio. You. Do you still remember me? Translator. Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation Show. A sword chi that exuded a resplendent light flashed past. The long saber in the bandit's hand instantly shattered. At the same time, there was the sound of flesh being torn apart. The bandit's body instantly stiffened. He lowered his head with great difficulty and saw a deep wound on his chest in which his bones were visible. This. How? The light in the robber's eyes gradually faded, and he collapsed to the ground dead. Who's there? Seeing this, Baduluo's eyes darted around, and his expression instantly turned vigilant. However, Duan Wui's gaze immediately turned toward a certain direction. The figures of a man and 3 women slowly appeared in his field of vision. These 4 people were all very young, and it looked like the oldest among them was only around 20 years old. They walked slowly toward the robbers. Dark clouds covered the sky as if heralding an impending storm. Rustle. At the same time, gusts of strong wind suddenly whipped past, causing the trees to shake and the dust on the ground to be swept up. Who exactly are you all? How dare you attack my Fengshan stronghold? When Baduluo saw this, he took a step forward. His eyes were filled with ferocity. First commander of the Fengshan stronghold, do you remember me? You held the incomparably sharp Qingyun sword in her hand as she slowly walked forward. The sharp tip of the sword split the ground as she dragged it along the ground. Her face was extremely beautiful, and she had bright eyes and white teeth. Her star-like gaze landed on Baduluo. However, her gaze was filled with hatred. Her snow-white clothes had long been stained with bright red blood. However, it was precisely because of this that you displayed a different kind of beauty. Rustle. In an instant, the wind surged and the clouds rose, the strong winds swept up the sand on the ground. Remember you. When Baduluo saw this, he frowned slightly. He deeply immersed himself in his memories. When had he ever met such a beautiful woman? It's normal that you don't remember. After all, countless people died in your hands. Why would you care about the lives of commoners like us? How would you remember the appearance of a girl who narrowly escaped death and was forced to cross the netherworld forest? You slowly walked toward Baduluo. When she saw the face that often filled her nightmares, the memories of that tragic incident from 2 years ago involuntarily surfaced in her mind. At this moment, neither Baduluo or Duan Wui dared to act rashly. After all, the strength that you displayed earlier was not ordinary. The origin of this person was unknown, but she definitely was not some common character. Under the circumstances where they were uncertain about the identities of their enemies, it would be unwise to act rashly. However, compared to Baduluo, Duan Wui's experience and breadth of knowledge was clearly richer. When his gaze landed on the Qingyun sword in Yu's hand, he felt that something was very wrong. The grade of this weapon was not low. Even he had never come into contact with such a high-grade weapon. Most importantly, he could not see through the young man's aura at all. He could not detect any spiritual power fluctuations from his body. However, when the young man glanced at him, his heart palpitated madly as if warning him of an impending threat to his life. Moreover, he felt that this young man's appearance seemed somewhat familiar. He felt that he had seen him somewhere before, but where? No matter how hard Duan Wui racked his brain, he was unable to recall who this young man was. He was different from Duan Wujie. The latter had just seen Yi Xian's portrait, so he naturally knew Yi Xian's identity. However, when Duan Wui left the sect, he had only taken a quick glance, so he did not have much of an impression of him. Forced to cross the netherworld forest. Hearing this, Baduluo narrowed his eyes. The doubtful expression in his eyes became even stronger but, at the same time, his body also silently tensed up. Ta-ta-ta. When she was close to 50 meters away from Baduluo, Yu halted her footsteps. Her star-like gaze fell upon Baduluo's body. Her eyes were filled with monstrous hatred. Gusts of strong wind surged around them, shaking the large trees around the village. The dried leaves on the ground were swept up by the strong wind. Whoosh! Whoosh! Yu's clothes, which were stained with fresh red blood, fluttered in the wind. Her long, beautiful hair slowly rose and fell on her shoulders. Do you remember what happened at Linshire village 2 years ago? Yu looked at Baduluo and said slowly. Whoosh! The Qingyun sword in Yu's hand suddenly shook. A streak of bright light suddenly lit up, illuminating their originally dark and dim surroundings. At the same time, Baduluo also suddenly came back to his senses, and the events of the past appeared in his mind. What? You are actually the girl who survived the Linshire village massacre. You actually made it through the netherworld forest. When Baduluo heard this, his eyes widened. He now remembered that, 2 years ago, he led the members of Fengshan stronghold to completely slaughter Linshire village. However, at that time, there was indeed a little girl who managed to escape. Baduluo was not the only one who recalled this, the other bandits present at Fengshan stronghold back then did too. They had a deep impression of this girl. In the entirety of Linshire village, Yu was the most delicate and pretty looking girl. It was also because of this that those bandits did not want to kill you, but wanted to bring her back to the stronghold instead. Unfortunately for them, Yu's father's cultivation had reached the 4th level of the refinement state, and he protected Yu with his life. Even though her father was almost cut in half by the first commander, he still managed to throw Yu into the netherworld forest before he died. Of course, at that time, Baduluo also had the opportunity to capture Yu in the netherworld forest. However, at that time, Duan Wui had been overly cautious and did not personally come out to collect the qi and blood essence. As such, Baduluo had been placed in charge of the bloodstone. The qi and blood essence emitted by a person before death was the densest, and it would rapidly dissipate with the passage of time. He was afraid of wasting too much time chasing you, and also wanted to avoid any repercussions from Duan Wui. As such he chose to return to the village and use the bloodstone to collect the qi and blood essence. In order to speed up the pace of collecting the qi and blood essence, the mountain stronghold's commander personally took care of the villagers. He only sent some bandits with lower cultivation to chase after you. Earlier, the bandits had wanted to capture you alive, so they did not try to kill her directly. Otherwise, Yu's father would not have been able to protect her. After that, Yu's father sacrificed his life to allow you to successfully escape from the bandits' vicious hands. In addition, the bandits were quite afraid of the demonic beasts in the depths of the netherworld forest, so you survived their cautious pursuit. After Baduluo finished collecting all of the qi and blood essence of the villagers, he also hurried to the netherworld forest. However, after several days of fruitless tracking, he did not find any trace of Yu. However, Baduluo was not too bothered about it. After all, Yu was a weak girl. If she was placed in the netherworld forest, she would almost certainly die. She would have been eaten by some demonic beast. However, he did not expect that the reason he could not find Yu was because, after witnessing her father's death, she had fainted due to grief. Furthermore, she had been taken away by a second-rank demonic beast, an ocelot. Furthermore, it was exactly this ocelot that had scared the bandits away. The ocelot carried Yu and ran toward the depths of the netherworld forest. However, on the way, it was attacked by a third-rank demonic beast, the chaotic wood snake. In order to save its own life, the ocelot had no choice but to abandon Yu and flee. How could the chaotic wood snake let the ocelot go? The two chased each other into the depths of the forest and slowly disappeared. It was also because of this that Yu was able to escape. Perhaps the heavens pitted this girl with a tragic fate. Although Yu had encountered many disasters in the netherworld forest, she was lucky enough to survive. After wandering around for several months, she finally arrived at the Qingyun Sect and met Yi Xian. The turning point in her life, her master. If possible, Yu did not want to just be his disciple. Chapter 37. You are listening at novelfull.audio. All of you will die. Translator. Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation. There were 5 or 6 villages that were completely slaughtered by the Fengxian stronghold, which added up to close to 40,000 people. However, Yu was the only survivor among them. Humph. You were lucky enough to survive back then. Instead of living peacefully out there, you actually dared to come back. Don't worry, I won't give you a second chance at survival. Seeing this, Baduluo sneered. The other bandits also looked at Yu with a ferocious expression and then surrounded her. The reason why they had not recognized Yu immediately was because Yu's appearance had changed drastically. She had become even more beautiful and alluring. Although Yu's facial features did not change much, her temperament had been greatly improved since she awakened the sword jade physique. If the Yu from before could be considered a graceful beauty, then she was now a peerless beauty. Baduluo's eyes were filled with a cold gleam. The 2-meter long broadsword at his waist was instantly unsheathed. He first looked at Yu, then at Yi Xian and the other two who were not far away. Although he did not know the strength of Yi Xian and the others, there was a limit to how strong a young cultivator could be, no matter how talented they were. Most importantly, 2 years ago, Yu had still been a weak ordinary person. How much could she have changed in just 2 years? In his opinion, no matter how talented Yu was, her cultivation would at most have reached the 8th or 9th level of the refinement state. Now that he knew Yu's identity, the final doubts in Baduluo's heart were completely dispelled. Perhaps the people around you were not simple, but they were not the only powerhouses here. He also had Duan Wui, who had reached the 8th level of the true essence state by his side. Baduluo had seen Duan Wui's strength with his own eyes. Even he himself could not withstand 2 moves from him. Therefore, according to Baduluo's speculation, after Yu had luckily escaped from the netherworld forest, she should have become a disciple of a sect. Now, after her cultivation reached a certain level, she had brought her senior and junior brothers back to avenge her village. After I capture you and bring you back to the stronghold, I will have scored a great contribution. As for the senior sister who came with you, she looks pretty good. I'll just keep her around as my wife. In fact, I'll keep both of them. Kiki. Baduluo had a savage grin on his face. The true essence energy in his body surged out into the long saber. A sharp saber chi immediately spread out. At the same time, the surrounding bandits also activated the spiritual power in their dantians. In an instant, all kinds of spiritual power suddenly circulated, forming an extremely terrifying spiritual pressure. The surrounding villagers who were not cultivators immediately felt their chests tighten and knelt on the ground with incomparably terrified expressions. The bandits were all ready to attack. As long as Baduluo gave the order, they would attack you. Although the villagers were scared out of their wits by their aura, Yu's expression did not change at all. Yu gently lifted the Qingyun sword, her jade-like hand gently pressed on the blade of the sword. Her cherry-like mouth opened slightly, and she continued to speak slowly. Father, mother, village chief grandpa and Aunt Xuan. Today, you will take revenge for the village. In an instant, her extremely dense true essence energy suddenly surged forth, and her jade-like bones blossomed with a resplendent sword chi power. Boom! An extremely powerful aura suddenly enveloped the surroundings. This is impossible. Seeing this, the bandits stared at her in shock. Those with lower cultivations felt an extremely powerful spiritual pressure sweep over their bodies, but they were unable to sense Yu's exact cultivation level. However, Baduluo was very clear. The other party's cultivation had reached the 5th level of the true essence state, and the density of her true essence energy was even more terrifying than his. How is this possible? Baduluo staggered backward, his eyes filled with disbelief. How could an ordinary person reach the 5th level of the true essence state in such a short time? How did she do it? It was true that ordinary people could not accomplish this feat, but it was different when it came to Yi Xian. At that moment, Baduluo's heart was filled with disbelief. He did not want to believe what was happening right now. He had spent dozens of years cultivating, yet had only reached the 5th level of the true essence state. However, you had only spent 2 years to reach the same level. Could this be any more ridiculous? 2 years ago, he had been able to kill this girl with a single slap. Now, she had reached the same cultivation level as him. Let's attack together. We have to capture her. Baduluo was also someone who could see the big picture, so he quickly calmed down and shouted. Although those bandits were scared, they did not dare to disobey the first commander's order. Besides, no matter how powerful you was, there was no way she could possibly withstand a siege by so many people, right? The first commander's cultivation level had reached the 5th level of the true essence state, while the second and third commanders had both reached the 3rd level of the true essence state. If they worked together, you would not be their match. Most importantly, they also had an extremely powerful cultivator from a mysterious sect behind them. Thinking this, the bandits immediately calmed down. They then charged towards you with weapons in hand. Brothers, charge. Charge, take her down. Yeah. There are so many of us. Why should we be afraid of a little girl like her? At that moment, the bandits all roared in anger, trying to give themselves a morale and courage boost. All of you must die today. Seeing this, you raised her eyelids slightly. Her eyes were filled with coldness. The Qingyun sword in her hand released a dazzling sword chi, instantly splitting the unfortunate bandit who was the first to rush over into 2 halves. How could a mere 5th or 6th level chi transformation state cultivator withstand the sharp sword chi of the Qingyun sword? When everyone saw this scene, the confident smiles on their faces suddenly faded. Their eyes were filled with fear, and they wanted to retreat. Second and third, let's work together to take her down. What are you all standing there for? Hurry up and attack. Baduluo roared angrily. His true essence energy surged forth, and his feet left a clear mark on the ground as he shot out like a cannonball. The long saber in his hand released a powerful saber chi which slashed toward you. Chapter 38. You are listening at novelfull.audio. Don't come over. Translator. Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation. At the same time, the second and third commanders formed a pincer attack, completely surrounding you. The surrounding bandits also held weapons in their hands as they encircled you. Even though she was faced with attacks from all directions, you did not panic in the slightest. The Qingyun sword in her hand blossomed with brilliant light, fiercely clashing against Baduluo's long saber. Clang! An extremely powerful force suddenly swept out. The long saber in Baduluo's hand instantly bent, and his body was forced back more than 10 steps. Damn it! What grade of weapon is that? Baduluo's expression could not help but change greatly. Whether it was the strength of their true essence energy, or the grade of their weapons, he could not compare to you. Clang, clang. The Qingyun sword in Yu's hand transformed into a sky full of sword shadows. With a crushing stance, she instantly sent the second and third commanders flying. Their cultivation levels were not as high as Yu's, and with the added difference in the grade of their weapons, they were easily and completely crushed by Yu. Were it not for the fact that there were too many bandits surrounding you, she would have only needed 2 moves to kill those 2. After the 2 of them fell to the ground, they looked at their trembling right hands. Their hearts were filled with fear. How could they still dare to continue fighting? The entire process happened within the blink of an eye. Before everyone could react, Yu lightly tapped her feet and stood up. Her sword chi formed a half-moon arc that swept out and slashed toward the bandits. Ah! In an instant, screams could be heard all over the place. In just an instant, that half-moon arc sword chi killed more than 10 bandits. When everyone saw this scene, they were terrified. The first commander could not defeat the other party, and the second and third commanders were sent flying with a single strike. The rest of the bandits could not even withstand a single strike from the other party without dying. How were they supposed to continue fighting like this? What exactly happened? How could an ordinary person from 2 years ago become so terrifying? At that moment, most of the bandits fearfully and frantically ran in all directions. However, would you let them off? Yu's figure moved, and the Qingyun sword in her hand emitted a resplendent light. Her sharp sword aura swept toward the bandits. Each sword strike took the lives of several bandits. Clang clang clang. The sword and the saber clashed madly, but Baduluo was beaten back each. Cracks eventually started appearing on his long saber. Bang! At this moment, the Qingyun sword in Yu's hand burst forth with even more power, which instantly sent the long saber in Baduluo's hand flying. At the same time, Yu's foot kicked Baduluo's abdomen. The terrifying power of her kick was transmitted to Baduluo's abdomen, sending him flying dozens of meters away. Puff! Baduluo struggled to get up, and spat out a mouthful of blood. Why was there such a difference in strength between them? Were they not both 5th level true essence state cultivators? Despite noticing the injured Baduluo, you did not pursue him. Of course, it was not because she was soft-hearted, but rather because she did not want Baduluo to die so easily. Yu immediately turned her attention to the other bandits. She would never forget that her father had been killed by these bandits. You. Don't come over. If you come over again, I will kill him. The bandit saw Yu's cold gaze and was instantly terrified. In his panicked state, he placed his long saber on the neck of one of the villagers. He looked at Yu with a threatening gaze. However, Yu acted as if she did not hear his threat and slowly walked toward him. With master around, there was no way these small fries could hurt those villagers. When he saw Yu continue walking forward, the bandit's face became even more ferocious and he roared with all his might. Are you deaf? Can you not hear what I'm saying? If you dare to take another step forward, I'll kill him immediately. Immediately, the bandit's spiritual power surged out crazily. His long saber was about to chop the villager to death. However, before he could do so, he found that an invisible spiritual pressure had completely restricted his movements, rendering him immobile. What? What's going on? The bandit immediately panicked. Those who despise life deserve death. Yu looked at the bandit expressionlessly. The Qingyun sword in her hand released a sharp sword chi which left a deep wound on the bandit's body. How did the bandits kill her father in the past? She would repay them tenfold today. Ah! The bandit screamed in pain. The deep wound was too painful. However, he could not move at this moment. He could only bear this pain that was worse than death. Run! Run! When the surrounding bandits saw this scene unfold, they felt fear within the depths of their hearts. They fled frantically. However, the next second, their faces also changed drastically. They discovered that their bodies could no longer move. What's going on? What's going on? Many of the bandits' faces were filled with shock. They suddenly realized that there was an invisible force that completely restrained their movements. There was a top-tier powerhouse here. Who was it? However, at this moment, no one knew who this top-tier powerhouse was. When they saw Yu slowly approaching them with the Qingyun sword in hand, their bodies involuntarily trembled, and their eyes were filled with fear. Yu did not show them the slightest bit of mercy. She repeated what they had done to her parents back then. At that moment, screams could be heard all over Tashi village. The bandits' screams made everyone's scalp tingle. When the villagers saw this scene, their eyes were filled with disbelief. This girl was too powerful. She had actually dealt with these bandits so easily. Kill these animals. These animals deserve to die. They deserve to die. When the villagers saw the bandits' miserable expressions, they did not show any mercy. Instead, they gritted their teeth and their faces were filled with hatred. Many of the villagers even cried because of this. Those brutal bandits had killed countless villagers and robbed them of almost everything. When they thought of their loved ones dying at the hands of those bandits, their hearts were filled with incomparable grief. Now that they were witnessing the bandits receiving the punishment they deserved, they could no longer restrain the overflowing emotions in their hearts. Chapter 39. You are listening at novelfull.audio. Yi Xian. Translator. Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation. Seeing this scene unfold, Baduluo was terrified. He had no intention of fighting anymore. Although they were both 5th level true essence state cultivators, why was the difference in their strength so great? Whether it was in terms of cultivation techniques or weapons, he could not be compared to you. Brother Duan, please. At this moment, Baduluo hurriedly turned toward Duan Wui. He knew very well that although Yu was extremely powerful, if Duan Wui made a move, he would definitely be able to easily defeat her. However, when his gaze fell on Duan Wui, he saw an extremely shocking scene. Duan Wui's body could not stop trembling, and his eyes were filled with fear. You are Yi Xian. At the thought of this name, Duan Wui's heart was filled with despair. At this moment, he finally understood why he had been somewhat familiar with this young man's appearance. It was because this guy was Yi Xian of the Qingyun Sect. Yi Xian was the peerless genius of the younger generation of the Great Qian dynasty. A top-notch expert who had entered the core formation realm at the age of 20, and who had even become an elder of the Qingyun Sect. Yi Xian. What? Seeing this, Baduluo looked puzzled. Rumble. At this moment, thunder and lightning filled the dark clouds in the sky. Baduluo, who had just wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, could not help but tremble. Yi Xian. Who else could make Duan Wui so afraid? Although he was just a bandit, he had heard a little about Yi Xian, the genius who had caused an uproar in the entire Great Qian dynasty. There were only a few key pieces of information about Yi Xian that he needed to focus on. Yi Xian was a top-tier expert whose cultivation had reached the core formation state. Regardless of his background, this cultivation level itself spoke for itself. But was that young man really Yi Xian of the Qingyun Sect? The youngest core formation state cultivator in the history of the Great Qian dynasty. Why would such a powerful top-tier expert appear here? Wait, he came here with you. Could it be? At this moment, Baduluo's heart could not help but beat rapidly, and an extremely terrifying possibility appeared in his mind. A top-tier core formation state expert accompanying a true essence state cultivator here. What did this mean? The relationship between the two was definitely not simple. It was either a relationship with an elder or a master-disciple relationship. The other party was Yi Xian, known to be the greatest genius among the younger generation of the Great Qian dynasty. If he was really Yu's master, then Yu's strength could be explained. In just 2 years, a weak ordinary person had stepped into the 5th level of the true essence state. Had it been anyone else, they would have been accused of spouting nonsense, but if it was Yi Xian, it might actually be possible. Yi Xian's accomplishments were extremely legendary, so it was understandable that he would be able to teach such a genius disciple. Thinking of Yi Xian's existence, Baduluo was extremely terrified. Earlier, although he was indeed no match for Yu, if he wanted to escape, the other party would not be able to stop him. However, if Yi Xian was here, even if he had wings, there was no way for him to escape. Baduluo was not like Duanwui, who came from a top-tier sect. He also did not have any powerful trump cards left behind by a master. Most importantly, what was the use of these so-called trump cards in the face of extremely powerful core formation state cultivators? I am Duanwui of the Qingyun Sect, a disciple of Elder Li. Greetings, Elder Yi Xian. Immediately, Duanwui bowed respectfully to Yi Xian. What? You are from the Qingyun Sect. Hearing this, Baduluo's expression changed drastically. Damn it. So this guy was a cultivator from the Qingyun Sect. We've been played. Although Baduluo was very displeased, he saw a glimmer of hope after discovering Duanwui's identity. After all, the Qingyun Sect was the second most powerful sect in the Great Qian dynasty. Even Yi Xian had to give them some face, right? However, would this guy save me? Would the talented cultivators of these top-tier sects really care about our lives? Thinking this, Baduluo suddenly became uneasy and frantically thought of countermeasures. Yi Xian did not even bother paying any attention to Duanwui. He stood on the giant rock with a calm expression. Duanwui could not help but feel awkward when he saw this. The reason why he lost his composure when he recognized Yi Xian's identity was because he had a secret he had to keep. After all, if Yi Xian found out that he was using the bloodstone to collect the qi and blood essence, it would definitely have a great impact on the Qingyun Sect. After all, their actions had been cruel and inhumane. If news of this spread, the Qingyun Sect would become the enemy of the entire Great Qian dynasty, especially the royal family of the Great Qian dynasty. They would never allow the Qingyun Sect to exist. Although the Qingyun Sect was ranked second in the Great Qian dynasty, one could not underestimate the power of the royal family. It was due to this that they had chosen to collect the qi and blood essence secretly. In the beginning, Duanwui planned to destroy the Fengxian stronghold together with his junior brother after he had collected enough qi and blood essence from the massacre of Tashi village. This way, no one would be able to reveal the secret of the bloodstone. Moreover, they would be able to gather the qi and blood essence of the cultivators of the Fengxian stronghold while simultaneously completing the bandit suppression mission of the royal family of the Great Qian dynasty. This would thereby increase the reputation of the Qingyun Sect. This could be said to be a plan that allowed them to kill 3 birds with 1 stone. However, Yi Xian had appeared at this critical moment, completely disrupting his plan. Although Duanwui was extremely resentful, he did not dare to show the slightest bit of dissatisfaction on his face. Damn it! If the elders of my sect had also appeared here, there would be no need to be so aggrieved. Ah! At this moment, the screams of the bandits rang out once again. These bandits had massacred the villagers of Lin Shi village in the past. Those villagers would finally be avenged. As time passed, the bandits gradually lost their lives one after the other to use Qingyun sword. Night fell. The dark clouds in the sky rumbled with the promise of an impending storm. Strong gales blew around, sweeping up the surrounding dust and sand, and spreading the thick smell of blood. Elder Yi, you. Seeing this scene, Duanwui's face became extremely ugly. Looking at Yi Xian's appearance, it seemed that he was allowing the woman to destroy the Fengxian stronghold. Since Duanwui himself was also working with Baduluo, would that mean that Yi Xian would also destroy him alongside them? Although Yu's strength was not weak, if the two sides fought, she would not be a match for him at all. However, the other side had a big shot like Yi Xian. Would he even be allowed to hurt Yu under Yi Xian's watch? Moreover, judging from Yi Xian's demeanor, he might even kill him directly. However, he was still a cultivator of the Qingyun Sect. Would Yi Xian really dare to act? He could not guarantee that he would not. After all, Tashi village was located in a remote place. Even if Yi Xian really killed him, who would know or find out? Yi Xian's attitude of ignoring him made him feel increasingly uneasy. Chapter 40. You are listening at Novel Full.audio. I also killed your brother. Translator. Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation. Ah. At this moment, a few more mournful screams rang out. Of the entire Fengxian stronghold, only the commanders remained. Yu's snow-white clothes were already soaked in blood. Her slightly disheveled hair danced in the wind. The next second, Yu slowly walked towards the third commander with the Qingyun sword in hand. As a sharp sword light flashed past, the third commander's head was separated from his body. I was wrong. I'm sorry. Please forgive me, okay? I will definitely change in the future. I will definitely be a good person. The second commander saw Yu walking toward him step by step. His body trembled in fear. He was so scared that he lost control of his urinary system. You can keep these words and tell them to those who died in hell. Yu's eyes were cold as she uttered the words that would seal his fate. Back then, countless villagers had begged for mercy in front of the second commander, but did he give them a chance? A sharp sword light flashed past, and the second commander's head was also separated from his body. Now, only the first commander, Baduluo, was left. Don't kill me. It was all his doing. Feeling the scythe of the Grim Reaper on his neck, Baduluo was completely flustered, and he ratted out Duan Wui without any hesitation. It's all the Qingyun Sect's doing. It's all their doing. Originally, we only wanted to see some wealth, didn't even think of killing you all. But this guy threatened our Fengxian stronghold. They told us that, if we didn't act according to their instructions, that we would be the ones to die. If it wasn't for him, such a tragedy wouldn't have befallen Linshi village. It's all his fault. Right, his junior brother is still at our base. They are the main culprits behind the massacre of Linshi village. Your true enemies should be them. I'm begging you. Please let me off. Baduluo's face was filled with terror as he cried out. Gotcha. Ednel.co. Right at this moment, a terrifying bolt of lightning flashed in the sky and instantly lit up Baduluo's face in the dark night. There was a frightened expression on his face coupled with a desperate look in his eyes. Hearing this, Duan Wui's expression changed drastically. Don't worry, I've already sent his junior brother to hell ahead of time. It's time for you to accompany him. I promise you that I'll send him to hell as well. You looked at Baduluo icily. What? Junior brother is dead. Hearing this, Duan Wui became increasingly flustered. His junior brother had already died. Did they come from the headquarters of the Fengxian stronghold just now? They were cultivators from the Qingyun Sect. Were they not afraid of revenge? At this moment, Duan Wui's heart was filled with fear. These guys even dared to kill his junior brother. In that case, there was no way they would let him go. Elder Yi Xian, I'm Elder Li's personal disciple. I still have his warrant with me. Duan Wui immediately panicked. He quickly took out his master's warrant, hoping that the other party would spare his life for the sake of his master. However, Yi Xian ignored him. Seeing this, Duan Wui fell into complete despair. It was obvious that Yi Xian wanted to kill him. Yi Xian, I'm a personal disciple of the Qingyun Sect. If you kill me, it will definitely cause a war between our two sections. Can you bear such a heavy responsibility? Duan Wui threatened Yi Xian out of desperation. Our Qingyun Sect is the second-ranked sect. Your Qingyun Sect can't afford to mess with us. If you really kill me, my master will not let you off. When that happens, the Qingyun Sect will be buried with you. Seeing that Yi Xian was still acting indifferently, Duan Wui suddenly became hysterical. His face was full of madness. I don't want to die. In the end, his fear of death overcame the anger in his heart. Duan Wui was like a dog, kneeling on the ground and begging Yi Xian for mercy. Do you think the death of a mere personal disciple like you will really cause a war between our sections? You think too highly of yourself. Yi Xian looked at Duan Wui indifferently. He then reached out and gently made a grabbing motion. A powerful invisible force immediately grabbed Duan Wui's neck and lifted him up. Elder Yi Xian, I'm begging you. Let me go. This was all my master's doing. It's all my master's doing. Oh right, don't core formation state cultivators like you yearn for the power of qi and blood essence. I have bloodstones on me. As long as you let me go, I'll give you the bloodstones. And I can even take you to the sect's senior and junior brothers and sisters. They also have bloodstones with them. As long as you let me go, I'll tell you where they are. Duan Wui shouted with a fearful expression. Compared to his own life, dignity was worth nothing. He would readily trade the lives of his fellow disciples, and even his master, for his own. As long as he could survive, all of this was not a problem. In any case, when he returned to the sect, he could spin a different story. At that time, Yi Xian would face the wrath of the entire Qingyun Sect. A few days ago, I killed a cultivator of the Qingyun Sect in the mountain range. His appearance was similar to yours. You two are probably brothers, right? Yi Xian looked at Duan Wui, who was being choked in mid-air, and could not help but reveal a wry smile. Buzz. Upon hearing this, Duan Wui's mind felt like it had been struck by a thunderbolt. Wu. Wu Jie, you. You actually killed my brother. Yi Xian, I won't let you off. Duan Wui screamed crazily, his eyes full of hatred. Seeing this, a sneer hung on the corners of Yi Xian's mouth. The reason he told Duan Wui about this was to completely infuriate him and to reveal his true colors. Would Yi Xian let him live? Impossible. Yi Xian, you will definitely suffer the revenge of the Qingyun Sect. Ah. You and the Qingyun Sect will be buried with my brother. Duan Wui revealed a crazed expression and roared hysterically. However, in the face of absolute strength, all resistance was futile. Alright, enough of your nonsense. It's time for you two brothers to be reunited. Don't worry, I will send your beloved master and your whole sect down to join you very soon. Yi Xian said indifferently, after which he activated the golden core power in his body.